and follow Jesus. His grace He gives me to strengthen as I go. The cross I'll bear and follow Jesus. His grace He gives me to conquer every foe. When I cross the Jordan, He will hold me in His gentle arms. Securely I will rest in His loving bosom. He will fold me. I will sweetly sleep upon the Savior's breast. The cross I'll bear and follow Jesus. His grace He gives me to strengthen as I go. The cross I'll bear and follow Jesus. His grace He gives me to conquer every foe. Give your blessing to the Master. Make ready now your boots. Go and feed the weary soul, still searching for the truth. Sound the call across the darkness. Let every soldier rise. Lift the banner of the Savior. Let His word become our cry. Stand, stand, soldiers of the light, sword of the Spirit, ready for the fight. Faith is our shield and truth is our steel. In the name of Jesus, we will never yield. Stand, stand, let the battle cry ring. Death has been conquered. sword and shield. Through the lies and the deception of the weapons Satan wields. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, no war with mortal men. We tear down every stronghold till the truth breaks through again. Put on the whole armor, stand fast and hold the line. The helmet of salvation, the breastplate of the right. Our feet are shod with gospel pieces, word our battle cry. No weapon formed against us can extinguish heaven's light. Hold the line, raise the shield, speak the truth, never yield. Hold the line, raise the sword, fight the darkness, trust the Stand, soldiers of the light, sword of the spirit, ready for the fight. Faith is our shield and truth is our steel. In the name of Jesus, we will never yield. Stand, let the battle cry ring. Death has been conquered by Jesus the King. Though all hell rages and darkness descends, we fight for the souls of the lost to the end. Give your best unto the Master. Stand fast until the end. Jesus, let me cling to thee. Show thy mercy now to me. I am lonely, weak, oppressed. I am weary. Give me rest. In the healing fount divine, cleanse my heart and seal me thine. Thine forever would I be. Jesus, let me cling to thee. Should I wander from thy side, thou my ever faithful guide, wilt restore me to the right, and in darkness grant me light. In the healing fount divine, cleanse my heart and seal me thine. Thine forever would I be. Jesus, let me cling to thee. me cling to thee. In the healing fount divine, cleanse my heart and seal me thine. Thine forever would I be, Jesus. Let me cling to thee.
What up? What up? So, anyways, I found the just nuke all this Freemasonry bullshit, and all of these people that claim that they have some kind of secret history that us Christians are unaware of, and that makes the Bible all untrue. So you can't trust your Bible. You should trust some spiritual guru. That's what you ought to do, rather than trust the word of the Lord. It's just insane to me. So anyways, you keep hearing all of this crap about the Epic of Gilgamesh and how similar it is to Noah's flood. And, that's the problem with people that just make a bunch of claims when they really just don't know what they're talking about. They just believe some bullshit and parrot it. So anyways, we're going to watch this little discussion over the Epic of Gilgamesh and how much it's like Noah's flood's story, as everyone claims. They're so, the Jews stole this story from all of the culture surrounding them. Ridiculous claim.
As I was mentioning a moment ago, it was rather common, especially in critical circles down through history, really going clear back to the Renaissance and thereafter, to wonder if the entire story of the flood and Noah was just simply some kind of great legend intended in a sort of parabolic way to teach us great truths, but that we were not supposed to take seriously that any such catastrophe had ever occurred. And that all changed, at least to some degree, in the mid-1800s with the discovery of this great epic story that has come down to us, and it's called by the term the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is readily available. You can run right down after Sunday school and pick up your own copy. Not autographed in this case by Gilgamesh, I'm sure, but it's readily available at Auntie's Bookstore, Barnes & Noble, and I'm not being paid to say any of that, but it's kind of a fun read. It's a rollicking adventure, and certainly for whatever else it may serve in your life, it'll simply be kind of a interesting little excursion into an ancient Near Eastern epic story. But I'd like to give you a little bit this morning of the background of this and then use that as a basis to do a comparison. So this document is called the Epic of Gilgamesh. It was one of those that was discovered along with, as we said last week, the Enuma Elish by Henry Austin Layard in the mid-1800s in the great library of Ashurbanipal. He didn't know what he was discovering, of course, as we said last week, but this was one of many different cuneiform documents that were unearthed at that time, and he took them more or less in fragmented form back to the British Museum, where for some years thereafter, there was an attempt to figure out, what they meant and so on. The setting for this is the same as we saw last week. It is this Fertile Crescent, which is really I think generally considered the first evidence we have in human history of true civilization. It takes place in Sumer. We gave you some of the background last week, and this entire region going up to the north, following the Tigris and Euphrates, and then coming back down along the eastern seaboard of the Mediterranean, becomes that region where we find the first really ancient evidence of some kind of civilized community. The Tigris and Euphrates allowed for the development of irrigation. And at least it seems to me the best scholarly opinion is that that's the reason that we begin to see civilized communities emerging. Whereas people had been hunter-gatherers, at least as near as we can tell in the very ancient world, the first attempt to work cooperatively. So you have communities cooperating with other communities seems to have originated here because with limited rainfall, but with these two watercourses, it occurred to somebody that it would be a great idea to just form canals, irrigation canals, but you don't do that on your own. You have to have cooperation. And so it seems that was the first attempt, at least that's been found, to try to build some kind of cooperative community in which various towns are sharing together the resources that were presented by these two rivers. This, of course, is the region that is part of present-day Iraq, as we were saying last week. A little better map than I had last week, but you'll notice the little pink area there is Sumer. It wasn't that big, but it seems to be the very earliest expression of civilized humanity. And then this larger region was the Akkadian dynasty, which came about 2400 BC, went for 200 or 300 years. And of course, Sargon I was the one, as we said last week, who really dominated that entire region. Well, we're interested more in Sumer, which is this tiny little area there in pink, because that's our original kind of exposure to this story of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is a famous guy. You've probably all heard of him, or at least heard the name. But the discoveries that were made in the ancient Near East, especially those in the mid-1800s, had all kinds of statuary, all sorts of reliefs and so on, that pictured him as one of the great heroic characters, maybe the first heroic character that comes to the surface from a pagan point of view in the ancient Near East. He appears to have been an actual character. He was the king, apparently, of Uruk, U-R-U-K, which is, by the way, is the same as the biblical Erech, E-R-E-C-H. He seems to have ruled there in Sumer about 2700 BC. You notice in this particular sculpture, he is bigger than life. That's a full-grown lion that he's holding there. Looks like a good-sized, sort of house cat, but he was understood as a famous hunter and especially a lion killer. And so this is one of many statutes that kind of celebrate that aspect of Gilgamesh's fame. And he was otherwise well known and as I say, kind of took on epic proportions. There have been some attempts from a biblical point of view to tie this guy Gilgamesh to the character in the Bible known as Nimrod. This has not been especially successful. There's been some attempts to do it, and I think the debate goes on. You know that Nimrod founded a city called Nimrud, and the location of that city is also a matter of history. It's been discovered and excavated and so on. It's possible that these two are the same, but I think the likelihood of that is still, at best, pretty questionable. The Epic of Gilgamesh comes to us on clay tablets written in cuneiform. We commented on this last week. I just add this comment that the way they did this was they had soft clay. They would sort of have this kind of texture that they could easily imprint little wedge-shaped letters onto it, and then they would bake the clay so that it would dry and become almost as, well, something like rock, very, very hard. So that's why we have the wonderful luxury of having all of these pretty much intact coming down to us to this day. I wonder about our own civilization, We have email, we have a little bit of paper, we're going paperless, we have DVDs and CDs, but those are passing. I think any civilization that finds us 2,000 or 3,000 years will assume we lived in grass huts with dirt floors because we left nothing for the legacy, but the Sumerians figured it out. And so they have these wonderful clay tablets that have survived the centuries, and therefore we have a pretty good insight not only into the epic literature, but even the day-to-day life. We have financial records, we have IRS records. I mean, it's all there, you know, and it's pretty amazing how these sort of insights into that culture have come down to us. Scholars were able to translate this cuneiform by comparing it with later languages that were gradually being understood. So in a kind of Rosetta Stone approach, stories that were in languages well known were compared to this unknown language. It's a very laborious process that went on for some extended period of time. And the cuneiform writing, of course, was completely foreign to the first people who looked at it, but gradually it succumbed to the investigations of these scholars, and we therefore have these wonderful opportunities to read the writings of these people who lived so long ago. The Epic of Gilgamesh assumes the religious outlook that we were discussing last week. The centerpiece of their religious expression was the ziggurat, which is a kind of structure. Probably the Tower of Babel was one of these. This is the same one I showed you last week, a different angle on it. This was built around 2100, but there's quite a few over there. And this is probably the best preserved in the city of Ur. It's a religious temple. Leonard Woolley, the 20th century archaeologist who did a lot of work, most of his career in that region, said it was a structure that would rise like a mountain in the desert. And it was where the Sumerians worshiped their local gods. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the city of Uruk had particular deities that were especially important to them. Some we've heard of. One is Anu, who is conceived of as the father of the gods and also the sky god, kind of the original, more or less distant god. Ishtar plays a role in the Gilgamesh epic. She's the goddess of love and war. Not unrelated topics. And of course, we mentioned last week the name Esther in the Old Testament is simply that same name, just with a little bit of a language spin to it. Then there's one more deity that shows up in the Epic of Gilgamesh called Lugabanda, who was an ancestor of Gilgamesh, maybe his father, more likely his grandfather, now being deified, is one that plays a role of protecting Gilgamesh and so on in his various adventures. The Epic of Gilgamesh has been called the greatest epic in history before Homer's Iliad. Homer wrote the Iliad about 750 in round numbers BC. The Epic of Gilgamesh was written more like 2500, a good, more than 1,000 years earlier, more like 1,500 years earlier. And for that long, it seems to have been the epic poem of human literary expression. It's quite a remarkable piece to read. It's easy reading, and it's kind of fun reading, really. And so I do recommend it to you if you have the time and interest to take a look at it. It's not that long. You can read it in an hour and a half or less, I would say. But anyway, it is this kind of epic poem of a great adventure. The flood account that's in it is the reason we're interested in it. The epic itself was discovered, the stone tablets, or the clay tablets, I should say, were found in 1849. They were hauled back to the British Museum. Many scholars spent a great deal of time over the years trying to fathom the content of these. And there was one particular scholar by the name of George Smith, who in 1872 stood up and read to the British Archaeological Society a paper that he had just completed in which he had translated one of the tablets associated with the Gilgamesh epic. And he announced at that point that he had found this remarkable description of a flood which bore striking similarity to the biblical account of the flood, and yet was obviously written well over a good 1,000 years before the flood account written by Moses was committed to writing. And that would, so the earliest we'd say Moses' writings would be around 1500. Here's something that goes back 1,000 years earlier. And it gives an account of a flood, which when we talk about it in a minute, I think you'll agree has some striking points in which they are corollary. That sent a shockwave around the world. in 1872. And of course, as you can imagine, people everywhere, depending on their biblical disposition, went 1,000 different directions with this. So people sympathetic to the biblical message said, you see, this proves it. You know, there was a great flood. And the Epic of Gilgamesh is now confirming that. And so those people who wanted to see this as confirming the biblical message applied it that way. Biblical critics, on the other hand, of whom there were many, said this proves that the Hebrews just borrowed that epic and warmed it over and kind of reworked it for their own purposes, and that there's nothing inspired about it. It's just the Hebrews' spin on a Mesopotamian myth. So take your pick, you see. This is the way scholarship has been down through history, and I tell you that debate continues to this very day. But be that as it may, we'll just simply note it for its intrinsic interest here. It is not the only account of a flood. Since that time, of course, it's been discovered that there are many, many accounts of a great deluge. The Sumerian, the Mesopotamians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, and so on, even the Hittites, all of them have a kind of long, distant memory of a great flood. Whether they all share a common source, whether they are independent memories of a great cataclysm remains a wide open debate. But that there is some kind of collective consciousness in the ancient Near East of a great flood that occurred, you know, way back when, I think everybody grants, is just taken for granted these days. And so the Epic of Gilgamesh is simply one, probably the most famous, certainly the most complete account of such a deluge. Gilgamesh, who's the hero of this story, is presented to us as a guy who is 1/3 God and 2/3 man, which presents for him a dilemma. And it reminds me a little bit, the way Gilgamesh is portrayed in the story is a little bit the way Pascal describes the human tension. Pascal, you may know, Blaise Pascal, that wonderful French philosopher, Christian theologian, said that the dilemma of humanity, the tension of our humanity, he says, is that we're caught in this tension between what on the one hand is our grandeur and on the other hand our misery. He says we have the mind of an angel. We can think great thoughts, but we have the body of a beast. We're trapped in our own limitations, our own penchant for bloodshed and evil. And that becomes our dilemma. And in many ways, Gilgamesh captures that tension. And if you're looking for a psychology of the Epic of Gilgamesh, it really is this tension as it's presented between his kind of divine side and this humanness which continues to plague him. The principal themes, therefore, of the epic itself deal with issues of mortality, death. Gilgamesh, being mostly human, is certainly going to die. That disturbs him deeply. It becomes really the inspiration for the entire drama, you might say, of the epic as it unfolds. The story itself, I want to give you very briefly and then read a little bit of an excerpt from the epic that has to do with this flood. But the basic storyline, for those of you who are interested, is there is Gilgamesh. He is a great king. He's a powerful character, but he's a little bit full of himself. He's so dominating and really rude and somewhat brutal that the people over whom he rules finally begin to complain, and their complaints reach the ears of the gods. And so the gods decide to teach him a lesson. And to teach him a lesson, they create his equal, who is a character named Enkidu. I love that name, you know. If I ever again have a dog, Enkidu. So Enkidu comes along, and Enkidu is this kind of savage character, but equal in power and strength and prowess to Gilgamesh. And immediately, Gilgamesh is on the ropes, because now there's somebody that can stand up to him. And they have a huge battle. And they fight and claw and punch and all the things that, you know, you can imagine. And finally, as often happens after they fought and worn themselves out, they become the best of friends. And so Enkidu and Gilgamesh are inseparable. And they have this lasting friendship, and that sends them on a great adventure. And so the next kind of chapter of this story is the forest adventure. This is really kind of like Lord of the Rings stuff. I don't know why somebody hasn't picked up on this as a made-for-movies kind of thing, because it would work. But they go on this great adventure. They meet all kinds of, dragons and monsters, and they slay them and all this kind of stuff. I won't go into the detail. It's kind of a fun read. But anyway, the forest that they visit seems to be the forest of Lebanon. You've heard of the cedars of Lebanon. Well, that does seem to be where they go, and they engage in this adventure. And as a result of their successes, Ishtar, this goddess of war and love, takes an interest in Gilgamesh. That's part of her whole history, is seducing humans. And she sees now Gilgamesh as an attractive character. And so in a section that is borders on the R-rated, so I won't go into detail, but she begins to extend her solicitations to Gilgamesh. But he's a smart enough guy to know that in the wake of her solicitations are a whole string of destroyed lives. These guys have been taken in by her beauty and then destroyed by her in the process. And so Gilgamesh is smart enough to say, sorry, sweetie, no deal, And that makes her very, very upset. And so she gets some of the other gods to join in pronouncing a judgment. And the judgment is that Enkidu is going to die, and he does. And that for Gilgamesh is a traumatic moment, because it brings thundering home to him the knowledge of mortality and his own mortality, and all of that becomes really the deep sort of psychological aspect of this epic, is Gilgamesh wrestling with his own mortality. And so as he concerns himself with this and ponders what it means and is really in a great kind of lament, he decides to go and try to find a strange character known as Utnapishtim the Faraway. Utnapishtim the Faraway is, by legend, a guy who has been given immortality by the gods. And so Gilgamesh thinks, if that guy has found the secret to immortality, I want to go find him, and maybe I can get the secret as well. And so he starts off on the second great journey of this story, and it is concerning this character, Utnapishtim. So anyway, the backstory on Utnapishtim is he was, as the story goes, a character who had survived a great flood by building a boat and putting all of his family into it and preserving them there. And so, of course, Utnapishtim in this epic of Gilgamesh is clearly the counterpart to Noah in the story that we have recorded for us in the Bible. So Gilgamesh goes, again, it's a kind of a rollicking adventure. He has to deal with a lot of challenges and so on, but eventually he does reach Utnapishtim the Faraway. We don't know where. There's no really way to tell geographically which direction he goes, but he finally gets to this guy who has, by the story's kind of storyline, been given this privilege, this gift of immortality. And Gilgamesh comes and asks him how it is that he's received the gift of immortality. And Utnapishtim, who's happy to have the company, decides to tell him the story. And the story is going to be a story that's recorded in one chapter. And this is the chapter that George Smith was able to finally translate and read in 1872. I'm not going to read the entire chapter to you, but I want to read a pretty good chunk of it. So I hope you'll bear with me. I know that being read to is not the most fun thing in the world, but I think you'll find this interesting. And then again, if you'd like to look at this in greater detail, then you certainly would, I think, find it interesting to do so. But this is chapter 5 of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it's called The Story of the Flood. And in this story, Utnapishtim now is telling an account. And I want you to keep in mind that here is, these are clay tablets that date easily to 1,000 years earlier than the earliest date anybody would ever say the biblical account was written, which all by itself just makes it very interesting. Whatever we make of that, I mean, critics will go one direction, lovers of the Bible may go a different, but just the very fact that we have this, I think in and of itself is fascinating to anybody interested at all in the whole deal. So I'm going to read this, bear with me here as we go along, but this is Utnapishtim now responding to the question to Gilgamesh about how it was that he had acquired immortality. And so Utnapishtim begins. You know the story of Sherapak. Now Sherapak is a city in Sumer, and that's where Utnapishtim had lived. It stands on the banks of the Euphrates. That city grew old, and the gods that were in it were old. There was Anu, lord of the firmament, their father, and warrior Enlil, their counselor, Ninurta, the helper, Ennugi, watcher over the canal. Some of these names we've heard before. And with them also was Ea. In those days, listen to this, the world teemed. The people multiplied. The world bellowed like a wild bull, and the great God was aroused by the clamor. Enlil heard the clamor, and he said to the gods in council, the uproar of mankind is intolerable, and sleep is no longer possible by reason of the babel, B-A-B-E-L. So the gods agreed to exterminate mankind. Enlil did this, but Ea, because of his oath, warned me, Utnapishtim, in a dream. He whispered their words to my house of reeds. Utnapishtim lives in a reed house. Reed house, wall, O wall, hearken, reed house, wall, reflect, O man of Sherapuk, son of Ubaratutu, tear down your house and build a boat. Abandon possessions and look for life. Despise worldly goods and save your soul alive. Tear down your house and build a boat. These are the measurements of the bark as you shall build her. Let her beam equal her length. Let her deck be roofed like the vault that covers the abyss. Then take into the boat the seed of all living creatures. When I understood this, I said to my Lord, behold, what you've commanded I will honor and perform. But how shall I answer the people, the city, the elders? And so this launches into a little discussion because Utnapishtim is wondering, how am I going to explain this strange behavior to the people in this city? And in this case, he's told to develop a little subterfuge, telling the people in the city, God wants to bless you, but he's very unhappy with me. And so I'm building this boat so I can escape, because otherwise they're going to get me. This is, of course, exactly the opposite of the way Noah is presented biblically as a preacher of righteousness. But anyway, I'll skip by that. Then we have a description of how the boat itself was going to be built. I'm going to skip by that. So I want to pick up then a little bit later in the same story then. Then was the launching full of difficulty. There was shifting of ballast above and below, till 2/3 was submerged. I loaded into her all that I had of gold and of living things, my family, my kin, the beasts of the field, both wild and tame, and all the craftsmen. I sent them on board, for the time that Shamash had ordained was already fulfilled, when he said, in the evening, when the rider of the storm sends down the destroying rain into the boat, batten her down. The time was fulfilled. The evening came. The rider of the storm sent down the rain. I looked out at the weather. It was terrible. So I too boarded the boat, battened her down. All was now complete, the battening and the caulking. So I handed the tiller to Puzur Amuri, the steersman, and the navigation and care of the whole boat. So he gets into the boat with these animals, clean and unclean, and his family, and so on. And now we have this description, and this is this description of the flood itself. When the first light of dawn, a black cloud came from the horizon. It thundered within where Adad, lord of the storm, was riding. In front over hill and plain, Shalut and Hanish, heralds of the storm, led on. Then the gods of the abyss rose up. Nergal pulled out the dams of the nether waters, water from below. Ninurta, the warlord, threw down the dikes, and the 7 judges of hell, the Anaki, raised their torches, lighting the land with livid flames.
Oh, we're going to talk about that comment in a minute.
Despair went up to heaven when the God of the storm turned daylight to darkness, when he smashed the land like a cup. One whole day the tempest raged, gathering fury as it went. It poured over the people like the tides of battle. A man could not see his brother, nor the people be seen from heaven. Even the gods were terrified at the flood. They fled to the highest heaven, the firmament of Omnu. They crouched against the walls, cowering like curs. Then Ishtar, the sweet-voiced queen of heaven, cried out like a woman in travail. Alas, the days of old are turned to dust because I commanded evil. Why did I command this evil in the council of all the gods? I commanded wars to destroy the people, but are they not my people? For I brought them forth now like the spawn of fish. They float in the ocean. The great gods of heaven and of hell wept. They covered their mouths. So here we have the flood, which terrifies even the gods and causes them this great sense of regret. All right, one more paragraph. You're doing this okay? Bearing with me here? All right. For 6 days and 6 nights, the winds blew. Torrent and tempest and flood overwhelmed the world. Tempest and flood raged together like warring hosts. When the 7th day dawned, the storm from the south subsided. The sea grew calm, the flood was stilled. I looked at the face of the world and there was silence. All mankind was turned to.
As an artist, I've written so many songs,
but no idea what direction to take the song.
I tried something different using Suno this time. Instead of getting stuck, I let it help me figure out my song's creative direction. I just went in, input
clay. The surface of the sea stretched as flat as a rooftop. I opened a hatch and the light fell on my face. Then I bowed low, I sat down, I wept. The tears streamed down my face, for on every side was the waste of water. I looked for land in vain, but 14 leagues distant there appeared a mountain, and there the boat grounded on the mountain of Nisir. The boat held fast. She held fast and did not budge, which he then repeats about 8 times. So I'll drop down. When the 7th day dawned, I loosed a dove and let her go. She flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. Then I loosed a swallow, and she flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. I loosed a raven. She saw that the waters had retreated. She ate, she flew around, she cawed, she did not come back. Then I threw everything open to the 4 winds. I made a sacrifice and poured out a libation on the mountaintop. 7 and again 7 cauldrons I set up on their stands. I heaped up wood and cane and cedar and myrtle. When the gods smelled the sweet savor, they gathered like flies over the sacrifice. Remember, it's quid pro quo worship. Sacrifices feed the gods. Then at last Ishtar also came. She lifted her necklace with the jewels of heaven that once Anu had made to please her. O you gods here present, by the lapis lazuli around my neck, I shall remember these days as I remember the jewels of my throat. These last days I shall not forget. Let all the gods gather around the sacrifice, except Enlil. He shall not approach this offering, for without reflection he brought the flood. He consigned my people to destruction. And then the text goes on. So, any casual reader of that has to be impressed that there are these points where we have this kind of similarity between the two. You also have to be impressed, I think, with the fact that there are some conspicuous and obvious differences, aren't there? And so it is an interesting kind of parallel in which we have both those things which seem to be somewhat similar and yet some very striking and significant points of difference. The scholar who wrote the intro to this book, which is, by the way, a very fine treatment, I don't know that he's coming at all from a Christian perspective, but he summarizes at one point the considerable similarities but also differences between these two accounts. And I can't do better than just kind of summarize what he says here. But he says, he notes this first of all, in the biblical story, the same machinery is used. The building of the boat, the entry of the animals, the flood, the loosing of birds, the sacrifice. But while the God who remembered Noah, biblical account, lives in awful isolation, our scholar says. In the Assyrian, as in the Sumerian stories, we are still in the world of factious, flustered, and fallible deities. And that is the first great difference that we probably want to notice, is that while the Gilgamesh account gives us, at least in terms of the factual scenario, these striking similarities, notice the difference in the way the supernatural is portrayed to us. In the Gilgamesh epic, you've got these same gods who are at each other's throats. They're squabbling, they're factious, they're jealous, they're immoral, and so on. And there's a great, wonderful, holy dignity about the God of the Bible who brings this judgment to bear. He goes on and says, there's a real danger that the powers of chaos and destruction will get out of hand. Things do indeed go too far. The gods are shocked by the results of their own action, but nothing shows more strikingly the difference in outlook and purpose than the conclusion. In place of God's solemn pledge to Noah, while the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, night and day shall not cease, he says, in contrast, there is the nauseating picture of God swarming like flies over the sacrifice. And that, again, becomes one of the most striking distinctions. Here, on the one hand, is God who is in perfect control of what's happening, not in any sense dependent on humanity, nor terrified or intimidated by the flood that has been unleashed. But in the Gilgamesh epic, these gods themselves are on the run at the uncontrolled powers that have been unleashed by their own hands. Instead of the rainbow pledge, God promising to Noah this continuity that would continue now, which we continue to enjoy, there is only Ishtar fingering her necklace and exclaiming that she will not forget these days. But this is the word of the most notoriously faithless of the gods. Here's Ishtar giving some little hint that, oh, this was so bad, we better not let this happen again. But who can trust her, you see? Whereas the great God, the holy God of Noah's experience, makes this solemn promise that even though there's been this catastrophe, from now on, like clockwork, this cosmology is going to operate and be something we can depend on. So too, the immortality and semi-divine status which Utnapishtim win for themselves and their families is very different from the solemn covenant of the Bible between God and the still entirely human Noah. Noah's not given immortality. He's still a human being and treated that way in the biblical account, as you know. And so the Mesopotamian myth, he concludes, leaves the people in a state of anxiety, lest there be some catastrophe like this that would happen again. There's no sense that now they can rest securely on a kind of firm foundation of God's providential care of the universe. That's the way Gilgamesh leaves it. And immortality for Gilgamesh is simply the legacy that a man can leave for himself by building great monuments with his name all over them, and then putting his grave somehow inside those monuments. But the biblical account leaves us with something so much more grand, so much more befitting the great dignity of God himself and the dignity that he gives to us, because there is this sense in which God now has accomplished his purpose and placed us in this situation of, at least within the created order, a kind of security. So again, as I'm kind of reaching a conclusion here, what do we learn from this? We learn that there is this striking correlation of a biblical account. This certainly doesn't prove necessarily that a deluge happened, but it is very interesting. We see that there's these striking similarities, but we also see that at the deepest level, these are two different stories. That one of the stories is simply the speculations of the human imagination trying to make sense out of a catastrophe, and at best coming up with ambiguous and unsatisfying solutions and answers. And on the other hand, we have divine revelation, which gives us the same great catastrophe, But we come out the other end of the tube in this one with this deep, deep sense that God is to be trusted, that God, even in the tumultuous storms of life, as bad as they may be, is the one who places us in an ark of protection, a guarded place, a place of security in the midst of what may be, the chaos around us. And that motif runs through the scriptures of God placing us in that ordered, protected kind of area and keeping us safe, overshadowing us, if you will, even in the midst of the catastrophes that may befall us elsewhere.
All righty, some interesting information. So, now we can get our facts straight on all of this Epic of Gilgamesh garbage being the same as the Bible. So, anyhow, let me, I just want to put that. Let me do that one. Hold on, I'm going to pin the link. Back. Bada boom. All right. Cool. Sir William.
Sir Brandon.
What's up, man?
I'm all right, man. How are you?
I'm good.
I heard you guys talking about Freemasons last night. That was fascinating.
Well, as far as I hate to break it to people, but I mean, all of the principles of Freemasonry go against all of the principles of the Bible's Christianity.
Like what?
Like as far as praying to, some unnamed God for starters.
They don't.
They do.
They don't.
What do you mean they don't?
They don't. They don't worship and pray to anything.
Did you watch it all the John Ankerberg show that I played?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
that guy has doll hair.
Right, he does. He does have like Lego man hair. You know what I mean?
Lego man, yeah.
But anyways. But Walter Martin gives points these out. That here, and then even that guy is like, "Can I read the prayer to you?" Well, I thought you guys don't pray. What are you talking about?
They don't pray in their lodges or anything. They each have their own thing, and prayer is not what you would call it. They're not appealing to just like to a deity that's going to act. The deity is mankind bettering itself. I don't want to reveal too much.
So, are you a Freemason? Well,
I am not. I just have a lot of association being in law enforcement with them.
Okay. So you're in law enforcement.
Was
okay.
I'm not anymore. I do private work now.
Yeah, they're that's something that concerns me, that all of the judges and cops are all Masons.
Me too.
Yeah.
You can ask Cerberus. One of the ways that we met is I kept coming after him for being a Freemason. As soon as I found out, I was all over his ass, all over him with the satanic thing, all the stuff that I thought that I knew from all the videos, and even getting a hold of a Freemasonic Bible when I was younger. It's not a Bible. There's nothing changed in it. It's a Bible that a Freemason had made.
Sure.
And right, but I thought it was a Freemason's Bible because it had like their symbol on it, and it had a couple of pages that were added that had nothing to do with the Bible and wasn't trying to even comment on the Bible.
Well, I'm pretty sure that in all of the Christian Freemasonry lodges, they specifically use their Freemason Bible is a King James Bible. Would you agree with that, Will?
They have them. All right, so there's a thing. You
Well,
don't
the
have to
blue,
have a
I've
specific
seen, yeah,
God.
I've seen the blue Freemason Bible, and it's a King James because
All right, you don't have to have a specific God. You can have a Bible that you will swear things on or whatever. That's fine. It's more ornamental, but they don't require you to be of any particular faith. The only requirement that I'm aware of is that you have a higher power that you
yeah,
believe in.
that violates Scripture right there. I mean, that violates God's
No,
command.
they're not worshiping it. They're just saying that you must believe in something above yourself that you can hold yourself accountable to.
I
That's all they're
understand.
saying. It's about maintaining honor and your promises and shit like that. Dude,
Sure, I'm with
say
that.
say what you want, but some of the I've met a couple of shitty Freemasons, but for the most part, the Freemasons that I've met, I misjudged them. They were solid gold. They went out of their way multiple times to help people in need, and I watched them do it. And it's something they pride themselves on for adding good changes in the world. All right, there's
Well, you said
networking
it.
involved,
Yeah,
and that's what your concern is, and rightfully so. There's a lot of networking with powerful men, so there's the opportunity for corruption, and in a secret society, it would go uncovered. But these guys really do take their oaths and shit seriously, and if they catch
oh
another
yeah,
brother working some side shit, bringing a dishonor to their name, they will handle it in house.
yeah, sure. No, I mean, I'm not doubting any of that, but this is where it still violates Christian principles. Number one, this is why Jesus said, I said nothing in secret. You can go ask anybody anything that I
No,
said.
but that's not true. He spoke in riddles so that he could say things, secret things, out the exoteric to the people, and the esoteric he kept for his disciples. He openly admitted that that's what he was doing. I don't give these people everything. I don't give them all of it. I give them riddles.
He speaks in parables so that people that
Okay,
don't
parables.
believe him, they can hear what he says, but they won't understand it. That's why also, Jesus is the only one that can break the seals on the scrolls in the book of Revelation.
Well, it's not forcing an idea, it's giving a person an a concept to wrestle with and see how they apply it. See, you give someone a parable and they're going to apply it to whatever part of their life that experience corresponds with. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they're going to relate it to. And maybe it leads them to the truth you wanted them to, or maybe it just gets them to think a little bit about what you're trying to say. But for those that are capable, coming direct with it, having the meat of the word rather than the milk. Like all these sayings that you're seeing Jesus talk about is talking about the esoteric versus the exoteric. What the people know and what the real deal is.
Sure. Now, I mean, I admit in human standards, as far as you and I are concerned, these are good people. You know what I'm saying? But God's telling us there's no such thing as a good person. So just forget that idea. You're all have sinned and fallen short of the
All
glory
right.
of God.
Make your first specific accusation against the organization. What is something that they do that you are damn certain is evil or violates or offends the God?
Well, as far as definitely calling somebody worshipful master is pretty
They're not calling anyone father.
yeah, but
And
the very next verse Jesus says call no man master, because that's what rabbi means also
okay,
is
but these
master.
people aren't master of anyone. It's
Sure,
master of the
I know.
craft. It's not master of over anyone. It's not authority. If anything, it's just more work to do. You're doing
Sure.
more, and more is
But
dependent on you. But
yeah, but
it's like,
you get the Christian perspective as far as the book says don't do that.
right, you're
So that
speaking two
you
different
don't do that.
languages. Right, you're
Yeah.
speaking two different languages. You're trying to apply the idea of master in these writings of the Christians and Jews to master as it's being used in a private society. you already know about the Law Society, Brandon, and you know what legalese is. You know about the common law, and you know how we have a statutory law over the top of it.
Yeah.
You understand that when you plead, you're begging. You understand that if you understand something in court, that you're agreeing to the authority of that rule, right? You're pleading guilty in a way.
Sure.
They ask you if you understand a charge because they're speaking a different language,
Well,
right? That's all
the
you're seeing in this special club. Their language and their titles may as well be Pig Latin, but you can't hold the same. These people aren't going in there and worshiping the devil, no matter what you think. I wanted to
well,
prove
I
that
know,
too.
but just understand that I mean, Scripture is clear that I mean, if you're praying to even some other Jesus, you know what I mean, like the Mormons, that you're praying to devils.
Right, but these men have their own religions outside of the lodge. They come together because of the club.
I
Okay, but they
totally.
don't. So they're not in agreement on any specific God. They're not as a group worshiping any other Jesuses. There's some of them that probably do, but you realize the majority of these motherfuckers are Christian, right?
Well, I believe that they think they're Christian, but I question if they've been born again because that's
They
the thing. So, I mean,
they know they're
are
Christian.
you going to follow Jesus's commands or not? I mean, what are you
Hey,
doing?
look, you could say that, but you're not going to synagogue on Sabbath. No, you're not. You're eating bacon. Okay, you're not. It
Well,
doesn't.
no, no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
No,
The
I'm in
rules.
communion with the Lord because by
Oh,
obedience. That's what I'm. You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
Right. They didn't give a shit about that in the Old Testament. They threw rocks at you if you were just in communion on any specific day or any
I
general day.
sure I understand that. That's why I mean 7 Day Adventists need to understand this as far as what the
Now, they
Sabbath
do.
is now. You know what I'm
They do.
saying?
Well, yeah, I guess if you want to try and teach a bunch of modern day Jews, which is what they basically are trying to be, Jews with a little Jesus sprinkled in. I mean, go ahead, do whatever you want. You're not helping them. They're going to show you passages in the Bible where Jesus is very legalistic.
Sure. No, I've been through it, and I mean that's the whole thing. Is I mean, there's if we the Bible. That's why I love the King James Bible because all of these false doctrines fall apart against it, and it is my belief that God organized every word, so that it would do that very thing. All he already knew all the false doctrines that would come out in our day and age. He already knew.
That's a starting presupposition about that book.
Well, whatever you want to, you can say that. You know what I'm saying? As far as,
What evidence do you have that the King James is superior to any other version? What
I
would be the metric for that? What would it be
well
doing
this
better at?
well this is where I look at the inspired text and the writings of David. I know you don't think that he's a prophet, but everyone that is a Christian does.
Mm,
You know,
yeah,
he is.
you're right, but
Yeah,
why do they think that? Why you asked me the other night, why don't you care what Matthew had to say? Because it's written after the fact about Jesus, where they're trying
yeah.
to
As
build it.
eyewitness
So
testimony. I
yeah,
mean,
well, no, that wasn't
if I
eyewitness
sat here and
testimony.
told you myself that I'm just super smart, Will, and I fucking know everything, and you know what I mean? Does it add any credibility when I'm the one sitting there telling you how fucking smart I am or whatever?
You'd say that would be circular reasoning,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You need other
Right.
people to
Okay,
say, hey,
hold that
man,
thought.
Brandon is somewhat smart.
Okay, so hold that thought. Whenever the Bible says that the Bible is the inerrant word of God and therefore, unquestionable, wouldn't you say that that would be circular reasoning? The Bible is true because the Bible says it's true. That's one of those things that should require the same amount of scrutiny that you just wanted to apply to that other thing.
Well, I don't know any other way that we're going to be able to record what's been said unless it's been written down. And this is why it's symbolic of God by his own finger writing on stone tablets. The
You think that's
and
symbolic?
absolutely of that that's forever. You can't alter it once it's
What's
carved
in
in
the ark? What's in the ark?
the tablets, the rod, and the manna.
So it's not symbolic.
What do you mean it's not symbolic?
God wrote that shit with his finger, right?
Yes,
Okay, and that's why it's sacred and it's in the ark.
to
And here we
testify
are.
against us. Yes.
How could it possibly testify against us since we're no longer under it? What power would the ark have since the laws in it are no longer applicable to Christians? The Ten Commandments are not applied amongst Christians.
That's incorrect. Absolutely. The
please.
moral law stands for.
You just gave me an opt out of the Sabbath, sir. You gave, I'm in communion all the
No,
time.
because Jesus is the Sabbath.
I get it. Yeah, it's called special pleading. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's imagine standing in the camp with Moses and the Israelites. God's perfect law, freshly written with his own fucking finger. No problems, no mistakes. Perfect law of God. You don't want to not pick up sticks for your firewood on Saturday. And the guys come up and say, "Hey, what are you fucking doing? God said don't do this." And you're like, "No, you don't understand. I'm in communion with the Lord right now, and I can do it anytime." They're going to be like, "Yeah, well, commune with this rock, buddy." And they're going to start chunking rocks because they were specific about that fucking day.
I understand all of that, dude. I totally get it. That's what
just admit that you have a different practice than the law.
No, we have a different practice than the Jews.
You got an update that
Yes.
like God came in and said, "Let's make some corrections because you're not as trustworthy as the Jews, you Gentiles. I'm going to give you easier. I'm going to give you the Noahide laws dumbed down so that way you guys can do it because you're not as good as the Jews." Okay?
Yeah. What I'm saying?
No.
No. Listen. I mean, the Ten Commandments are the constitution of God's kingdom.
You should probably monitor your chat.
Why?
Well, there's some threats to sniff some specific person's panties out there right now. You might want to. I don't know. You don't have moderators. You need to moderate.
Yeah, no. Actually, Love should be by any minute. She's a moderator.
Okay, all right. Well,
she can do all that, but anyhow,
I don't know that that's actually a threat, though. It's just a.
I mean, I'm sure Candace would be flattered. So,
you think women are flattered by that? I don't know. Maybe.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know. Why anybody would want to smell Candace's panties. That's all I'm saying. That just makes the thought.
I should just let it be silent here for a minute and just let it get awkward.
Yeah, that's just,
no.
Okay. But anyways, I mean, this is out of love that I'm concerned because here it is, man. Here's the bottom line. Well, is that God Himself has promised us that He would preserve His word, so I'm not wandering around trying to figure this shit out. That I have something of pure truth in order to measure things by. This is why He says, test spiritual things with spiritual things. And why the Bible is that golden ruler to measure things by. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I understand your perspective. I used to have it. I don't hold it anymore.
Okay. Well, hopefully you can come on back.
Or maybe you can break on out.
Well, anybody's going to have a real tough time convincing me that this Bible's just written by human beings.
Now, I am so glad you brought that up. I was just mentioning this to Halsey earlier today. Because we were talking about this. You said that. Like, who do you think, if not men, actually made, put, I guess it would be what, chisel to clay tablet? Like, who do you think was doing this?
Well, this is how inspiration works. And you being a musician.
Wait. You're not going to smuggle in the ethereal through music or whatever. Let me just say, you are a businessman. Okay. I know we've talked about selling things to people. Okay. So let's just think about this as a purchaser. How do we test any of the claims? You're saying that God inspired it. So how do we test the inspiration of the Holy Spirit throughout all of the ages of writing with the Hebrews and the Christians? How do we do that?
Prophecy is the main proof that God claimed that he would provide so that we know it is him. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
this is why I can, when talking to a Muslim, I can, out of love, just tell them, hey man, here's the proof why I believe that, this is the word of God and this Quran is not. Because can you show me one single prophecy in your Quran that has come to pass, that we can prove actually was fulfilled, and you know what I
Oh,
mean?
well,
And
they have to they have to bend history. They
yeah,
have to bend events to make it look like they have to add things to their prophecies, but they can make it look like it really happened because you can do that with prophecy. That's why it must
I,
be meticulously inspected.
yeah,
And
this
it should
is
be held. And if it's truly of God, then no man should fear that inspection, because it will come up pure and perfect every time. If a man feels obligated to defend it, to make excuses for it, then I start to suspect
I
that they really
assure
don't
you.
have the strongest faith in it. I'm not saying you.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I
not
don't
saying you.
believe that the Bible needs me to defend it in any
Well,
way. Yeah.
yes, actually, I take that back. You do. You do. The King James Bible specifically needs your defense.
No, I'm saying that, I look at the evidence, the claims from the Word of God,
Mhm.
and that's where I'm saying when I take Psalms 12:6 and 7,
What
here
kind
we
of limitations did you put on your chat GPT again about the King James? What did you do?
the only thing I ever say is I will only use the KJV for doctrine. It is the authority for doctrine.
Fantastic. Now, tell me how you're being intellectually honest with that. Now, you're not, you're saying I'm not defending a specific Bible. Then you've set out to make sure that you have to operate within the confines of that specific Bible.
Well, do you want me to answer you as to why I believe that this particular version of Bible, this translation, is
Purified seven
yeah,
times.
is the
I've
one
heard.
that God signed off on so that we have something in this, uncertain
Do,
world that
do you have the
is
1611? Do you have the 1611?
no, I do not.
Okay, you need to look at the foreword of that, because the
I
very
have
men that put it together, what did they say they were going to have to do? They were going to have to update it. It would have to
no,
be updated. It says it.
no, it does
They
not say that.
yes it does.
No,
They
it does not.
understood what, look, people, listen. You certainly understand that language evolves, and it evolves quickly, especially complex languages like English. Because if you listen to
You
old
see,
English versus Middle English versus modern English, it's like night and day. You can still
totally.
see traces, but things have to be updated throughout that time period, or the meaning will be lost. The words won't mean to the newest generations what they meant to the old generations. So they
See, and
have
I
to update it.
disagree. Yeah, see, this is where we disagree because how can you preserve something if the language just keeps on changing? And this is the problem when I'm looking at like the agenda behind all of these modern Bible versions is it just gets worse and worse. You know what I mean? Each version, like in 100 years, if it took another 100, 200 years for the Lord to return, what in the world will they be reading then? Can you even call it a Bible? Have you seen the Message Bible? It's ridiculous.
Uh, okay, so let's go with that. They're not going to read it at all because it will be too difficult to do the research to find out what each of those words meant or where those phrases and references came from.
Every single word
So if
in the
they're not updated and upgraded, people will lose interest. No one reads Chaucer's Canterbury Tales anymore. Not even, I don't even think, is that still in school where they have to make you remember the prologue? Nobody does Middle English. Why? Why don't they know Beowulf in Middle English? Why?
because it sounds like fucking totally different language.
That's why they're not reading it. That's why it's going to be wasted unless it's updated. Now, when the movie version of Beowulf came out, all of a sudden it was popular again. People did do a little research back. Say, oh, yeah, that is an old story from back in the day. Mr. fucking Apples just came here. Oh my
He
God.
did.
But think about it. Language is upgrading. If you want your word of God to be truly
Do you
purified
think
and to
it's
matter,
upgrading though? Do you really think our language is
it's
upgrading?
it's either have some of the meaning sort of eroded or lose it completely. I'm telling you, society is going to abandon it unless it's upgraded, keep up with their
There,
language.
I
Is the
disagree.
message important? Do you want to save people, or
Well,
do you want to just save
society
the book?
hasn't abandoned it for 2,000 years, William. They're not going to do it today, okay?
Oh, really? You don't think it's changed
Yes,
since the
really.
Vulgate? You
Nobody
don't think
has
it's changed since the
abandoned
Vulgate?
Christ except you, okay?
Yes,
Thank
I'm the
God.
only person in history to
Yeah,
deconstruct.
you are. And how do
I'm
you
the
feel about that?
Antichrist. Oh, I'm
How do
fine
you
with it.
feel? You're okay?
Y- yes, I'm fine.
No, mentally, physically, emotionally, everything's good with you?
Yes, Dr. Numi, I'm fine, thanks.
Then I guess you don't need Christ then, right, Brendan?
No, yeah, I don't. He
You know what I
might.
mean? He's his own God, right? He cures his own ailments.
Well, I wouldn't worship something that's not at least as capable as I am.
You know what I mean? He is his own God. So I know guys like him, right? They worship themselves and
Come on.
God specifically. Yeah, they do, dude. Don't
I
put
know.
words
Why
in
do
his
you
mouth.
always have to steamroll the conversation, though?
Numi, you
I
worship the
was
Burger King.
Why
steamrolling, man.
can't you just participate in the
I'm
conversation?
bringing light to your darkness, Brandon.
My darkness.
Yeah, your confusion,
I know my confusion. Are you out of your
your
fucking mind?
endless questions and pursuit for truth.
No, I know what I am 100% certain that this King James Bible is the pure, preserved Word of God.
So tell
I've
him.
heard all of the arguments, you know what I mean, and I can, I wouldn't say all of them, but I mean I've heard a majority of all the arguments against the King James from non-believers, atheists, Christians, so called, and you know what I mean. I think I've heard a pretty close to all of the arguments. So,
That's a lot of arguments.
well, I
That's
mean, I've been
Root
listening for 16 years now. What's up, Sammy?
16. I bet that feels like a long time for you.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, and I mean, again, and I did not grow up in any
Fuck you,
kind of
Sammy.
household, and I've definitely had some crazy spiritual experiences.
Now
But
that I'm interested in.
well, as far as did I tell you about the one night
You got them on both sides. You got a little good. You got a little bad. You got any of those spooky moments?
Oh yeah, spooky shit, dude.
All
Real
right.
spooky
Okay.
shit.
That's I like to hear that stuff.
Okay, well, yeah, this was pretty spooky shit. So anyhow, we're at this party, and back in the day, all of my boys wanted me to go be a comedian and shit. You know what I mean? They literally came and like kidnapped me from work to make me go do, like the America's Got Talent fucking auditions and shit.
Wait, what?
Yep. So
Okay. All right. Wait. Say that one more time. I'm going to make sure I understand what you just said. To say it again.
yeah, all of my boys and stuff in high school all wanted me to be a comedian because and anyhow, and at the time I was kind of, I would say
You were cutting school. You were cutting school to go be a comedian or to try out for auditions for.
No, actually, they did. I was done with school. Yeah, actually,
I thought you said they were kidnapping you from school. My bad.
From work. They came and
from
kidnapped
work.
me from work.
My
yeah.
bad. That's why I was
Yeah,
confused. I was blown away by that. All right, go ahead.
So, anyways, and so I mean, at that time, especially being around my boys, and we were at this raging party that was just jam packed. And anyhow, these kids come in with these things called Jimson seeds. And they're like, "Hey, anybody ever done any Jimson seeds, man?" I'm like, "Yeah, what are they? What are they all about?" And
They're
he's
poisonous, right?
well, and he's all, "They're super hallucinogenic, man. If you've ever dropped acid, this is like super duper acid trip." And I was like, "I'm in." So, anyways, and there were like about 20.
Jimson weed, right? Jimson weed.
Yep, Jimson. It's
And
Jimson seeds, JIMSON.
Right. That stuff will like that's not just a hallucinatory trip. Like that'll like fuck up your liver and like make you fling yourself into
18 kids
traffic?
died that night at that party,
Yeah,
and
I'm not surprised.
Ooh.
I took more than anybody else because I was trying to be like the fucking Sam Kinison and shit, the wild party guy, and I took more than anybody else of those fucking things, and I'm the only one that lived that night. And anyhow, before I, it was a fucking trip, dude. When I started hallucinating, dude, it was literally like I walked right into the fucking spirit world.
You survived, but it fucked up your body somehow.
Can we just stop for a second? When did your 16 friends pass away?
Yeah, this shit was all in the news and everything, dude. And
No. I'm just saying, did you wake up to that?
I didn't know any of the kids that died. It was just a fucking massive raging party that just.
Okay.
It was a huge house that was fucking jam packed with people, and then these kids came in, and I mean I still remember the fucking little fucker that got me to take those. I'm telling you, that little fucker was a devil. You know what I mean? I just, looking back on it, but anyhow, so yeah, as soon as this shit starts kicking in, we just dropped off my boy Augie, and my girlfriend's driving at the time. We dropped off Augie, and all of a sudden I look back in the back seat, and he's still in the back seat, smiling at me like with the most devilish smile. And I'm like, fucking whoa! And this shit's starting to make me feel like I'm super drunk at this time as this shit starts kicking in, because it's highly toxic. And so, anyways, and I look back, and Augie's still in the back seat, and I'm telling my girl, we got to go drop off Augie. And she's like, what? We just did. You know what I mean? So, and then I'm drinking water by the fucking gallon with this shit. And I cannot piss. I'm standing there trying to piss, and I just cannot piss.
Yep. I read trip stories where people reported having like the most impossibly like unresolvable dry mouth they could ever imagine, and it was like a desperate need to drink, and they could not pee.
Why would anyone do this though?
Well, hey,
Well,
you didn't
because
know it at the time.
some
I
dumbass,
thought it was going to be like shrooms.
some
Oh.
dumbass said, "Oh, it'll make you trip out," and he's like,
Oh
"Okay."
shit.
Yeah,
Well,
so
if
I
you can
thought
just
a
find them,
choice.
you can just find it wild, the seeds and stuff out there, right?
I'm telling you right now, don't ever fuck with
No.
this.
No, I'm not suggesting you should. I'm just saying that somebody could easily go pick them up and take advantage of a bunch of kids at a party, but they didn't. They just sell you some or
We
give
did,
you
yeah.
some.
We bought them and everything. These little
Yeah.
fuckers came in there and fucking sold them to us. And
They
shit.
The
swindled you guys
trippiest
and
thing I
poisoned
ever
you.
did, bro. The trippiest thing I ever did was salvia. You know salvia?
Yeah,
Salvia
pretty bad.
deveredum.
It's pretty bad.
yeah, that shit's weird.
Divinorum.
But
That's
that shit's
fucking
temporary,
weird.
dude. This shit was fucked up.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
anyways, it was like 3 days where my eyes were just totally blurred, and like I was
What the fuck?
worried, like, dude, I hope
I wouldn't be
fucking
surprised if you had brain damage.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, brain
Something
damage.
happened.
what?
Or like organ damage. Seriously.
Yeah.
You
Just
were
how you
probably
survived.
Poisoned yourself. And
Oh,
your
yeah,
body, was just rejecting it the whole time, and that's what caused you to trip
Well,
out.
don't your eyes kind of turn yellow when you jaundice and your liver has issues?
You can get to that point, yeah, sure.
I'm
That's
just
what I'm
telling
saying.
you,
He survived.
all of
but-
these kids, I still remember when this motherfucker was doling them out, and all the other kids took like they look like little oily heart-shaped seeds.
Mm-hmm.
And he, and they took like one. I took like a dime spot of these pile of fucking seeds. That's why I'm saying there is no fucking way I should have lived. There's no way. There were like 18 kids that died, and like 3 of them went to the fucking nut house.
You understand that some people are far more susceptible to certain alkaloids and stuff than others? Like some people are far. It's just like allergies and stuff too. I mean, you might have a high tolerance.
I have a high tolerance to alcohol for sure.
I'm sure you talk like a man who's been through a party or two. So I'm sure you've tested the limits of your alcohol consumption.
Everyone took these
Did I
seeds and
tell you about
died.
when I met Jamie Foxx on our company Christmas party at the Palms Casino in fucking Vegas, and I was coked out of my brain, brother. I snorted a good 8-ball
Yeah.
easy before.
Yeah. So
Before,
you've put your body through the test. You've
oh yeah.
Now just
it's
picture this. Everyone takes these seeds and they die. Brandon eats a bunch of them and says, so anyhow.
so
Right?
anyhow, no,
He survived.
yum.
Nick, Mama, I'm telling you the truth, and it was all on the news and everything. There was like a news APB out on these Jimson seats because
You're
yeah,
a
So you
top
were
ass, man.
you were slinging a little dope back in the day, ain't it?
I was dude back in Salt Lake back in the day. If you wanted the bomb weed, I was the dude. My uncle
All
was
right, I'm
in
getting the picture.
yeah.
I'm
My
starting to
uncle
get the picture.
yeah.
Now wait,
My
I want to
uncle.
know what you did after high school. There's a connection here. Like
Oh, I
some
meet.
tell
Yeah, no,
tell me
no. I
about.
actually I slung weed on the side because I had a super fine ass girlfriend, and
Uh-huh.
then I also had a cabinet company that me and my cousin started, and we, I went
You and your cousin, being about what age, started a company together?
17 is when we
But
started the
both of you
cabinet.
were 17?
Huh?
Both of you were 17?
Yep.
No guidance from anybody. You guys just said, "Fuck it,
No,
let's start up a
we were,
cabinet company."
dude. We all grew up with my uncle Eddie and our, my cousin's dad and all of that. Fucking, we grew up in construction. We totally already knew what was up. Like my cousin took like second in state at the whatever fucking contest it's called for all of the kids. It's like Odyssey of the Mind contest.
Yeah, those are fun.
Yeah, those were cool. But anyways, and yeah, he took like second in state, and only because they wouldn't let him use his jigs. So he was a he was killer at making badass jigs for cutting stuff. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, so yeah, that's where I mean the marijuana was all side money, but dude, I was moving weight. You know what I mean? I
I
was
would have been
moving.
your
Right,
number
right.
one client, right? Back in
Yeah.
the day.
Dude, the shit my uncle Walt grew was the bombest weed you ever seen.
Oh
Dude.
shit, it was a family business.
Did you
So fucking
deliver? Did you guys deliver?
no,
You know,
everybody had to come to my place.
oh, I hate those. I hate those guys. My guy delivers. That's why I use him. I wouldn't want, I wouldn't want to be carrying any weight. You know
Oh,
what I'm
you
saying?
guys
Rolling
fuck
dirty. So
around too? You fuck
Yeah, no,
around too?
but
I'm not talking to you, Numi.
because of our cabinet business, though, that's why as soon as I was done with work, then I would already have a bunch of orders coming back. You know what I'm saying?
Were you
So,
Yeah.
smoking? Were you smoking it too? You were
oh
definitely
fuck
smoking
yeah,
it, right?
dude! This shit was so
When did you
delicious.
stop?
Huh?
When did you stop?
He never stopped,
Oh
dude.
yeah, I still smoke a little weed. You know what I
Good
mean?
man. Good
We're
man.
we're
He
sitting
never stopped.
we're
Good,
sitting
because I got a
anywhere.
question for you. I know I'm moving all over the place just because I'm high, though. But since you're a fellow partaker,
You're high.
don't you think it's interesting that humans have cannabinoid receptors? We
Yeah, it
have
is.
cannabinoid receptors, which means, look, if there's a God, he designed it. And if it's evolution, we've apparently been using this shit since the time we was goldfish, right? So, like, I don't know how we develop these cannabinoid receptors, or they're designed in and it be a bad thing.
It's because God said every herb bearing tree
Plant and
is
seed for you to use. Yep.
yeah. So
Well, I think
God created us like that.
one thing I will say is marijuana has never made me feel drunk. In fact, like after we partied too hard, I'd be like, dude, I need to smoke a joint to sober up.
I think it takes the edge off for me. In the beginning, it was kind of, I like the extra challenge. It made everything at first, doing stuff was all like, it was brand new again. But now that I've gotten older, it just really takes a lot of that intensity and that edge off that used to be there. I was a lot more
Dude,
fiery in my youth.
you want to hear like the first time that I smoked weed? Well, actually, it was the second time that I smoked weed, dude. When
You got pasties?
I was about
Okay.
8 years old, maybe 9.
What?
Oh yeah.
What? Okay. All right. I'm
I
listening.
had no adult supervision as a kid. You don't even know.
Generation X.
So anyhow,
Yeah. So, anyways,
Yep.
but um, so we go to there in Salt Lake. There's this mall called Valley Fair Mall, and back in the day, that's where you'd go meet all the chicks. Is at the
Fucking
mall.
mall rats.
You know what I mean?
Fucking mall
We
rats.
were total mall rats. You don't even know. So, anyhow, yeah, we uh, go down to the we're getting ready to go to the mall, and my boy's like, hey man, I got some weed that I clipped off my parents. You guys want to smoke it? Sure. Boom. So we smoke it. We go into this, we're all high as fuck, and getting all thirsty now after walking through the hot sun in the middle of summer and shit, and come walking into JC Penney's and go into where their bathrooms are, right? It's like this just open doorway area, right? And then you go in, and if you turn to the right, it's this long hallway with a drinking fountain right there at the end with an elevator door to the left. And it's a long, skinny hallway.
Wait, did
And
you have
then,
to pass through the perfume alley where they
oh yeah,
fucking
yeah,
attack?
absolutely. Past where they were selling all of the bed mattresses and everything is where they had the bathrooms at. So anyhow, like I said, you turn to the right, it's a long ass hallway with a drinking fountain and an elevator, and then to the left is a short distance to the bathrooms. So we all, go to the bath. We're looking at that drinking fountain like, man, I'm thirsty, but everybody's got to piss. So we all, use the bathroom. As we come walking out the door, I say super loudly, man, I'm so fucking thirsty. And I come stepping out the door, and all my boys are looking at me like dumbass. And when I look down at the end of the hall, and there's a cop standing there. And he's standing right next to the drinking fountain. So
Your
now
bubble puckered up, didn't it?
so now we're all fucking, we better fucking, go and get a drink of water, or he's gonna know something's up. So we all start fucking walking down the hall, all like, and all of a sudden, as we're walking down the hall, I'm just thinking of the song "Who Made Who" by AC/DC in my head, right? And so we get down to the fucking thing, and everybody's, I'm standing in line. We're all kind of worried because the cops kind of looking at us and waiting for the elevator, and then so I get my drink of water, and I turn up and look at him, and he turns back. He turns, and he's a big, tall dude too, and he it was like a David Lee Roth video almost. He bends over, and he's all, "Do you play guitar?" And I'm thinking, like, what the fuck kind of question is that? Like, I mean, out of nowhere, how could this guy possibly know that I play guitar? I'm fucking flipping out, right? In my stoned little brain, and I'm like, yeah. And then the elevator's fucking ding, and it opens up, and he gets on, and as we're walking away, I'm like, wow, how did this guy fucking know that? And all my boys turn around, they're like, what the fuck were you doing? And I'm like, what do you mean? They're all, you started walking down the hallway like fucking Angus Young going, dee, 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 dee. I'm like, I did? Yeah, they're like, yeah, you fucking did. What the fuck were you doing, moron? So yeah, I'm fucking, that was like the second time I ever got high, and I was like, woo, that one got me. So
Wow.
yeah,
I don't think I've ever been that high off weed.
it totally was like the way he bent over. It was like a David Lee Roth video. You know what I'm saying? You getting right in your face. Do you play guitar? I'm like, fucking, what the fuck?
I hate to admit this, but one of the things that began to turn me off about the Baptists is whenever I started going to the church, they sent a couple guys over to the house, just kind of welcome you to the church. But I think now they come in to be nosy, find out what you're all about. And they noticed that I had a plant on my porch. It was growing. I didn't think anything of it, but
Sure.
they immediately were just, we'd like to talk to you about that. I want you to understand that, like, doing that kind of thing will open you up to the devil. And dude began to tell me a story about how he was getting high when he was younger. And he said something offhand about God, and he looked out the window, and he saw like this large demon devil creature with horns standing in his bushes, and
Oh,
then with red eyes, and then he went back in there, and he's like, so it's clear that it like weakened the boundaries of God's protection that was keeping them away. And I was like, is it possible you're just really fucking stoned? I mean,
I'll bet
you
that's
did.
what it was. You just reminded me of another hilarious story. So when I first moved to Tahoe with my stepdad, we lived at the very top of Kingsbury Grade, which is right around the corner from the ski runs. And this house that we lived in was on stilts on a built on a hill, right on stilts. So, anyways, there were like 180 steps to our doorway to get up there, and then you have this balcony that wraps all the way around the whole corner like an L-shaped balcony, and there's these big bay windows and stuff on the like lower part of the L. You know what I'm saying? On that wall, there's these huge bay windows that are about 3 inches off the floor, so you can look at the beautiful mountain view and stuff. So, anyways, I get home from school, and I'm just before it starts getting dark, I flip on The Exorcist of all movies. So, and I watch The Exorcist, and I'm home alone, and the wind starts blowing, and the stilt house is creaking and making all kinds of creepy ass noises and shit. And then all of a sudden, I look behind the TV at the big bay windows, and I see these two red eyes glowing red, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? Like in my head, I'm like, my pulse is quickening, like, what is that? And then all of a sudden they move, and I'm like, oh no, now my pulse is starting to quicken more. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Oh man, and I look behind me real slow, hoping to see something with red lights glowing. You know what I'm saying? That I'm seeing a reflection. And no, and now the little eyes move again, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? So I jump up and flip on the light, and it's a raccoon. I'm like, you little motherfucker. You know what I mean? That I was ready to scream like a little
Yeah, I
bitch.
bet. I bet. But at least it wasn't a horned demon.
Sure, but I mean, I was just like, that shit ain't funny, man. You know what I mean? Like somebody's the God's pulling a gag on me on that one, dude, because it was just too perfectly timed. Right after I get done watching the freaking Exorcist, the wind's blowing, the house is making these creepy ass noises, and then
Do
all of
you
a
believe in
sudden,
ghosts?
huh?
Do you believe in ghosts?
Well, I mean, I do believe in disembodied spirits. That's the devils that Jesus was casting out. And I've seen some fucked up shit. Well, my mother was a hardcore alcoholic, and I've seen devils jump into her, dude. Straight up.
All
Some,
right, explain what you mean by that. You saw
well,
devils jump into it.
yeah, dude, I've just seen, some fucked up shit. I don't want to go too deep into it, but yeah, just to where it's like, it was some obvious straight up, that ain't my mom right there. That's somebody else talking, dude.
But it was your mom.
It was my mom's body, but it wasn't her. You know what I'm saying?
Children never ever see all of their parents. They get glimpses of them, but parents put on a different sort of distance, from their kids with all of their vices and shit like that, as long as they can, as much as they can. Now, your mom being an alcoholic, obviously, that's not one that she's going to be able to hide,
Yeah,
but
no,
she
my
could
mom.
temper it.
Yeah, my mom would wake up at the crack of dawn and slam a half a bottle of vodka, bro, and just be in a coma for the whole day.
So that's not a demon. She's just an alcoholic. I watch
Well,
Wildheart go through that too.
no,
I drank. I used to be a psycho, especially if somebody touched me the wrong way or pushed me or like it was.
yeah, maybe sometime we'll talk about it in private. But dude, I'm telling you, this was some demonic shit. I'm not gonna
Okay.
blast it on here, but anyways, yeah, dude, straight up, I'm telling you. That wasn't my mom. It was some
You were
fucking
8. You were 8 years old when that weed story happened.
8 or 9. Yeah.
So 8 or 9, you were like doing that weed story, and then you were like, had the chicks and stuff like that, making drinks, making full turkey dinners at 8 years old. I just wonder, Brandon, do you think like maybe like when you were making the full turkey dinners and you were fingering the chick, maybe that was like Barbie and you had like the plastic
Dude, if I can ever get
turkey?
my little sister to come on here,
I'm just
she'll
saying,
tell you.
like,
You know what I mean?
Whoa,
She'll tell you. Yeah.
whoa.
No, no,
are
no,
you
no,
sure
no.
it wasn't
As
Not
we
maybe a
anything.
transition,
Not
plastic
anything
turkey?
between me and my sister. Come on,
I mean,
that's not what I'm talking about.
I don't want it
She,
to fall into
no, no,
that
no.
hole.
My little
Ooh, that
sister
was
was
another
like
bad choice of
scarred
words.
for life one time when she walked into the bedroom and I had one of the babysitters on the bed. So, anyways, yeah, she
I
was.
was just
Oh,
wondering,
you're a
you just seem
nasty
like you
little
got a
kid.
good
Huh?
imagination. So you
I
got a
said
good
you
imagination.
got a good imagination. You were a nasty little kid.
Well, I
Nasty.
mean, that's when fucking HBO just came out and shit. Man. I
You were
got
watching the
those.
blurry channels.
I was watching fucking whatever I wanted to watch, dude. So yes, I
Uh,
mean that's the way we were. Our generation was hypersexualized,
You were
totally.
like, Mom, I made a turkey dinner. And she's like, Yes, you did. Now go play
No,
with your
my mom was
Barbies.
fucking in a drunken coma, dude. That's why I had to make turkey dinner, dude.
would you say that made you stronger or that made you weaker when you were
I
young?
would,
What the
yeah,
fuck
I
are you
feel,
doing?
yeah, I feel that. I mean, it was definitely growing up. I looked at younger kids like, dude, grow up. You know,
Yeah.
so, you know what I
Yeah.
mean. That's why all of my friends, when I was like 8 and 9, were all 15 and 16.
that's not normal though for like a 15 or 16-year-old to want to hang around an 8-year-old. It's
Well, I
weird.
mean, but I was a bad motherfucker. I'm just telling you.
You were in an unfortunate
Yes, you were,
situation.
Brandon.
You were I don't know, like that sounds like a really neglectful, fucked up situation where you were exposed to shit that you should not have been exposed to, and
Oh, sure.
it ended your childhood,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know?
My little sister will totally be like, my brother raised me, straight up. So, I mean, I was, grown up at a very young age. It was, I still even remember my stepdad. You're the man of the house now. What the fuck? I'm like 7, dude. What the fuck?
That was
So
seven. Seven.
so most people they look at a rough upbringing story as though it carries like some sort of inherent like value, right? I came from nothing. My parents had nothing. I raised myself, and I'm not saying there's not value. I want to isolate what the value is.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's why my family is totally like, we want the old Brandon back. And I'm like, sorry, he ain't coming back, man. That nigga dead. So,
What's
anyway,
with this ghetto slang Christianity? It's kind of bizarre.
I'm just playing. Relax, dude.
Look, if Brandon used to sling a little bit here
I
and there,
think
then
it's
he used
demonic.
all the epithets or
Well, that's why I
epithets.
had,
What did I just say?
my whole posse was, Tongans and Samoans, dude. That's why nobody fucked with me.
You just rode them around, did you?
Well, they were my boys though, and especially because I had the dope bomb weed. You know what I mean?
Oh.
You,
Well, I
you,
hope that they were your friend for more than just, getting the discounted weed.
no, I mean, really, that's yeah, yeah. When you got money and shit like that, you seem to always have a lot of friends. You know?
Well, you're getting a lot of complaints in your side chat from the very persnickety people about us not talking about Bible. Although I am enjoying this, and I was going to transition into asking you about guitars, but I think that it's up to you what you want to do with your show, bro. There, you got some fans out there, at least 3.
Yeah, I'm not here to
There's one of
please
them now.
fans. That's why
He's
I'm the weird.
angry about the Bible not being read correctly right now.
I mean, there's people that want to hear it.
Sorry,
They
man.
don't fucking.
I'm
Why
sorry
don't
that
they?
you find out that Brother Brandon's just a real type of dude. You know what I
Well,
mean?
if you
Just a
read the
real
side
guy.
chat, if you read the side chat at all, what's happening is an unfortunate thing that Christians do where because you're hosting non-believers, you're hosting degenerates and you're talking about things that are not as godly as those who are out there walking on water while they watch.
Well,
And so guilt by
that's because they
association,
don't understand anything about a relationship, and that's their problem.
I
Because
agree.
that's what the whole deal is about when it comes to you and God. He
Well,
wants a
that
relationship, and if you don't even know how to tend to a relationship properly, because you're a fucking narcissistic retard, that's why
oof.
you're not you're not going to develop that relationship, and you're not going to
Ask you
grow.
a quick question.
You're going to get stuck in an echo chamber.
So
Yes.
is I was just wondering, since having a personal relationship with God is like personal, and you're like making examples about like how you have a relationship with somebody, but this is God, and I'm just wondering, why would you guys be talking about your personal relationships on the internet every day with
because
your God? You guys are all arguing about it.
because we're kind of hoping maybe you guys will develop that relationship as well, and then once you move into the experiencing the personal miracle of new birth, to where, because I mean, I'm just telling you, dude, I had no idea that looking at a woman and lusting for her is committing adultery in the heart. You're talking to a guy that as soon as I turned 21, my boy Justice, Tyler Justice, was the manager of the hottest titty bars in Salt Lake. So I immediately got a job as a DJ because
Yeah,
that's you know what I mean. Money and pussy
you
was
know what I
pretty
mean.
much what I worshipped. And then,
That's great. You were really cool back in the Dizzy.
well, we had a
That's
lot of
no, well, no. You will not put H to the Izzo anywhere near this conversation. You will not be
He was
substituting.
back in the
No,
Dizzy.
no.
He was a real ass
You son of a
motherfucker.
bitch. For shizzle, my nizzle. Oh, see
Shit.
what you did?
Brandon was off the motherfucking hook back in the motherfucking day, homie.
But he was a degenerate fuck back then. Everyone thinks
Yeah,
so.
but that was like how you was cool though. You had to be a degenerate fuck to be a cool
no,
guy.
we were
And
we were
now he's been born again. So he just only talks kind of street. He doesn't actually do the street shit. Like, he would go into the
I'm
street and
still
say, you
hood.
know what, homie, don't go to the strip club. I'm trying to get a debate with Andrew Wilson. I've got positive evidence. Okay. I've got positive evidence, Andrew.
I don't even know what the point of your tangent was right there, but anyway,
I'm searching for reference points, Andrew.
Andrew Wilson. I
You
want to.
didn't watch the Andrew Wilson debate with Candace Owens? And they kept making fun of him because he was saying positive evidence. And then I was thinking about how you were thinking you wanted to debate this guy. And I'm like, it's just funny.
Well, Brandon at some
I
point
like
could debate
because
him.
I like Andrew Wilson though. Like
Dude,
I like the guy.
You won't like him after you debate him.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
won't
not
like
after I
him.
debate him, but I'm just saying, as far as like there's something about the guy that I like. He's in that.
Elsie, did you see
He's
this at all?
brash.
Can you just not interrupt all of the time, Spider? Does everything have to turn into the fucking Spider and Numi
Is it
show?
is it his brashness, Brandon?
No, it's just you over talking, just
No, no,
interrupting.
no, not him, not him. Andrew Wilson. Part of having that boldness about saying the things that you guys believe and making really solid arguments and not putting up with any of the bullshit. I think that that's what his appeal was to me.
Well, I think he would be a real dynamo if he was like what I would consider to be in the truth. I think he would
Right,
be.
but
Yeah,
okay, you're doing the thing again where are we not people that have different beliefs? I mean, we are, right? But
sure,
we're
No.
friends.
Sure.
So why do you put that extra thing like, well, I would like him more if he just believed all the things that I believe? No.
It isn't.
No.
I'm saying though that if he was born again and realized that the Eastern Orthodox is just a bunch of religious garbage,
Is
then
that
we.
your job to solve for him, man?
Well,
He'll
that's what I
figure it
want
out.
to say to him.
He'll figure. He ain't gonna learn it from you.
Well, I think I'm going to get a debate with Jim Bob.
Oh yeah, Jim Bob. I don't think can learn from anyone but his daddy, and that's Jay Diapers. So yeah, those two are they work together as a singular brain.
Well, he wants me to debate this Alex something. Alex
You
or
need to roll slow, bro. I mean, I can't tell you how to do your thing, but you need to roll slow and learn the ways of the game before you jump in like that.
whatever, dude.
Yeah,
Learn
you need to
ways
seek Andrew Wilson debate
to,
course.
to argue doctrinal issues from the Bible, dude. I'm well equipped for that.
Oh, well, you know what? I just was informed by JG that I'm not your friend and that you're naive and that we're mocking you.
I know everybody seems to think I'm just this fucking, total naive, unstreet smart kind of guy. But anyways,
Look, man, I'll
Nobody
be
said that you
honest
weren't
with you.
street smart, bud.
The only thing that I mock is your allegiance to this singular version of the Bible when it comes to you. Outside of that, it's the only thing that I think that you're just unwilling or unreasonable about. The rest of the things that we've talked about, you've been pretty reasonable. I even, thumped your nutsack a couple times about the contract hidden in the Bible, and you didn't freak out on me.
well, and I
You know,
mean, dude, I'm just telling you, I feel like the Lord put me on the case right away. So, because my whole experience, my born again experience, is I had, I basically realized all of the law of attraction, Course in Miracles, holotropic universe, holotropic or holographic mind, and all of that fucking shit was all just bullshit. I realized, dude, everything I believe is bullshit. And I, called out to God. I said, I want to know the truth. I want to know you. I've always believed in Jesus, but I never knew him. So I just, cried out. I want to know the truth. I am just fed up. You know what I mean? And then, over the next couple of weeks, one of my oil investors was a Christian, and he told me the gospel and said something also, that really kicked me in the heart. And I sat there bawling like a baby, dude. And I am not somebody that cries in front of people. You know what I'm saying? And anyhow, so now
cried in his life.
what was that?
First time you ever cried in your life.
No, I'm not. I don't. I'm in front of people. You know what I mean? That's very rare that I'm ever going to sit there and cry in front of people. That's just not my shit. Anyways, I feel uncomfortable when men cry in front of me. You know what I mean? I don't like it.
Do you feel like crying right now?
I don't know. Maybe.
Tell the story.
So, anyways, and yeah, that's when I basically decided I'm going to start going to church because I actually had a huge desire. I want to get baptized. Like nothing was going to stop me from getting baptized. So now I needed to start going to church and go sit down with the church dude for the interview to get baptized. And so, anyways, I figured if I'm going to go to church, I probably ought to get a Bible. So I, went to Walmart and stood in front of all of the different versions of Bible and just out of common sense, I was like, well, I probably just want to go with the original, the good old, the King James instead of the new King James or the new this or that. I probably should just go with the old, the actual Bible. Just
Why wouldn't you just gone with the First
it
Testament?
just seemed like common sense to me. So then, then I have, another little experience where God makes it clear to me. I don't hear an audible voice, but he basically points out, look, kid, anytime you need me, I'm going to be right here. I'm in this book. I'm not out there in the world. I'm always right here. That's where you find me. So, anyways, and then, so I start going to this church, and I'm getting ready for to get baptized and all of that. And I hate it was Lakewood Church in Rockwall, Texas, and I absolutely despised the little gay ass rock concerts every morning. You know what I mean? Hated that. And then we listened to the head pastor guy give his little, it's not even a sermon, it's more of a fucking pep talk. And then we all go up into our little classrooms, and my boy Troy, who was the guy who baptized me, and the Christian who told me the gospel and all of that. And then, so he tells us, turn to Luke chapter 1, and he starts reading and stuff. And I'm just like, am I on the wrong fucking page? Because what you're reading is not what I'm reading. I'm just sitting there totally baffled. And then I have a different version that's special for pastors. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? But I'm still sitting there going, that was fucking weird. And then, of course, then I, bumped onto Mike Hoggard's videos and started learning about the differences between the Bibles.
Hoggard?
Yeah, Mike Hoggard. I love Pastor Mike, even though he did a fucking video on me it was puzzling because he kind of lied, embellished the shit out of the story and everything.
No.
Yeah, he did a whole video that he titled Sovereign Citizen.
Doesn't it suck when you look up to somebody and you want to talk to them, and then they take something you say and they twist it into this whole narrative about you that doesn't meet reality?
Yeah,
absolutely. Let me guess. You mentioned the common law, and he freaked out. He's like, "Oh,
oh, you're a sovereign citizen." I'm like, no. Don't lump me into that. That's not what I'm talking about. And he wouldn't even let me get it out. He just kept talking. And then
I just tell them, look, they're not wrong about everything. They're wrong about a lot of things, but they're not wrong about everything. The common law it's a part of our history and legal system. So if you don't know
I was trying to point out the Bible says the law be good if the man use it lawfully. So please don't lump me into this sovereign citizen bullshit. That's not what I'm talking about. You need to get yourself educated and know what the fuck you're doing in a court of law instead of being some fucking retard. I'm a sovereign citizen. Well, are you sovereign or are you a citizen? Do you not
I love it. The contradiction in the very name of it. It's such an oxymoron.
Like, how fucking stupid are you dumbass?
Yeah.
That's what I'm not in that crowd whatsoever. I'm saying you need to learn to be a fucking your own lawyer, or these lawyers will just devour your ass.
We could talk about this sometime off air too, and trade some stories.
Oh yeah, about all of the backdoor deals with anybody in the fucking bar association.
Well, I mean, maybe we could talk about that, but there's arguments.
Fucking air.
Because if you think that this is boring, the Bible stuff, Spider, we get into talking about constitutional law. And I think you're going to want to
way better than this fucking horse shit about the Bible.
Well, maybe it won't be off here, but it won't be on a Bible channel.
This isn't a fucking Bible channel. This is a damn U.N.I. cooperative fucking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Apples, Mr. Carl fucking Apples. I am so sorry.
Jesus.
No, Carl Apples.
Big Bad Mama. What up, Big Bad Mama?
What an honor.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you guys. What an honor.
What an honor.
Look, you better show some respect. BBM's been around, setting people straight for a long time.
Well, what Brandon, was that? I did have a question for you real quick. You've watched this video now about the Epic of Gilgamesh from the perspective of somebody who's obviously a Bible believer. Do you think you've exhausted the topic now that, you watched the video that William showed you the other day, which I thought was a pretty good video.
Actually, he didn't let that finish
the video.
Yeah, he cut that. We had to stop.
Oh, okay.
He just can't fucking do it.
Whatever.
And then he was saying,
it wasn't me that just stopped it. Everybody else started fucking piling in.
Dude, You seriously took it down to bring up refutation videos from Wes Huff
Yeah.
while it was playing.
And plus, he told me, he was like, Spider, the fucking shit that William's trying to play is fucking horse shit. It did not have animals going on the boat.
I think it did, though, actually.
Sure, it said that Gilgamesh was required to collect every seed of every animal. So I mean, there's some major differences. That's why I'm
So you're saying that
God.
you're reading that as him jacking off a whole bunch of fucking exotic animals and putting it in a
It's
jar?
like,
Like,
ooh,
what is that? What is
It
what is
definitely
that?
doesn't sound good, you know.
Yeah,
what I
but
mean?
Wait.
let's think about what his
That
options
crazy.
are.
That seems like a way tougher proposition than
Where's
Noah,
Dave?
you know?
What are they
Where's
going to do with
Dave?
it when they get to wherever?
Put
I don't
Dave
know.
Torpedoes.
I agree. That's why I was like, ew, that doesn't.
Well,
Okay,
that
so it doesn't
add
mean
up.
that. It doesn't
They-
mean that.
But they said the seed of every living thing, and then they also said the beasts of the field and some other classification. Like I think what they meant was like the tame ones and the not tame ones. Like they collected all of them.
But it was 7 days, so they didn't have to have huge rooms for poo and food and all that. It's 7 days.
Right.
I thought it was a year.
No, that's Noah, not Gilgamesh.
Oh,
Gilgamesh
shit. Okay,
is just a fucking week.
Well,
You know?
I mean,
guys,
there's so many parallels, and it's like you have to really study this topic in more detail. It's comparative mythology, and a couple videos on YouTube isn't going to exhaust the subject matter.
and just so you know, I mean, eggs can feed a lot of animals. There's using all of the manure and everything like that. You still
Okay, let's just say that they had all the means to feed them all while they were on the boat. They get off the boat, there's no vegetation. They might have seeds, but there's this huge period of time where animals are just wandering around looking for food, starving in the sand. You know?
Well, I mean, we don't know that as far as
We do, unless there's some magical part of the Bible where all of the vegetation immediately sprung back in less than a season.
Well, then the koala bears have to crawl back to Australia and somehow eating eucalyptus
They used to be able to
leaves along the
fly.
way.
No, they used to be able to fly until they sinned and their wings were taken away, and now they sit around like lazy bums with diseases.
who the
Wait.
koala bears? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's in the Talmud, I think. I could be wrong. I might have just made that up.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. So, but
It didn't. I just made that up. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm being a dick. Sorry, BBM. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was watching this, and Brandon, the hoops that you have to go through to dismiss you're dismissing history, not only history, but you're dismissing all of mainstream science as well by literally believing in Genesis.
I'm not dismissing all of science.
You're dismissing all
Do
of
we have
the
to watch a
branches.
Kent Hovind video right now? Or
All
what?
of the branches of science that contradict a literal interpretation of Genesis. So maybe not all of science, but you're dismissing biology and genetics and
But you
geology.
would agree that I mean, science can be manipulated by who's in charge of funding, right?
Yes, but it's not a global. I mean, you're putting forward that there's this global cabal that's run by the Catholics that are controlling this whole thing, and it's just a bunch of scientists trying to get grants and doing the work that they're interested in because they're scientists.
Yeah,
There's no big cabal out there.
I mean, to me, that comment comes off super naive as far as there are people with interests, that do have, that will financially gain by all of these ideas. So,
But they have nothing to do with creationism. What would be their impetus for dismissing creationism, biblical creationism?
What would be their reason for dismissing biblical creationism? Yeah, because then the Bible would be true. That's why they do not
Right, but why would that bother them if the Bible was true?
And they're trying to make their name in science. And if they find evidence that supports that, they're going to go for it because every scientist wants to make his mark.
They're going to get famous.
Of course, absolutely. I totally get all of that.
So why do you think that the goal
ego
is
easy to play?
Why do you think the goal remains? Maybe if I grant you that at one time during the beginning of the Darwinian craze, right? And BBM, just try to keep it down. I'm going to use these terms, speaking the Christianese.
Sure.
So at that point, let's just say there was a corruption because everyone wanted to be the newest one to get on the newest theory or whatever. But that the evolution thing, it stands or falls now by what it can produce in the way of evidence, just like everything else. And I think that BBM's right, just to get the credibility and the name and the funding and write a million papers about it that no one will read. I think that they would happily accept anything that they could say, look, prove me wrong. This is solid. I got evidence right here, whether it be supportive of the Bible or dismissive of it.
Right.
Like, you imagine the self-interest they're sacrificing to try and suppress the ideas in the Bible. And Big Bag Mama wants to know, why would they want to do that? What is the advantage of doing that when they can easily enrich themselves by saying, yeah, I guess the Bible's true?
And this is happening in Muslim countries and countries where they practice Hinduism and Buddhism. In all these countries, they're studying and adding to the theory of evolution. So what is their reason for wanting to suppress the Bible?
Okay, so just so you know,
demonically possessed.
No. Just so you know, the Bible-believing Christians, many of us agree, at least King James only Bible-believing Christians, that there isn't a single prophecy more clear in the Bible than the Whore of Babylon being the Catholic Church. Now, if you look at their behavior and what they teach that tradition has equal authority as Scripture. That's why they do not want the Bible to be the authority over mankind. They want the church to be the authority over.
But don't a lot of okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah. And then also, there are some prophecies the Bible tells us about how when the Antichrist steps onto the scene, he's going to bring, there's going to be a one world government, a one world economy, and a one world religion. So, and that's why I'm saying, if you believe what the Bible says, then you sit back and you watch, and you can see how they're doing that right before our eyes. It's leading in that direction, and that's why the Catholic Church is, the head of the ecumenical movement. The idea that we all worship the same God, just in different ways and different names, and that's exactly what the Bible says. Do not do that, because you will be deceived. Let no man deceive you by any means. You know what I mean?
So you're saying they're controlling the historians as well, not just the science community.
Absolutely. Have you ever seen the documentary Patterns of Evidence?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's a good one to watch, because the Egypt.
Break it down for me.
Yeah, the Egyptologists have totally fucked up the whole dating of all of the Egypt history. That is the entire issue, and that's why they, when they put together the Patterns of Evidence, I hate to break it to you, but everything lines up with the Bible perfectly, dude.
I don't know if that's true.
Where does the global flood occur in ancient Egypt? I mean, they just went from one dynasty to another during when supposed all of humankind had been wiped out. Well, so, I mean, maybe you have a video that's from a creationist perspective that is saying, well, the Egyptians, their dynasties overlapped, or the pharaohs' reigns overlapped, or they didn't record their losses in battle, or what have you. But I don't think that's like the mainstream historical community is saying that.
I mean, when Cerberus was telling you about the Hyksos, did you know about the Hyksos?
I didn't
Brandon?
know about the Hyksos, but Rob Reed pointed out, is there any possibility that the Hyksos could have been Hebrews? And
It's possible. It's
yeah,
possible they could have been Canaanites that were later called Hebrews. Yes. Okay, that's possible, but that's still going to present some problems that we can get
well,
into if you want
They
to.
weren't slaves, certainly. I mean, they invaded northern Egypt, I think.
Yeah, they definitely couldn't have been slaves because at no point in their history they went from ruling the place through conquest to mysteriously being vanquished or leaving. But there's nothing about any kind of plagues that made them leave. There's no them building everything for the Egyptians. Like that story is just not there.
what do you mean? I mean, it is in the Bible as far as them,
Well, of
And
course, it's in the Bible. We're saying.
oh, I mean, you understand though that what happened is with Joseph and the Pharaoh when he had the dream about the 7 years of fullness and the 7 years of famine, and that's why Joseph planned for to keep all of the storehouses full and everything to cover the 7 years of famine, and everybody was
Mhm.
out of money and out of food to buy any more grain, so they sold themselves into bondage for food.
I,
So
I don't. Does it
that's why.
say that? Does it say that Joseph's family brothers sold themselves into bondage for food?
Yeah,
Isn't he
everybody,
accredited? He's
even
accredited with
all of the
saving.
Egyptians did.
He's accredited with saving them from that particular plague because of his wise planning and putting up the storage bins and having everyone put part of their harvest in.
Correct.
You remember, so they could ration them. So either they perished and had to sell themselves into slavery, or they were perishing or selling themselves into slavery because they didn't have enough food, and the Bible's wrong, or they had enough food and Joseph and the Egyptians were
No,
just
they
being
didn't
mean
have
to them
any
for
more
keeping.
money or anything to trade for more food, so that's why they sold themselves into bondage.
You get that Joseph Zephanath Beneha is the prime minister of Egypt at the time based on the story.
Yeah, he's Pharaoh's right hand man, straight up.
So
He's
do you think
literally
that that's
running. Yeah,
so he's going to turn around and then charge his family when they run out of food? He's like, all right, slavery, and everybody's like, hero, hero.
no, it's bondage because that's how God's law works. Is God is not cool with people borrowing.
That law did not
Can I?
exist then.
I'm just telling you though that God is not cool with people borrowing money and with no intention of paying it back. That's
That
why you're
law
in.
did not.
Yeah,
No, sir.
you're.
That law
Yes,
did not exist then, and they were offering the typical hospitality of a friend of the Pharaoh to these people.
that law has existed eternally. Will it just wasn't
Oh,
enforced at the time? But I'm
well,
telling
if it
you.
it deals with earthly things, so that it didn't exist
But later
eternally.
in the Bible, as Israel matures, we see that God institutes this whole law and tells them, you are not to go into debt. Because if you're in debt, then you're another man's money. You're in,
Okay,
that's,
so
you've given your
it's legal
word.
now. It's
Yeah,
legal
you've
now to
given your,
enslave people.
no.
It's legal and good to enslave people now because it's an eternal law.
Listen, if you're in debt,
Then
okay,
it's okay to enslave you. Yes.
if, are you in debt right now? Do you have
Just say
any debt?
yes. Let's assume that I do. Okay. Let's just say
Okay.
let's
Then
just say
you're in
it's
bondage.
tremendous.
You have a bond. You know what I mean? You've
Do
made an
I?
agreement to pay them back X amount of
Right.
dollars.
So listen, I accept that. Now I'm in default of it. Do they get to enslave me because of that? Is that righteous?
But you're all. I mean,
Yes or
you
no? I mean, just
you
tell
are
me.
enslaved. You're already enslaved, bro.
Okay, that's fine. And I understand that there are certain things I can't do. There are
It's
liberties
not
I
a
don't have.
somebody
I have
sitting
to
there
pay
cracking your
taxes.
back with a whip. But
Yeah.
literally, I mean, the words have just simply changed from master to employer,
It's very
from slave
convenient.
to
It's
employee.
it's very convenient since I'm doing precisely what I want to do. So I mean, if these are the
Sure, you
rules
have
and
the
I'm a
freedom
slave,
yeah, but you still, you have to make money to afford your cost of living.
so you'll admit that nowhere in the Bible did Jesus repent of the laws concerning slavery.
God is not in favor of like chattel slavery. There's a big
You sure?
difference between bondage and slavery. That's
And
why I have a
they're
problem with
both.
the modern Bible versions.
No, they took captives in the Old Testament. They actually had a whole system that created more slaves and multiplied them.
Dude, I mean, whatever, Will,
It
sure.
was a
I
business.
don't
It was
know
a
what
business.
Bible version you read. That's why we're going to
Oh,
have these differences.
do you
But
want
I'm
me
telling
to? I
you,
can look it up if you want me
yeah,
to.
in a King James Bible, if you even put in slavery, it shows up 3 times, and God is
I think
frowning
it's
on
Exodus. No,
slavery in a
it's not.
major way.
No, sir.
He
No,
calls
sir.
them
It's in Exodus.
man stealers. That
All
type
right.
of slavery, they get put to death. It gets a death sentence from God.
All right. Exodus slavery laws. It's Exodus 21. Yeah, Exodus 21. You want
I
to pull
mean,
it up in your King
I
James?
mean, I've tried to tell you that I didn't
I thought
grow
you
up
wanted to look at the
religious.
text.
I do, but I want to point out something to you. I didn't grow up religious. I told you that.
Yeah, I
And
wasn't accusing you of
what would
that.
make me just want to? I just want to believe the Bible.
Well, I noticed
I
you
don't.
said
I
something in
don't
your
like all
story.
of this money and pussy and
Hold on,
stuff.
hold on. Well, no, you said a thing. You felt a twinge of guilt when you realized that you were what you were doing to your clients who you were selling oil
No,
claims to
because then I'm forced to recreate my market every time.
there was conscience
I
in
don't
there.
get to just have repeat
You
business.
told me that you felt bad ripping those guys off, didn't
Well,
you?
thou shalt not steal is pretty
You
clear.
right, so you
If
quit
I
everything.
knowingly, if I know that
I
the
want to make
the
my case. You asked why I thought that you did that. I'm trying to tell you that you identify with a lot of the principles in the book, and you like the idea that these principles come from a higher place. You're not Hebrew or anything like that, but you recognize that this book is accepted as truth by a lot of people, and so you gave it a shot. You read through it, and there is a lot of wisdom in the book, especially Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, a lot of things that Jesus says is pretty good.
you want to hear my experience, or are you
I would
still
love
building
to.
your case?
Oh
I would love
God.
to. You could please. I'd love to hear your testimony.
Yeah, as far as after my born again experience, once I started reading the Bible, I couldn't put it down. I ripped through the entire Bible in like less than 2 weeks, 2 weeks maybe, because I just couldn't put it down. I was like a fucking starving man, finally grubbing out. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't I just started grazing through it, and wow, this is neato. No, 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 you don't understand. That's when because I'd read the Bible other times,
Right,
younger,
but you didn't consider that you'd
but
ever have a
it came
relationship with the
alive.
creator of the
Yeah, yeah,
universe.
the words came alive, brother. I don't know how else to explain it
Well,
to you.
no, you're talking about something I'm familiar with. It's the very idea that you could have, this book is saying you could have a personal
I don't.
relationship with the
Yeah,
creator of the universe.
I don't. I'm not getting the impression that you and I had the same experience because I don't know how
Reading
deep.
the book, I
Yeah,
was
no, no,
I
no, no,
was
no,
very
no,
hungry.
no, 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 no. I'm talking about being confronted with Jesus's holiness, the actual person, experiencing
Oh, no.
the actual person, through His Word. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, now, see, for a second you had me going. I'm like, wait, you had this mystical experience with Jesus, but now you're telling me that you felt empathy and had this feeling of closeness by reading his Passion.
Well, it's kind of like because when I was a young kid selling vacuums door to door and shit in my 20s, uh, you know, uh, when we spent a lot of time in hotels and motels and shit. And anyways, like we could always tell, especially like when we were going to party in our hotel room, you can just tell, even though there's no noise, that you can sense that somebody's in the next room. Like you just, can kind of tell. And that's, what it's like when, even today, when I read the Bible, it's like, it's that same sense of like somebody's in the next room. I can just tell. And that's why, when he says, my sheep hear my voice. And that's why when I'm reading my Bible, in my head, I can almost hear his voice. You know what I'm saying? Almost audibly.
I have a question. So, Dr. Spider, I think, had you chat GPT whether the Bible should be taken literally or not. And it gave a real interesting answer that, the Bible is a mixture of mythology, metaphor, apocalyptic imagery, poetry, and history. Now, your view of that is going to be, as you've seen in discussions with other Christians, that you guys disagree about what's metaphor in the Bible largely. How do you know that Genesis isn't just metaphor, or that the virgin birth and the resurrection aren't just metaphors for some deeper spiritual growth that the individual goes through?
Because you can tell by context that you're reading something that's written in a historical context. That's how you can tell that.
So yeah, but you think Revelations is written in a historical context, don't you, or not?
No.
Okay.
No. The book of Revelation even starts out with John saying he's on the island of Patmos, and all of a sudden he goes into like this dream state. So that's why, in order to interpret the book of Revelation, you definitely need to know about Joseph and Daniel when they interpret these dreams. That's how you actually start learning how to interpret dreams correctly. You know what I'm saying?
BBM, are you familiar with the idea that Cain and Abel are metaphorical about them determining whether they want to be agrarian or nomadic?
Yeah, either the hunter-gatherer versus the agrarian civilization.
What do you
That's
think about
an interesting idea. I think it's interesting. I mean, I believe that all of Genesis is metaphorical. And so I think to look at it as like a newspaper event is to miss the deeper messages in the stories. And you're putting yourself at odds with all of, as we were talking about before, with all of science, all of history, by just looking at it as a literal history.
Well,
I don't see what it takes away from your religion to view these things as metaphorical. How does that make you a worse person?
No, what I will say is, my whole faith is based on this man, Jesus of Nazareth. And he said, according to his words, he said that in the beginning, God created a male and female. So he references the book of Genesis as though he believes it's absolutely true. So that's why, everything for me is hinged upon Jesus and, of course, the resurrection that proves his claims to be the actual Messiah, who all of the Jewish people already knew. The Messiah can only be God.
Well, God now you're reaching again, because you're saying his resurrection proves he's the Messiah, but there is no prophecy in the Old Testament of a dying and rising Messiah. There's not.
What are you talking about?
We did this before, but yes, you even looked it up. There is. You guys try to take fragments.
You and Cerberus just make all of these very convenient claims.
But you have the evidence at your fingertips. You have God's holy word and truth and proof and rebuking and all that shit. So why don't you rebuke me with some
So
of that
what do
good
you
old
think he
Bible?
meant in Isaiah when he said, "By his stripes we are healed"?
It certainly doesn't mean dying and rising from the dead, does it?
Oh man, William, come
It
on.
means someone else took punishment for you, is what it means.
Okay, here. I asked this real quick while because I was reading Big Bad Mama's comments. Were Romulus and Remus real people? There is no historical evidence that Romulus and Remus were real, identifiable people. They are generally treated as legendary mythology figures, although the story could preserve some historical memories about Rome's early formation.
Right, that was my point.
Oh, was
And,
it? Okay.
and that's what I was saying. Moses is the same sort of hero figure that
No.
Romulus and Remus were, that gave Rome an identity. And I think that Moses served that same function for the Israelites.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying go try to tell the Jews that Moses wasn't a real person. That's
Well, a lot
why
of them.
that's
a
why
lot
they
of
had a hard time with Jesus
No, a
because
lot
they
of them
came up
accept
to.
that.
Let me just say
No,
something.
you're just wrong.
Because they came up to Jesus and said, "We know for a fact." They said, "We know Moses talked to God. How do we know you talked to God?" Because everybody was sitting at the bottom of Mount Sinai, like 600,000 people, when God came down and
No,
spoke.
sir. No, sir. Absolutely not. There was not that population in all of the Middle East.
You guys keep saying that, but you're wrong.
We're
There's
not
no
wrong.
archaeological evidence to support that.
That is bullshit. There
There
sure
is
is.
no way to feed that many people. There's just not.
I don't think you just make these fucking assertions when you have no way of knowing that. You have
Yeah,
no
I
idea
know a
how.
little bit about it.
Well, back then, our ancestors aren't as stupid as you guys think.
It's not
They
about
they managed to
stupid.
build fucking pyramids we can't build to this day.
Building pyramids is very different than being able to have the agrarian society to support that many people,
in the
especially on the
desert.
move. Yeah, it's not. It's
Well,
not. We struggle
you
to.
know the stories though, Will. How were they fed in the desert?
They were fed by special manna that fell for
Correct.
40 days, right? No, for 40 years. 40
And then
fucking years, right?
they got sick of the manna, and they said, "We want some flesh." And
Yeah.
then God gave them so much flesh that it was coming out their fucking nose.
A little sadistic, and then he went back to manna again, right? He switched back to manna. He's like, here's a little meat. Hey, fuckers had enough. Back to the crazy bread. Okay,
The
here's
crazy.
here's your crazy bread. So what I'm trying to get at is so you're going to accept that number of population. If that's true, Israel would have never suffered a defeat at any point during their history. There would have never been another town or anything in that area with the population enough to even slow them down nor to feed them.
They would have been like the Persians later on.
Why do you think they took? I mean, that's even what the Bible says.
No, it gives lots of excuses for all the ass whoopings they took from these little tiny towns around there.
The only
Lots.
ass whoopings that they took was when somebody didn't follow God's command. The one guy
that's convenient. Now, I want you to think about Achan.
Decided to take a little bit of the treasure for himself.
Achan. His name is Achan. Anyway, so think about his case. So God is going to, because this guy stole, he's going to let, they buffed the numbers up to 30,000, 300,000, whatever number of men die just because this guy stole a bracelet? That makes sense. That's moral, isn't it? When he could have just stopped the guy, knocked the guy out, killed the guy, told a priest something. But no, he lets them take a massive ass whooping where people die.
Well, again,
innocent dudes.
You don't get it. You don't get it. That's why
because he's righteous. He's so righteous. He can't let them have a victory of one of the people.
I'm going to let you just keep going, dude.
You should because it says in your Bible. It says in your Bible that none are righteous. No, not one. So at no point were any of them sinless. At no point were any of them.
You remember who Huzzah was?
Yeah, he tried to steady the ark when it started to fall off, and God killed him for that.
Yeah.
Do,
You see what happens when you
and he
don't
let David
follow
live,
order?
even though David was an adulterer and a murderer.
Sure, but he
He
wasn't a
killed
Levite.
he
When
killed
God
Uzzah
tells you,
for protecting
listen,
the ark.
Will, listen.
You're making a bad case for
Listen,
God being
no,
righteous.
no, I'm not. You just don't want to hear it because it doesn't jive with your fucking whatever.
It doesn't jive with humanity. Uzzah, you
No,
brought up the example. He tried to steady the ark,
but you're
God's
not going
holy
to let
ark.
me speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Whenever you're ready, dude. Yeah, this is the whole point. God was very strict about only a Levite can ever touch the ark and fuck around and find out. No matter how good of a person you think they are. If you want to piss God off, then just don't believe him, dude. When
Okay, I
he's the
don't,
truth,
and he's
telling you.
impotent to
Well,
do anything about it.
oh, that's hilarious.
You give me your best Christian curse. It won't work.
I'm
Your
not
God
trying
is a
to.
limp
I'm
noodle.
telling you right now that you're going to stand face to face.
Yeah. What is he
Jesus
doing
Christ.
right now? I'm not worried about your
He's
imaginary threats.
He's hoping you pull your head out of your ass.
What
and
is he
repent.
actively doing that you can say, hey,
He's
it's clearly
having
Yahweh?
you fucking talk with Brandon Irish. That's what he's actively doing right now.
He must
He's
not
having
like
Brandon
you.
Irish going. So let me get this straight. You don't want to believe that the God who is it's impossible for him to lie, that promises that he will preserve his word so a schmuck like Brandon Irish can know
I've heard
what's
this.
actually fucking going on here.
Well,
in
you
this
don't.
Crazy world.
That's just the thing you're telling yourself. Okay.
Is
he
it?
didn't do that. Yeah, he didn't do that. You haven't proven that he's given you any greater truth over anyone else. You just have strong beliefs about the matter.
Well, I mean, this is what I'm saying is he promised to preserve his word. Jesus sits there and confirms all of the Old Testament, says point blank, if they don't believe Moses and the prophets, they will never believe.
That's convenient. It still doesn't make it less circular. I read a book that says it's true because the book says it's true and it's God's book, so it's got to be true.
I understand your guys'
Meanwhile, it's full of contradictions.
Your guys' ridiculous ploy to call the Bible a circular argument.
Yes,
because it's the Bible says it. I mean,
you told me it was circular.
I told you it was circular.
Yes, we had a conversation. I asked you if you understood the laws of the rules of evidence.
No,
I'll bring it back to your mind. I'll bring it. You've forgotten again. I mean, it's drugs, but I'll just tell you what you did as I asked you about the rules of evidence, and I asked you if you had the evidence or the claim, and we had to break it down to the point where you admitted that the claims about Jesus come from the Bible. That's how you know about it. So evidence would be required to support the claim, and therefore cannot be the claim itself. Now if you say that the claim is also the evidence, you, sir, are saying you are relying on circular reasoning.
Well, sir, I grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah, with all of the Mormons hearing about their.
Do they not have circles there?
I'm just saying, though, that I heard all about their Jesus, and I told you I bounced through my whole life believing in Jesus.
You got away from one fake Jesus to fall for another fake Jesus. Good job.
Oh, okay. The fake Jesus of the Bible, though. That's your problem.
Yes. The fake
Even
Jesus
though the
of the
Bible continues to prove itself true through archaeology.
Show me that.
Oh, man. You really
want proven? No, you said the Bible proves itself true. I would say that there are archaeologists that are trying to prove a narrative true. I want to know how you can prove that Jesus rose from the dead.
You want to watch a whole video on it? Or
no,
what?
I want you to articulate how you could possibly know. Okay, let's do another because that's a hard one, admittedly. Could you ever possibly know if God was telling a lie?
Yeah, it's possible I could, sure.
Right. So if I tell you, Brandon, I don't lie, you should just believe it.
Yeah, well,
it's in my nature to not lie. Okay, so there's no way that I could lie to you. It's just not in my nature. I wrote it in a book. You want to read it? I wrote
Well,
it in a book
if you could
myself.
write it in a book 3,000 years ago, and exactly what you
I
said
did.
would happened,
I did.
then
It looks
maybe I'd
new.
start taking you seriously.
No, I did. I wrote it 3,000 years ago. It looks new. The paper looks new, but that's because I kept it preserved. I kept it purified and preserved 7 times over, and that's why it looks so new. But it's on a piece of paper, and I could show it to you, and it says,
Where
that I don't lie. It's not in my
Where can
nature.
we see this?
Okay, I'll. It's on
Well,
my
like,
OnlyFans.
let me put it like this.
All
As
right.
far as, yeah. So, I mean, for example, if I, made a proposition to you to look, Will, if you pick, I'm going to pick a number between 1 and 100, and if you can pick that number, I will, I'll give you $1,000.
47.
Okay? All right. So, but now,
Did I win?
nope. I mean,
Damn it!
52. 52.
Nope.
Son of a bitch!
20.
He's lying. It's fixed. The game's fixed.
You see what I'm saying? It would
Right. He can
require.
always say no.
It would obviously require somebody to write down the number before
Yes.
you started making your guesses.
So God
So
calls
we-
his shots. I know.
So that you know that I'm not just, nope, that's the wrong answer.
Right. But you say God calls his shots, and that means that the things that he says have to come true without your help. You can't bend the text to make it apply to something it doesn't apply to, or you're not letting the text speak for itself. You're trying to help it make sense to other people. You're selling
Well,
something.
let me say it like this. Let me put it this way, okay? Because obviously, I mean, no matter what, you're not going to accept already all of the fulfilled prophecies. You want to negate all of Psalms, even though because it's all poetry, of course. And then of course the whole Epic of Gilgamesh is poetry, but you don't want to negate that.
Oh, yeah, I do negate
No,
that.
it's
There was never,
poetry. Yeah,
there was
it's
never a
poetry.
global flood.
Now
I never
you're
said I
getting it.
believe the Gilgamesh myth. It's all the same category.
It just was a
Mythology.
myth that influenced another myth. We don't think that the Epic of Gilgamesh actually happened.
Yeah, that's you were doing that the other night with the demiurge. Just because I know about the Gnostics believing in the demiurge doesn't mean that I believe in the demiurge.
And you did it to Serb, trying to say that because he was telling you that the Christian belief come from earlier beliefs, that he's dismissing one belief and accepting another, totally misunderstanding what just happened.
I mean, but Serb was making ridiculous claims like there's no evidence for Moses. It's just like, what?
That's not ridiculous.
That is a fucking ridiculous claim.
What is the
I'm sorry.
evidence of Moses?
I mean, dude,
There's more evidence for Santa Claus.
there's not more evidence for Santa Claus.
I
It's
promise you there is.
all of Jewish history is fucking based off of this guy Moses, dude.
All of Greek history is based off this guy, let's see, Zeus or whatever.
No, it's honestly not. You think there's people in Greece today still worshiping Zeus?
There's people in America
Yes.
still worshiping Zeus.
No, but they believed in Zeus back in the day as much as you believe in your God.
Until Jesus popped up, and then things changed, didn't
No,
Well, the
they kept
Roman
believing in
Empire
their-
came along
yeah.
and spread it all over the known world at that point.
Paganism
No,
still exists.
all of the early Christianity, Rome was persecuting the Christians because they want you to call Caesar.
Well, I'm talking
Lord.
about after Constantine.
They spread
I'm talking
Christianity. There wouldn't be the Christianity that you know of without them spreading it by bloodshed.
Oh, motherfucking shit. That's exactly what I'm going to fucking argue or debate with Jim Bob about because I'm so sick and tired of the fucking...
Is that going to happen, actually?
Yeah, the false ass claim. No, I'm working on it. But
Okay.
the false ass claim that the Catholics or any Gentiles whatsoever are in any way involved with the preservation of the Bible. No. The actual scriptures, those were all preserved by the Jews. The oracles of God were committed to the Jews. Salvation comes through the Jews by the man Jesus Christ and by the scriptures.
Yeah, but we're talking about the councils, right? Where they picked and choose what books were going to become the Bible.
No, they were already well established by.
I mean, there were questions about whether the Gospel of Thomas, for example, was going to be in the Bible. I mean, there were discussions.
No, there's no.
Okay.
See, this is why the Bible even says, "My sheep hear my voice." You can tell by all of the numbers of the copies is what, you know what I mean, has established the canon. There were hardly any fucking Gospel of Thomas. Nobody was paying to get the Gospel of Thomas. You know what I'm saying? To have a scribe write them out.
Well, then why did they pick in the original King James Bible? They put in the Apocrypha, which you don't accept.
Yeah, the Catholics tried to jam the Apocrypha into the Old Testament, and all of the even Orthodox Jews and early Jewish believers in Jesus absolutely rejected the Apocrypha.
Yeah, but how can you claim the King James Bible is the inerrant word of God when they had to revise it?
You're talking about by taking out the Apocrypha. They kept in, the Church of England had a tradition of the Apocrypha, and there is value, historic value. It is nice to be able to look back on what human beings were writing outside of the Word of God, and what they believed at the time, like, the books of Enoch and everything, are very strong to build my case for the whole serpent seed doctrine stuff. Because these people in the Second Temple period definitely believed that fallen angels came down and had sex with human women. That was absolutely why they fell, was for their lust for women. So that's where, and then I can, I point out that, like, if all of these fallen angels can have sex with human women, why is it so implausible to think that Satan could have sex with a human woman? What's the problem? You know what I'm saying?
Did he have physical sex with her?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes. Because there's one line in Genesis 3 where God says to her, "Your desire shall be to your husband." And that was like, right there. I think that was a decree by God that, because he just said, "I'm going to sow enmity between you and the woman and her seed and thy seed." And when God said those words, "Your desire shall be to your husband," immediately her heart hated the serpent. She realized in that moment that she was spiritually and physically raped, and had a hatred for the serpent. Otherwise, I think if God hadn't have said that, then she would still be, less, longing for the serpent. Because
what percentage of Christians do you think buy into that serpent seed doctrine?
Yeah, not very many, because they're little
Can
sowing.
I say something real quick? Brandon, let me say something real quick. I just want to say this while I can remember it. Listen, the same things that you consider to be like noble traits, loyalty, devotion, fidelity, all of those things to this idea, it feels that way now. But later on, I feel certain you're going to have the experience that I had, and you're going to feel like a right nitwit
for believing in Jesus.
Yep.
I'm going to feel like a nitwit for trusting Jesus, huh?
It's possible.
No, well, we'll see. You know what I mean? I would be amazed to see, because I've even pondered what could possibly shake my faith. Like what? I don't know what kind of hell I'd have to go through.
Maybe Christianity is just one step in your path, Brandon. And maybe you were meant to study Christianity and get the lessons that you got out of it. And that maybe there's some sort of a higher sort of enlightenment that you can reach beyond Christianity, that maybe incorporates ideas from other religions.
Well, then, I mean, then just throw the Bible away, dude.
Well, you don't have to throw the Bible away. I mean, the Bible's an important document in the history of literature. I mean, it's hugely important. I don't know why, I don't know many atheists that say that.
Let me say it like this, okay? Because the next big thing that I see happening on the property.
I think you got JG backstage. don't want to be rude to the
Nice. No, I do not have JG backstage. I wish I did. I like JG.
In the private chat, he's having a conversation. He left a link. Maybe he just...
Is he? How did you... If you want to come in, JG, you can come on in.
There's too many sinners in here. He doesn't want to get his robes dirty.
Sure.
Hey, Brandon, can I just ask you a quick question? So, God created the earth in 6 days, rest on the seventh, and then, like, basically created some satanic fuck scene to kind of, like, get things kicked off on earth. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm saying that, Satan just got kicked out of heaven for, wanting to be like God. And now, now the battle has begun. That's why Adam was assigned to keep the garden. That means to guard it.
How do you fight that war?
What was that?
How do you fight that war?
How do I fight that war?
You said the battle has begun.
Well, I'm talking about
between
God and Satan, as far as
you're not involved.
I believe that Satan wanted to fill the whole world with his image and not God's image.
How's he doing?
He's trying to breed them out. So
but how's he doing?
That's why you get, you have these two seeds, the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman.
Who's winning right now?
Right now this is a pretty fucking wicked world. I wouldn't say that Satan's winning.
How do you know?
Because this is what prophecy said was going to happen.
Right, but there's a battle going on. So certainly there's some changes involved, right?
So let me say this, just so it can be said, okay? And maybe, hopefully, you guys will start taking the Bible a little more seriously when you see an actual prophecy get fulfilled before your very eyes. The next thing I see happening from what the Bible says is the Damascus gets laid to ashes. It implies a nuclear attack, and then that is what's going to kick off World War III, when the whole world's going to turn against Israel. We already see the media's doing a fine job of doing that, because the world's full of a bunch of suckers that don't read the Bible, where the Bible says those who call themselves Jews but are not, but are the synagogue of Satan, they act like they're Jews, and they're discredit. That's why the whole world is fucking hating Israel.
Who are they? Who are the synagogue? So it's Israel now. The government is the synagogue of Satan.
The people the people in government in Israel are not Jews.
Right. There's devil worshippers.
Yeah, they are.
They worship.
They're probably Kabbalist Jews and all of that shit. Yes. If you're praying to any other god according to the Bible, you're praying to devils.
Okay.
That's just the reality of it, according to the Bible's claims.
Solomon's going to hell then.
It's not me making shit up.
Most of Israel, since Solomon's reign until Josiah,
Solomon was a unique case because he, God promised David that Solomon would be God's son. So I believe this is why, God's showing us with, the wisdom of Solomon, even the wisest man can get taken down by the pussy.
Yeah, but God, he worshipped other gods.
Yeah, absolutely. God told him. This is why it's even a warning back in Deuteronomy that not to have too many wives, because they'll turn your heart from God. And then, here comes Solomon getting 700 wives and 300 concubines, going way over the top with it. And it sure enough did. It took the wisest human man on earth, took him down. You know what I'm saying? And, and then what is Solomon write? And at the end of his life, vanity, vanity, it's all vanity. I wish that the summary is, I wish I would have just done what God told me to do. That's the only time I was ever actually happy. I've had all the money, the pussy, the parties, the everything. I've done more than any of you clowns. And I wish
very
I would.
Impressed.
Well, that's the summary of his book.
Wow.
Money
yes,
and
sir.
pussy.
You rock, buddy. That's
money.
That's the way to teach the devil.
Well,
Oh,
I'm just
shit.
saying. I mean, that's the reality. If a book of Ecclesiastes and stuff, that Solomon is at the end of his life saying, man, it's all vanity. I wish I would have just done what God told me to do. I explored the depths of madness. That's talking about all the witchcraft shit that he got into.
It wasn't the
That
drugs.
is the madness. That's part of Satan's religion, drugs and shit, for sure. An
Yeah, but
altered
Christians do
state of
drugs.
consciousness.
Christians do drugs.
Sure. I mean, but
Are they worshiping the devil?
I mean, do you think having some fucking if your drug
It's
is
not about me.
yeah,
It's
if
not
your
about me.
drug-
No,
I
I
believe
want
that-
to step in if you guys got a microphone, and I'm kind of proud of you. You even stand against this wall of fucking bullshit. Brandon, just for
Sure.
the record, because this is nonsense that these atheists come in here and are doing this shit to you, and they're just,
Oh,
but this
poor
is also the
thing.
Bible,
Cry
right?
harder.
If they're
Cry
making you
harder.
outrun fucking,
Cry harder.
yeah,
No,
cry
he's-
harder
he's-
because you couldn't even
he's
graduate
right.
third
Talk
grade
about a
science.
snowflake. You
No,
can't
but
even
if
have
he-
a
Talk about a
discussion.
real
He's
snowflake.
right.
You
He's
can't even
right.
have a discussion.
Hold on,
You
he's
can't
right.
even
If
have a
there's a
Bible
battle,
discussion without these demons coming in here.
if there's
No,
a
these
battle
demons
going
coming in
on,
here.
Everything.
William
And you
Freeman,
think
you're a
you're not
demon.
infested,
The
you're
thing
absolutely
is-
loony.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I'm hoping
Okay.
to show that nothing's going to bring down the truth. What's true is true.
Exactly. Why are you guys worried about it so much, Leslie?
We ain't worried about it. We're sick
So-
of it.
You're sick of it. Why? You don't like you prefer
Because
an
we're
echo
sick
chamber.
of the denial. We're
Then
sick
go
of the
somewhere
lies.
else. This
you
is
people
Brandon's
teach.
channel.
We're
Well,
sick of this
if you-
constant fucking loss of science. You don't even
Do-
graduate third grade
do you-
science. My
Do
God.
you have any
Google,
evidence?
let's go back a minute and Google National Educational
yelling?
Science and Educational Foundation. They
Yeah.
even believe in a flood.
Do
And
you
yet
have
you're a
any
loony.
evidence?
Google
for
a mitochondrial Eve, Discovery Channel, 20, 30
Fantastic,
years ago
Leslie.
was preaching we all came from one woman, and you're so
No, it doesn't.
delusional.
That's not mitochondrial
grasp
Eve.
it.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Here you
Yeah,
are next to the
because you
sinners.
can't grasp it, man, but you can Google what I
Yeah.
just told you.
Leslie, you're very excited.
What do you want?
Yeah, he's wrong.
This is
You're very-
absolutely
you're-
crazy that
do
you guys
do you
are in
think-
here trying to destroy Bible study every single day. Somebody's trying to do a Bible study, and you guys come in here and start this shit.
We are
Brandon
studying the
can
Bible.
do anything he wants on his channel. If he wants to have purely a Bible study, he can do it.
Well, he's hoping to save you.
Well, so that's his prerogative.
So you don't
what
want
does
to
that have
save
to do
us?
with you?
He doesn't want us to be saved.
Because I'm sick of seeing him stand alone
Well, then go
against this
somewhere
endless
else then.
onslaught of fucking stupidity. How the hell are you guys so stupid you can't grasp any
You
of
don't even
this?
know what mitochondrial Eve is, so talk about
Yeah, we don't know, but we know there is
Brandon
one.
fighting demons, so
Let him
kinda
go,
ask for
BM.
it.
This is
Okay.
gold. This is gold.
No, it's golden stuff, man, that you guys are in here hallucinating against it all.
Yep,
dream
see right
up
there,
stuff.
Brandon.
They,
He's
they
fighting
don't
the
believe,
demons.
they don't believe
Yes.
there is a Satan. That's absolutely
Well, they're infested. Some of them are also legion. They have multiple demons. They're involved in adulteries and fornications and drug addictions and
Oh, yeah.
drunkenness and covetousness,
Yes.
and they steal and they lie. They're on here lying every day.
What are we
Right?
lying
Even
about,
the
Leslie?
nuclear war that's coming is to take out every single liar, every single thief, every single adulterous fucking sicko whoremonger among you motherfuckers are going down.
Well, you sound real squared away, buddy.
How do you not grasp that you're
What a
part
happy
of it,
person.
claiming it?
I know. He's
I
filled with the
Hallelujah.
Spirit.
I think your cheese might have slid off your
Just
cracker, buddy.
relax. You relax, Leslie. I mean, I totally
I'm
appreciate your
proud to stand
frustration.
against this wall without screaming at them all because I don't know how I can't do it.
I
Can't even have
understand.
Bible study without these
Ah.
people swinging. But
You're
we
doing-
get
Well,
to do it here.
Believe me, I do get frustrated, but I'm trying to do my best to act in love and be like, look, I mean, I'm willing to investigate all of their claims. I'm already from my position. I mean, I already believe I know what the truth is. So I would be really shocked if they could find anything that could possibly waver my faith. I've even asked the Lord, you know what I mean? Hey, what,
Well,
I really
I
don't
was
know.
posting some videos at you the other day, if you don't mind, on how they found Abraham on the paintings of the pyramid walls. I don't know
Sure.
pyramid exactly walls, but they found Abraham, and I found one on all this Joseph and how they proved it's Joseph, and how
Well,
they got
patterns
Moses.
of
Google
evidence.
the
Is a
Rock of
fucking,
Horeb.
yeah, patterns of evidence by Tim
And
Mahoney is a monster.
this is
You know,
monster stuff, and they
it's
absolutely know
a
this
monster
too.
to the atheist, dude. I'm just telling you right now, and to all of the claims of so-called science these days. Just so you know, Big Bad Mama, my claim is if you guys were, all of these brilliant, smart guys, if they would come, if they would experience what I experienced, once your worldview is founded on truth, I mean, it really felt like my brain actually works properly now.
Yeah, but you're having to not deny much of science and history to
I
be
don't
in
deny
that.
any
Tell
of
us what
science.
science we're denying.
Well, you just said it. I mean, you're basically, you don't understand that, yeah, there never was a global flood within the last 4,000 years.
Google
Which
the
is,
National
But
that's what
God
you're claiming.
promised, though. God
Foundation
promised there
of the
would never
United
be a
States
flood
of
again.
America even believes in a flood. And this is third grade stuff they teach us, that at least a regional flood.
You think all the Grand Canyon layers were laid down in the flood. I know it.
Yeah,
Don't you?
absolutely, I do.
Yeah.
I think that all of that water moving ripped all of that dirt out. I can show you here on my
It was caught
property
in a flood. It
after a
wasn't laid
rainstorm.
Yeah, see, he's
little
hallucinating.
miniature Grand Canyons that just get ripped right out from water, dude.
And on this
In
side, too, the
unconsolidated
Pennsylvania
soil,
Grand
not
Canyon was cut the
solid
same way.
indurated rock.
That's all. I've been to fucking.
There's a difference.
I've been to Grand Canyon, brother, and taken the fucking helicopter tour and everything. It's
I was
like
there too.
sandstone. Like you
I've
could
hiked to
walk
the
up.
bottom. It's limestone,
Yeah, wash
siltstone,
away
and
really easy.
sandstone.
Yeah, and it's actually all sea stuff that was raised up in the flood, man. It's all
Not,
like
not
the
all
Rockies.
of it. There's dune
Rockies have
deposits,
seashells all over 'em.
aeolian dune deposits. There's river. There's river deposits.
Change the subject.
Here, hold on.
We got the video proof.
Tough thing to be an evolution.
Yeah, because I want to hear from experts, not just a bunch of guys that fucking keep spurting out a bunch of claims. You know what I'm saying?
They're making up false claims.
I'm a geologist, Brandon, so I do know something about the subject matter of the Grand Canyon.
Okay, well, I mean, just from my opinion, the whole.
And you were talking about it being laid down. You tell us how the Grand Canyon was laid down instead of cut.
It was laid down by several different sea level rises and falls, and depending on if the sea was at a higher level, you got siltstone, limestone if it was a deeper water at that particular spot, and then the sea would regress and go out, and you would get beach sands deposited. It happened over tens of millions of years. And the whole thing's dated. I mean, we have radiometric dates from all the way at the base, all the way toward near the top. And
what's that got to do with how the Grand Canyon formed?
I just explained it. Yeah, I mean, we can go into more detail about it later.
Well, me and Brandon disagree on the age of the Earth, but you're still hallucinating bullshit.
Why do you guys disagree about the age of the Earth?
Here, let me just do this real quick.
Go ahead.
Affect Christian spirituality. I mean, speaking over the years, I've seen that many Christians believe the biblical account of Jesus' life and the resurrection and the spiritual teaching, so to speak, in the Bible, but they often reject the earthly things, like a recent 6-day creation and a global flood. But here's the thing. You can't divorce the spiritual things from the earthly things in the Bible. I mean, Jesus himself made this point saying, if I've told you of earthly things and you don't believe, how then will you believe when I speak of heavenly things? Remember he spoke to Nicodemus in John 3:12 about this?
And we're really troubled that
let's take a look today at a common earthly
come
subject,
on here and thinks the
Many
Grand
Christians
Canyon
accept the
was
secular
laid down
interpretation
instead
in
of
geology that the fossil layers we see around the world were laid down over millions of years. And they almost always believe that Noah's flood was a localized flood and not global. Now, let's take a look at the Bible in 2 Peter 3:6, where it says, knowing this first of all, that scoffers will come in the last days with scoffing, following their own sinful desires. They will say, where is the promise of his coming? For ever since the fathers fell asleep, all things are continuing as they were from the beginning of creation. For they deliberately overlooked this fact that the heavens existed long ago, and the earth was formed out of water and through water by the word of God, and that by means of these, the world that then existed was deluged with water and perished. It was flooded. So the summary of this verse for our purposes is, in the last days, scoffers will come and deny the flood. Now, depending on whether you believe the flood was local or global, you could interpret this passage as this. Scoffers will deny a global flood, that's number one, or scoffers will deny a local flood, that's number two. But Bible scoffers don't deny a local flood. Secularists often propose a local flood as the reason for the biblical flood account and all of these flood legends that we find around the world. And the fact that Scripture refers to these people as scoffers should concern Christians who hold to these positions. And this verse also links scoffers' denial of the flood to following their own sinful desires. I mean, what's the connection between sinful desire and a denial of the plain reading of Scripture? How does this impact spiritual things directly? Well, a professing believer, Dr. Keith Mascord, provides an example, a perfect example. In 2012, he wrote an article titled Belief Must Be Tempered by Facts, where he argued Christians should accept gay marriage. And notice how he justifies it by arguing against Noah's flood. He said, moreover, wherever the story of the flood is referred to elsewhere in the Bible, the writers appear to take the story as factual. Jesus appears to have accepted this story in this way in Luke 17:26-27. Jewish and Christian interpreters have also mostly taken it that way as well until the past few hundred years. The big problem with this is that the Noah's flood story is almost certainly not factual. The only reason a plain and church history-long reading of the Noah story was been overturned in favor of seeing it as a localized flood is that scientific discoveries have made that necessary. Many of the first geologists were Christian clergymen. It was under pressure from their discoveries that the biblical text came to be reread and reappropriated. There is good reason to think that we will need to do the same, i.e. overturn the plain and church history-long reading of the Bible's words with the issue of marriage equality. Throughout history and across cultures and within the Bible itself, homosexual practice has been almost universally condemned, but we now know or have increasingly strong reasons to believe that people are born gay or lesbian. You see, he thinks that because science has shown that we don't have to take God's word as plainly written about a historical and physical event, we don't have to take it as plainly written regarding a moral issue. And so he concludes that we should support sinful behavior that the Bible condemns. Folks, it's impossible to disconnect the Bible's spiritual truth from the physical and historical truth. Though many scoffers, even some.
Hey, that was not the video I was looking for. My apologies. But anyways, let me ask you this though, real quick, Big Bad Mama. Don't you find it quite offensive that the idea that you could go to hell for eternity?
No, I mean, that's an imaginary place, so it doesn't offend me.
Well, I mean, it does.
Because it offends me when, like, another person tells me that's where I'm going because they're being presumptuous
they're threatening you with their imagination.
Right.
Not by force, guys.
Right, but
it's almost like you guys. It's almost like you guys want it to happen.
I do not want it to happen.
Well, there are Christians that are gleeful when they talk about atheists going to hell.
Yeah, I don't think Brandon's like that.
No, I don't think Brandon. I don't think Brandon's like that either.
Oh, you have
Brandon
no
not on
idea.
here trying to save your souls and have an honest conversation with y'all.
All right,
yeah, but we're not sure we need to be saved.
Well, I do. In a matter of law, yes, we all definitely need to be saved from the judgment
Contingency,
of a
contingent on the existence of the guy that you're referring to and the validity of the contract.
Here, being called a fool, trying to save your soul.
Hey, I don't.
Did I call him a fool?
Just dang him instead of you, right?
The Bible even says that, though. But Les, calm down, because the Bible even says that that spiritual things are foolishness to the natural man. Somebody that is bound to their flesh, this is all fucking nonsense to them.
And
The
I'm just
Bible
trying to
even says,
tell him that you're on here putting up with all this crap to try and save his soul. What's he on here for?
well, that's fine.
Leslie, I don't
Because
even think you're
he thinks
saved.
Will thinks I'm deceived. So his intention is to
He knows
get me
better.
out of
He's smarter than that.
my Christian box,
Brandon, he is smarter than
my
that.
Christian cave, I should say.
Will is not stupid. He's kind of half a genius.
Precisely,
or
Brandon.
something. He's smarter than that.
Yeah, I think I can see Will's intentions. I'm pretty good at reading people. That's why I was always really good at sales, because I can read body language and shit very good. I would sit there and
don't believe in God, but he's going to sit here and harass the people that do 24/7.
I don't believe in your God. That's accurate.
Well, what God do you believe in, if any?
Not your God.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know my God, so I haven't got a clue what the fuck
I don't think you know your God.
Again. You're making shit up again. You're hallucinating. You're blaspheming.
I think you're hallucinating and making shit up. Now we're on equal ground. Look at that.
Well, tell me what my God is. Why don't you do that?
Only you know that.
The Hebrew murder God that you have an image of in your mind.
I have an image of
your God is the
Hebrew
concept
God.
that you've made about God,
how
and
wonderful.
so your God is going to be different than
Just
another
hallucinating
believer's
more
God.
lies to try and validate what? Stupidity?
If that's what you think it is, I mean, I just call it religion.
And so if you don't believe in God, what are you doing here trying to destroy the whole religious conversation?
I do believe in gods. I just don't
What
believe
the
in
hell, Brandon? That
Yahweh.
is the entire point of the Doctrinal Dojo.
Okay,
They're
what
bringing
gods do you
their
believe in?
doctrine. Yeah, they have a doctrine as well. They, like Big Bad Mama is a geologist and atheist. So, I mean, he has a doctrine himself as far as
I like talking to Brandon. I mean, is that a crime?
Even though I'm a Christian, you know what I'm saying?
I don't. To me, those are just
I would say
superficial
that
things.
less. Yeah, I would say
right.
that less, yeah.
I mean, I look at people in deeper levels than that, than just their religious beliefs or their political beliefs.
Well, you're also talking to thousands of people online, although it says
I
about
just want you to fucking.
Well, I don't know about
thousands
right now.
Wow, now we're talking.
Woo, shit! The channel's
It's
taking
not-
off, folks.
It's not NBC or anything. Come on, man.
No, this is the environment to talk about whatever anybody wants to, even if they did outright worship Satan, then let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Because that's why I'll listen to why that you don't believe Jesus.
Hey, Brandon, I swear to God, I got a great question here. You say that the Catholic Church is basically demonically possessed. I am actually thinking, Brandon, and they don't even know that they're demonically possessed. I think that there's possibly a chance that you are experiencing the exact same thing as what the Catholic Church is experiencing.
It's also Schopenhauer's
Experiencing, I don't even understand
The
what the fuck
demonic possession without even knowing it.
So you think I'm demonically possessed and don't know it?
Yeah, you and Dave, it's possible. I mean, there is at times where there's
the Speedos.
sounds.
Come on.
Yeah. Like literally.
I'm just telling you, man.
Eating your own jizz and stuff.
I've never fucking. That's disgusting. Shut up. I don't even.
He said it. Dave said it.
Yeah,
Bible.
I know, but I don't. We don't need to repeat it over here all the time.
It's just so remarkable.
Talking about eating cum and all that. I think. I just for the record, dude. I think it's fucking disgusting.
Okay.
Just so you know,
granted.
you don't even like watching chicks
and
do
shit is
that
all he
shit.
is.
You don't know
Okay.
what else is more demonically possessed than that.
It is pretty horrific, the idea.
That's
And
Dave,
reading the King
no.
James Bible?
Come on. I'm about to get pissed off, dude.
All right, let's let it go.
I don't want to sit here and talk about Dave, okay?
I say I don't, but then I do anyway. It's
I know,
weird.
but I don't want to at all. I'm not at all interested in that. That's why, You know,
Have
yes,
you,
that's
It's
why I
more
call it the
demonic
Doctrinal
stuff that's trying to
Dojo.
get you to bash your fellow
Nobody's.
servants. You know,
don't you
I
dare
bash
bash
your fellow
Dave. He's
servants.
got
I
the
have
balls to come out
no
and show his
fear
balls.
whatsoever, Les. Just so you know, I have zero fear of any human being having the ability to waver my faith, man.
Don't
It's
you
just
think it's
And
a
you're
little
standing against the
infantile?
wall when I come
Don't you
on
think
here
it's
to salute you. I
infantilizing
mean, I
that they don't?
appreciate that you have done this. I did
Leslie,
this for years.
Leslie, don't you think it's a little infantilizing towards Brandon to act like we're so much smarter than him that we're gonna come in and twist him out of his
no. He probably reads that correctly. No,
no.
He wants an echo chamber, it sounds like. He wants
I
just
think
an
so.
echo chamber.
yeah, I don't
Just
want
tell us
that.
what we want to
Smarter
hear.
than shit.
I
You know,
hate
think
echo
of even Satan. He was quoting the Bible to Jesus.
Well,
What
tell
are you
Brandon
guys
what he's
doing?
supposed to say. Tell Brandon what he's supposed to say, and that way we can make the
Not
show
my
that
job
Leslie
to tell
wants.
Brandon what to say. I'm just telling you I'm supporting him, that he's standing against the wall, and I congratulate him, and I think
How's
you're
he
all having
evil?
huge
We get it.
problems.
We're terrible. I know.
I mean, I
But
don't know if
we
your
were having a
mom's
good
abusive, your
conversation, and you came
dad's,
into
or I
White
don't know
Knight.
what the problem is, but you seem to
He
have a
didn't
problem.
need your defense. No one's attacking Brandon. You feel like a hero, though,
I'm
right?
here for the Bible too. That you're attacking everything that
Oh, you
even
can't
science
protect the
holds
Bible.
real. I mean, the
Look, as
science has,
God can
and
protect His
you
own
just
word.
you think the
God
Grand
doesn't
Canyon
need
was
you.
laid down instead of cut from a
God doesn't
waterfall.
need
I
you.
mean,
What
it's a
does God possibly
hallucination.
need Leslie to do for him? Tell me what God has
God
said.
doesn't need Leslie to do anything
Oh,
for him.
good.
But I didn't. What did I say? I was here for God. I said I was here for Brandon. I'm stepping
No,
in
now
because
you're defending the Bible.
I'm
You
sick
were
of hearing him
defending the
being
Bible.
treated like shit, and
He's
you
not
guys
being treated like
are
shit.
lying to him. You're
We're
hallucinating. You're
not.
twisting. You don't know
We could be in
science. You don't know
error.
religion. You don't
We
know
could
your
be in
Bible.
error.
But you're smarter than shit.
Leslie, is being in error the same as lying?
That gets in.
Yes.
So being in error is the same as lying. Are you lying when you say that? Or are you just in error?
You're in error.
Could be. Is it the
I
same
think
as
you
lying?
absolutely know it. I think you could have Googled some of the things I told you to Google, and you won't do it because you know you're lying.
Well, you
And
come off
claim
like
you're
a nut job,
geologist.
man. A geologist? Oh, you're talking about BBM. Okay.
Okay, well, there's different people talking. Yeah.
Right, but you think we're all one
can't see
atheist.
on this little bitty screen.
We're all
who the hell
one
is
atheist.
Well,
Okay,
it would be
welcome.
one rebellion, wouldn't it? Right? Doesn't matter what team of enemy you are, you're all labeled enemy.
Good to see you, Todd. Good to see you, sir.
Who said that?
That's Todd. Noel. Not
okay.
the chick that eats the straw and pulls her tit out. Not that one.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I will do that, but
He will,
What?
but it's
not
just
as
much
exciting.
nicer.
Straw, pull your titty out. That ain't good.
I disagree. It's equally as exciting.
Anyways, yeah, no, I mean, that is the point of this, as far as, because I firmly believe that all false doctrine falls apart coming against the King James Bible. That's why everybody has to do a whole lot of work to try to discredit this Bible. Because, yeah, sure, if the Bible's not true, then sure, my whole position falls apart. But I'm utterly convinced that yes, this old King James Bible right here is the fulfillment of God's promise in Psalm 12, 6 and 7, and Zephaniah 3, 8 and 9.
Your job would be easier if we were so easily convinced, wouldn't it?
Sure.
And then you could save us from what now?
Then we would all just be a badass team of fucking, debaters.
But we would be saved from something specifically that you're worried about happening.
Yes, I don't want any of you going to hell.
Do you think God wants us to go to hell?
I know he does not.
Okay, so why would we go to hell if God doesn't want us to?
Because he has to uphold justice, the law.
He has to do a thing?
Yes, he has to do
you're
it.
choosing
Yes, that
where
is.
you want to go.
That's why
I'm
he
not.
is. That's why
I
it
haven't seen
should.
the brochure.
Yeah, it should send shivers down a sinner's spine to hear him say, "Shall not the judge of the earth do right?"
But
Okay, but they'd have to
even
believe in
cheer as
him.
They mock and let us all
Right.
gather
Well,
again.
That's why.
Yes,
but that's why the whole key to the whole thing is Jesus, the person. He is the cornerstone of our faith. So that's why, without believing in him, all the rest of it is going to be fucking nonsense. All you're going to think is, and Noah and all the ark and the fucking big fish and Jonah and it all.
And by Jesus, you mean Baal.
What was that? Sorry.
And by Jesus, you mean Baal.
No, I do not mean Baal.
Jesus is the Lord.
I couldn't help
the Baal
myself,
cycle.
Daniel.
He's got a point. The Baal cycle is basically the New Testament, right?
That to me, when you guys
was
say that
carried
shit,
away captives for all of that. So they're just hallucinating again, trying to get your.
I hate when I hallucinate in the middle of a
well,
live stream.
no, I think this is my honest opinion. This is just my honest assessment. All right, is that you guys, glom on to some kind of position or information, or information could be
Anthropology,
history information that you've read that I would claim would be false, but you believe it to be true, and this, those things have formed your worldview.
So there's claims from both sides, you're saying, and the only way to decide who's right is evidence, wouldn't you say?
Well, sure, but I mean, the most important thing is, though, too, is that the person Jesus Christ made us a promise when he said, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall never pass away.
Yeah, I think it's hard to stare at the evidence when you're busy staring at the cross.
You need to start debunking some of this science stuff they're throwing at you. Post the Discovery Channel Eve, how there
Debunk
really
that
wasn't
science.
Eve. Post some of these other and watch these vids on how there really was a flood. And
Sammy, you got to stop smiling. You're killing me, bro.
And every time they talk nonsense, post some of these videos by the Science Academy that's telling them they're hallucinating little third-grade delusions and they have no fucking clue. Because that's what they bring to
Who are you citing right now? Which study are you? Which study are you citing, Leslie? I was waiting on you to cite a study.
The third grade science that's sitting here bashing the Bible.
Okay.
Real
opinions.
Quick. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that, I mean, as far as, Leslie, I mean, this is exactly what we're here to do, is to go over.
I know you are.
What you believe and why you believe it. That is kind of the point of this, is let's sit down, take inventory of what we believe and why we believe it. And this is where I'm just telling you, I mean,
you need to start showing some of the science shows instead of going like to Gilgamesh, which is cool too. But, you go to like because that's kind of where I'm at, is all this.
What, did Big Bad Mama leave? Okay, no. Okay.
But if you go to like the Discovery Channels on the Eve thing, when they're bashing Eve, and mitochondrial Eve, or you go to some of the National Science and Education Foundation stuff on how they're proving the flood, or the Black Sea finds on how they're, and that's what we need to see.
But there's still going to remain. Just real quick though, there's still always going to be a difference on the interpretation of the data. Because for a long time now, we've all been looking at the same data and arriving at different conclusions as far as, creation scientists versus
I don't believe they've been looking at any of it. These people coming against you haven't looked at any of it.
I wouldn't say that. Yeah,
they wouldn't say the things they're saying if they had even a clue. They're not going to say the Grand Canyon was laid down when we know it was cut. It's that.
Well, the layers were laid down in depositional environments, and then it was cut while the Colorado Plateau is uplifted. The Colorado River cut down while the plateau was lifting up. That's why the canyon is as big as it is. So you just misstated what I think.
No,
you don't even understand it, I don't think.
But I also told you there's seashells on all the Rockies if you go back through.
So what? So those layers used to be at sea level, and they were lifted up through mountain building events.
And I would bet
it's very well understood.
As as if you went to the other
Well, I
mountains
would
in
say it's
Europe
very well explained,
and
but
you
not.
find the seashells
So
on the top
yeah,
of those
you
mountains.
obviously
I bet there's the
just
same
don't
thing.
understand how mountains form. That's all we're hearing.
Right.
Why you don't know how mountains formed?
No, I think
But you
from
don't. That's why you
Leslie's
think the shells
perspective.
on the top of the mountain come from an ocean being above the mountain. You don't understand
Exactly.
it began under an ocean and rose up
Oh, I
like
understand
mountains
that the
do.
mountains pushed up, but there was no before the flood. There really was no oceans. I mean, you need to go talk to some scientists, man. There was like inland seas.
How is that? How is that even known? Like to say
And there's
there was
still
no
more
oceans
water
back
under
then.
the crust than on top. I mean,
Yeah,
the
You guys
flood
just
the
need
world
to.
3 more times.
You need to compare degrees. Just go down through the panel and everybody just bring out your
According to the
degrees.
Bible, yeah, there was no rain on the earth at that time. All of the earth was watered from the soil upward, according to the Bible, which
Well,
happens to
something
be
cracked the
the
crustal
best way to
plate
grow
is what
shit.
happened. And
Well, it's
all
hard to
the
get to a
underground.
point when I'm getting interrupted on both sides, Les.
Oh, come on. It's not us. It's Les. It's just Les.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Nah. I'm fucking with you, Les. Well, go on then, Brandon.
Oh, is it my turn? So, anyways, now I even forgot what the fuck I was talking
Oh,
about.
you wanted everybody to show their degrees. I think you
On
wanted to
this
go through the
flood,
panel.
maybe,
And,
too, we were talking.
I wanted everyone to show their degrees.
yeah, because like Leslie was saying, a bunch of scientists, just spouting gibberish and propaganda to destroy the Bible's credibility and
Well,
Well,
to me,
he
and
was
science.
claiming to be some high-priced geologist or something. That
I'm not
claimed
arguing. I'm
High-priced
just
geologist.
was laid down into the cut.
I
So,
think the
Just
most
like a high-priced
important-
hooker.
Yeah,
I'm just giving
I think
exposition. That's all.
I think the very most important topic that both sides of the line should be investigating, because even Paul staked it all on the resurrection.
Yes.
If the resurrection did not occur, then all of Christianity falls apart. So all of these lame ass attempts to, Moses never existed and Jesus never existed.
How many historical resurrections have we recorded amongst human beings?
None.
and I don't have any way
Are you
to
serious?
prove that the resurrection happened other than what I believe, but we can prove all this
You
other
mean
stuff.
resuscitation or resurrection, dude?
Resurrection. Like raising from the dead
Resurrection,
and
I have
ascending
no way
into
to
the
prove.
heaven. Resurrection. Story.
Yeah, I have no way to prove the resurrection happened other than what I believe. But this science that they're posting at you is bad science is actually proven science.
Oh, wow. There's
And
a lot of
too.
resurrection
You know
stuff.
James Brown.
I'm guessing, Will, that you're going to compare some mythology to the Bible.
Your mythology. Yes. Mythology against mythology. I think it's only fair.
But mine's not mythology, though.
That's the question on the table, and that's why we're
Yeah.
looking at evidence. And so one of the claims that you're saying is that we should check out the resurrection, and we could check it out, but are there other accounts to compare it to have some idea? And it turns out there's lots of claimed resurrections, even some of the Caesars resurrected, and I think ascended into the cloud.
And we both agree claims don't mean shit, right? We want evidence, right?
So how do we do that with this particular story that we have in the four
Bronze
Gospels?
Age goat herders didn't know any of this without being told. They could
The first
not
time
have
I've ever
known
heard
some
goat
of this.
herders being
What?
relied upon as evidence. Could you just
No, okay,
because
I have to correct that. No,
right? That's
no,
what the claim is.
no. The Bible is mid-Iron Age, right? The Bronze Age goat herders
They're
are
not Bronze
the ones
Age
that have
goat
the
herders,
original
they're
story
Iron
that
Age
wasn't
goat
edited
herders.
yet.
That's cool. So a bunch of Iron Age goat herders knew more than you science people did.
Yeah.
This is a short one.
While we can all admire a vintage vehicle, that doesn't mean your shop management.
What is short
technology
to you?
Should be from the same
Like-
era.
it's
This
like
metric
4
shifts
minutes,
your
I
shop
think.
into high
Okay,
gear
okay.
to help you measure up.
So
Yeah,
what
4
about the
minutes, 30
challenge that things change over time?
And just for the record, I don't really like Lee
Strobel?
Strobel.
Oh man,
I think he's a Catholic sympathizer, but anyway.
But yeah, we're gonna watch this video because
Yeah,
he's got a good
right.
story.
You know,
All right.
things get more elaborate, and Jesus goes from just being a wise teacher to
Right.
a supernatural son of God over a period of time.
Right. Well, you trust your gospels? Oh, the earliest gospel's Mark. You know that, right? The last gospel is probably John. And you trust these things. Well, in Mark, there's no passion story. Jesus isn't hardly even described as divine at all in Mark. Oh, but by the time we get to John, 30 years later, oh, he's already God now. That's the kind of the accusation, right? That Jesus changes over time. And there's a guy we know, Bart Ehrman, out of North Carolina, who's written a lot of books on this. He just wrote a recent book, 2 books ago now, called How Jesus Became God. Because the Jesus of Nazareth, he would say, was very simple, and then over time he got distorted. They added the miracle accounts. They added the resurrection. They added the high Christology of Jesus until finally you have the divine Christ of Christianity. I suspected that too because I was a committed philosophical naturalist. I rejected miracles. So I thought those miracles cannot have been written early. Something was written early, but that stuff wasn't in there. That stuff had to be late. And so I just needed to know, was the miraculous nature of Jesus in the earliest accounts? So here's how we tested it. You know, if you have a crime scene and I find a casing in the crime scene, and then 30 years later I bring the casing to court and I say there's an extractor pin mark on the casing that identifies it to the suspect's gun, that's why I want you to convict this suspect. You could rightly ask, well, how do I know that that extractor pin mark was on the original? Someone could have pulled it out of property 15 years later, etched on the extractor pin mark, put it back in property, and now it's been altered. That's a fair accusation, I think. How do I know that that mark was on the original? Here's how I know. I go back and I ask the question, was there an officer there back in the day, 1980, who wrote a report, a supplemental report, where he described the extractor pin mark? Because if he did, I know it wasn't added later. And then he gave it to somebody. The next guy who takes that piece of evidence, he writes a report describing what he received from the first officer. And then the next officer does the same thing. And we do it through time to the crime lab and from the crime lab all the way to the courtroom. And now I have report after report after report to see if anything's changed on the casing. Well, there's a new, this is, by the way, called the chain of custody. Link by link, we look and see who is each link and is it changing. Do the same thing with the Gospels. Let's take a look at the Gospel of John. Was he really that divine in the beginning? Well, the first officer at the scene who wrote a report was a guy named John. He described what he saw in Jesus. But how do I know that he really wrote that? Well, who did he give it to? Who is the next link in the chain? 3 guys were his personal students, Ignatius, Polycarp, and Papias. Now, after John died, these 3 guys became leaders in the local church. If you didn't have John's gospel, you could just ask them, what did John say about Jesus? And they wrote local letters to local congregations. They're not in your Bible. They're ancient documents. We still have them. We can read them and see, what did they say they learned from John? And they had a student named Irenaeus, and he had a student named Hippolytus. And you can go through the entire list of history and look at each link in the chain to see, is the story of Jesus becoming more extravagant? And here's what I discovered right away, is that if you start early, everything about Jesus you're stuck with. You may not like it, but it starts very early. And the very first people that John talks to will describe him as being divine, claimed to be God, rose from the dead as God, worked miracles as God, born of a virgin, died on a cross, rose from the grave, ascended into heaven, seated at the right hand of the Father. Every doctrine that we hold dear today is present immediately in the first story of Jesus. So you're stuck with this weird deal. You have people who are telling us something, and they never change their story. And we can document it all the way back to the life of Christ. What do we do with this? What do I do with this? That's where I found myself. I was stuck with the miraculous Jesus of Christianity. And every way I tried to kind of look at it and see, is it a lie? What's motivating him to lie? I tested it every way I could. I was stuck with it.
Just so you guys know, he's a cold case detective that goes back and solves, 30-year-old murder cases and stuff.
So he found evidence that was sufficient for him based on what he does for a career. And that I notice he's not a historian though, right?
Well, but the guy was a cold case detective, and he worked with a whole bunch of police officers that all were Christians. And he grew up atheist. His dad is even still an atheist to this day. Still doesn't believe in Jesus, even though his son's written all of these books proving that all of this is true. So, anyways,
so what your video shows is that he's convinced by that evidence, in my opinion.
That he went through using the way the courts use the rules of evidence. He applied all of those same principles to do his He set out to prove the Bible is bullshit and
Okay.
became a Christian.
You need to think critically. He didn't give a single date in there.
Sure.
What's he mean by early? Well, I know for the fact that saying that he has letters other than Paul going back to the time of Jesus is just a lie.
Well, no, he's in the camp that everything was done before 70 AD. Everything was all written and everything before 70 AD, because there's no.
But that's crazy business. You
Why
can
is it-
demonstrate the changes that are made. I mean, it wasn't even done till almost 400 AD, the canon of Scripture. Mark had verses added just so that it harmonized with the rest of the other Gospels.
Okay, well, let me just say this and then we'll move on real quick, because that's why I brought up these particular three scripture here, these three verses. And, it's describing in the book of Revelation, this is kind of, like John in a dream state, that he's getting a major vision here, the revelation of Jesus Christ. And no man in heaven nor earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. And I wept much, because no man was found worthy to open and to read the book, neither to look thereon. And one of the elders saith unto me, Weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the seven seals thereof. So that's why it all starts on Jesus.
Whoa! What is that evidence of? You just read those three verses. Now, what is that evidence of?
That, I mean, it takes believing in Jesus to really understand the Bible. Like, you won't see it until you believe it.
Yeah, well, several of us here believed in Jesus when we read the Bible. We believed in Jesus after we read the Bible. It wasn't until we studied the Bible, like with critically.
Yeah, but thus far, every time you guys spit things as facts, like your Legend of Gilgamesh Noah comparison,
we didn't say that they were factually identical, did we?
Well, I mean,
one influenced the other was the claim. Now, do you deny that one story
I don't
influenced the
think
other?
that Gilgamesh influenced the Bible whatsoever.
My question was, did one influence the other? I didn't ask specifically which one.
No, I don't think that either one influenced.
Can I answer this, Brandon?
Oh, good.
Go ahead.
Second Esdras, chapter 14. When Ezra came out of Babylon, he was to rewrite the books to set the record straight. And we can go back to where Jeremiah in Lamentations 2:9 says the law was burnt and all the prophets were gone because the temple was gone and the books are gone. This is what he's lamenting.
Sure.
Ezra came out of Babylon and he rewrote the book to set the record straight, is what it says.
All of these,
I've been telling him the books were rewritten this entire time.
Yeah, I was going to say, everybody on the panel at the moment, Les, thinks the Bible is bullshit.
Well, I understand that, except for me and you.
Yeah. They don't think that it has even. They don't even think it has any historical value, even pertaining to ancient documents.
Oh no, I don't think that.
The other day, maybe
I don't think that.
I wouldn't go that far, Brandon.
If there's 5 here that you're
all right,
against, and hopefully one of these people will take any of this to heart and go look it up or something.
There's lots of good little tidbits that helps you date things in the Bible.
Sure.
Yeah, you just can't take it literally.
Well, it is literal.
Well, I mean, when you have to keep everything in context when reading the Bible.
When I was a
Let's
kid,
just
the
say that.
preachers used to laugh.
This
You know,
idea
the
that you
preachers
can't
laugh.
take the Bible literally is absurd to me, because there's lots of parts where you take it literally, and then you realize that
Brandon,
yeah,
we went
When I
over
was
the
a kid,
Sodom and
if you want to hear
Gomorrah.
this story,
No, we
the
went through the
preachers
Sodom and
laughed
Gomorrah.
at,
We talked about
you
how
know,
it had to be
metal
poetry.
birds and
Leslie, could you just take a breather?
it's
We went.
poetry in the
well, you're
same way
laughing
that the
too.
Epic of Gilgamesh is poetry.
I'll agree with that.
It's a story, but the Sodom and Gomorrah is historical fact, bro. That's history.
Listen to what I was pointing out. I said we went over it where we had to acknowledge when God is saying, should I tell Abraham my plans for him, that he wasn't, obviously it's implying that God is thinking to himself and reasoning and making a decision, all things that God couldn't do. God can't do that. He already knows everything. There's no reason for him to think about
What
a
did it have in the
situation.
Gilgamesh?
So it
That's
was
all Nimrod?
poetry built around a story. You had to
Sure.
agree with that. So I don't want to like rehash the whole argument.
Yes,
But
no, the people that wrote the story
my
had
point
to
is
get
keep it
approval
in
of the
context.
king or they'd get their head cut off.
Leslie,
it's very clear. The people that wrote the histories had to get approval of the king they're under, or they're going to get their head cut off. And they didn't write fantasy stories back then. There's no fiction in any of them clay tablets. It's all records.
I have to tell you, almost all of it. Whenever a text was written that even looked like it was historical, it was making theological arguments. It's not historical.
Yeah, it's been theological since before the flood. Enoch,
No,
Gomorrah,
you're not getting what I'm
Noah has
saying.
his
It
books.
wasn't even
Abraham
written
has his
initially to
books.
be
We
historical.
all have all these hundreds of books, from all the prophets that didn't even make the Bible. And yet you guys, make, assumptuous claims.
They make assertions.
well, you're about to make one too. You're going to try and
Aspirations is
talk
what they're
about
doing.
evolution as though disproving evolution would somehow prove Yahweh in the Bible, and it won't.
Well, that's a change of story
I'm not.
again.
No.
We
I
didn't
was just.
go there.
I didn't want to lose this particular tab. I wasn't going to play this video. I agree with you. I'm not trying to shift gears. I'm trying to think of because we want to. The whole point, the main center point is this man Jesus Christ. If as I claim, the resurrection was a real, true, actual historical event, and I think there's lots of evidence to prove that it is, that it did occur. Then yes, now I hope that would make you believe Jesus, so that now you'll when you're reading the Bible, it'll be a completely different experience. You know what I'm saying?
What's the evidence apart from the Bible?
Well, why? How come we got to remove the Bible as evidence? Why?
Well, it's like saying Harry Potter flew, around the steeple.
How is?
And it's saying, where's the evidence of that? Well, the book said he did it.
Well, the apostles were tortured to death and didn't recant. They had the option. Even Paul had the chance in front of Nero to recant of his Jesus stories, and he refused. And they gave their lives for this story, and you think it's fiction.
Yeah, I don't think you guys.
What was the argument that people have died? Like what, Tyndale? Is that?
Yeah, 11 of the 12 apostles were tortured.
Yeah,
to death.
all of the.
One of them was
let's
even
go.
skinned alive.
All the early
no,
Christians.
Fox's
They
book of
refused
Martyrs
to
is a book of
repent.
myths as well.
Even Paul refused
Peter wasn't crucified upside down, all those things. In that same story, a dog is talking to them. Okay, so that's extra biblical shit that those ideas came from.
Do you understand?
What
you can
in the
go over to
world?
Europe and visit the graves of the apostles
You
and see some
can
of the
go to
bones
8
and
different
stuff.
graves of Paul, I bet.
Fucking
Two different tombs of Jesus, I think you could probably go visit there. There's all kind of places you can go, and they'll say this is the dirt where that happened, but you have no way to prove that. Don't be gullible.
Yeah, none of the historical accounts are accurate. How beautiful.
Do you know your way around? Let me ask you, how far do you think
All the
Bethlehem
church
is?
fathers were
How
liars.
far,
How dare you.
Leslie, how far do you think Bethlehem is from Jerusalem?
You know how much Peter lied?
But do you know or don't you?
Not very far, 22 miles or something.
Not even that.
No, Peter, you know, when there was somebody on the shore claiming to Peter, how many fish did you catch? He didn't even say, but you should have saw the big one. He said, we didn't catch anything.
Well, that's how you know it's
fisherman does
bullshit, because
that?
fishermen lie.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you, these men didn't even lie. They were Jews to the 100%.
Yeah.
Well,
You know, they can be wrong and not lie.
Lied for their beliefs. They were tortured to death and they refused to repent.
Nope.
that
There is no
Jesus was
evidence that that
alive.
happened. That's mythology
There is
built up
very
around
much.
them.
There's hundreds of reports, just like the Gospels.
Well,
There's hundreds and hundreds of Gospels on there.
I looked at the martyrs. I tried to find reasons to believe in, but you know what else? It doesn't matter how strongly they believed. It doesn't matter that they were willing to die. That does not change the evidence not
Are you
being there
willing
for
to
the
die
claims.
for a lie? You're going to die for a lie. You're going to be skinned alive.
Plenty
or
of people
tortured
have
up
died for a lie, yes.
Not for something that they believe to be true, but
All they had to
somebody
do was
that absolutely knows it's a lie.
No,
they're
okay,
not
now that's a
willing to
different
die for it.
story.
Yeah.
That's a different story.
Yeah.
Okay. Right? Like you're saying it died for a lie. All right. Well, if they believe the thing, or if they could just be a little easily suggested to. I don't know if that's I don't want to call
No, they
anybody
didn't
super
stay
gullible.
together either. They
Do I
didn't
have
stay
to
as a
play the
lump.
fucking "If Jesus is a Hoax" video again?
No, you're playing your videos. I know you think it helps or it does something, but I can speak for myself. Unless it's actually talking about fact and not just people's different
You
opinions, I
know,
don't even pay
there's got to
attention.
be over 100
I play my
Aramaic
guitar.
Gospels of this all too.
Yeah,
and how
no,
all those people
let-
believed he was alive.
there's tons of archaeological evidence to prove the Bible is absolutely reliable.
If that was true, we'd all be believers, right? But
That
that's
is
not
such
what it
fucking.
proves.
I mean, that is probably the most absurd thing that's ever come out of your.
Oh,
fucking
really?
mouth.
You
Yeah,
think that we
dude.
all want to believe a lie?
No,
That's
that's
what
not
you're
the
saying?
worst. That's not the
Yes,
most
I
absurd thing that's
do.
come
I
out of Will's
do
mouth.
actually
Why-
at times think that. Yes.
Tell me how that makes any rational sense that we want to believe a lie.
Also, hey big mama.
Because you
Hey.
don't want to seem to
Q, how you
want
doing?
to believe the truth. So, that's
You're
where
calling something true doesn't make it true.
I agree. That's what I'm saying.
The Bible calling itself true does not
you
make the
just
Bible true.
dismiss every piece of evidence and
that
then try to
applies also to
inject
you.
a bunch of mythological bullshit as a fucking comparison.
I'm
It's-
not making
it's-
positive claims about a God.
I do not feel like you're honestly in search of truth.
And he's
Well,
saying where
that's
the
because-
Bible is not alone in this.
That's because
The Bible
you
does
have
not
only
stand
one.
alone.
That's
History
because you
stands
have
with the Bible.
Leslie. For the love of God, anyway. You think that you have the truth, Brandon. That's why everything that doesn't agree with you is automatically the devil.
Well, no,
Okay, but that's
because-
not reasonable. You're not being honest. You're saying if it doesn't agree with me, it must be false. That's not honestly seeking anything. So you don't get to judge me about that.
No, you guys don't know about the flying spaghetti monster?
Oh, the dumb Turk is here.
Oh yeah, no, this guy is a butt plug.
All right,
And Numi will be something gay right out the rip. Just come out with it, Numi. Tell us what you're about.
Tell he wants.
It's good to see you here, big bad mama. I'm glad you're here, man.
I haven't heard Numi say anything that wasn't homosexual the entire time I've known him.
I've heard
He
him
just
talk
wants
about
to join
women
us in
100%.
the.
I'm disgusted that all the adulterous and fornication and everything you all are involved.
Will,
in.
I think you need to take one for the team, Will, and just hug him in the hugging shed. Bro.
Not gonna do it.
I think it's necessary.
He couldn't fit in the hugging shed.
I'm trying to find a short video on this from any of this.
You guys have like a gay
I'll tell you
like
what.
handshake?
Oh, we're
I tell you
still
what,
praying
I'll
to
watch
get
your
Dwight
video.
back here, Nomi, if that's all right.
Why don't we make a deal? If I have to watch one of your videos, you have to watch one of mine.
I'm totally down with deals like that.
What's the time?
Also, you guys should go
time on
vote for
yours?
me.
But we've already watched 45 of yours, Brandon.
Brandon, I call this guy William Freeman and his butt plug atheist friends.
They're not
Okay.
atheists, though.
Yeah, they claim not to be. Yeah, Brandon, are you a dummy? Don't you get why they're saying that?
I'm an atheist.
If you say they're atheists, they're never going to talk. You're never going to talk to them. But if they say, "Oh no, we're not an atheist," and then you talk to them for like 10 hours, and you find out they're even worse than an atheist. They're
Who's
actually
atheist here?
Satanists. What's up?
I'm an atheist.
Wait,
Who, Cerberix?
Let me play this one. This one's 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Oh my God.
Yikes.
In Exodus 12:40, it says, "Now the length of time the Israelite people lived in Egypt was 430 years." And so because of this, movies like the Ten Commandments...
Yeah, this is not what I was expecting.
Bruh.
This is
He needs to work on.
We just
he needs
saved
to work
12
on his-
minutes. Okay. Thanks God, we just saved 12 minutes, Brandon.
David, do you see a pattern of evidence in Egypt for the story of Israel in Egypt?
Let me go.
History is all about
I'll
patterns
start
of evidence.
a guy that's on
If
your
you have
guys'
one piece of evidence in isolation,
Holy shit! How long is this video?
Mountains or places.
Well, this is what the discussion is about because you got here a little late, Q. You know, basically, everybody wants evidence in order to believe something to be true. And this is where I'm saying, everybody else wants to constantly dismiss the Bible as anything that can provide evidence. So
But Brandon, the thing I tried to tell you, bro, they're not looking for evidence of God. They look at everything. It's not just the Christian God. I've tried to tell you.
Whoa, we do look for evidence of whatever's there. It's not like we're going to create evidence.
Well, I said
for it.
only. I said you don't look only for the Christian God. That's what I said.
Right, yeah, it's not
Right,
isolated and
that's
just
right.
proving the Bible's true. Yes.
You look for the flying spaghetti monster.
I mean, we could look
You're
for
the
your
only one
ex-wife,
that has
but I don't
mentioned
think
the
she exists.
pasta thing. And why would a god not appeal to you that's made of some sort of succulent dish?
What is my crime? I'm enjoying a meal, a succulent Chinese
Succulent
meal.
Chinese meal.
This man is touching my penis.
Oh, if you don't have like context for that, that sounds weird, I'm sure.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
weird. What kind of gay jokes do you guys have together?
I knew that would interest you. Mentioning
Yeah.
anything to do with penis got you all excited.
see how Numi comes in and totally sidetracks everything.
Oh yeah, I just ruined your show, Brandon, because I was asleep for like 5 hours because you got a lot ahead with
You know,
these
that's
guys.
something that Satan would do. That's
I came
exactly
in here
the kind
for
of thing that
5
Satan would
seconds
do.
and I fucking derailed the show again, didn't I,
Mimi, I'm
Brandon?
gonna pray that you find a job, dude. That's what I'm gonna pray for.
I think he's got a job. Isn't he the
I
Burger
don't know.
King?
Is that where you work,
Did a
Mimi? Is it Burger
signing
King?
the other day with a
Yeah,
tie
that's
on.
right.
He is the Burger
I'm the
King.
manager at Burger King.
Oh yeah, right. The manager.
That would be a dream come true, man. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, let's get the directions to your nearest Burger King so we
Yo,
know not
honestly,
to go
the
there.
manager at my Burger King can't fit through the fucking door, man. It's the funniest thing. He's huge, man. And every time I go there, he goes, "Hey, big guy," but he's like 5 times bigger than me.
Oh yeah, little update
You just
for
think
everyone.
that.
No, I'm telling you, dude, it's hilarious. This
Little
guy
update
is
for-
huge.
A little update for everyone. I'm sitting at 14 votes currently, so it's more than I thought I was gonna get.
Nice.
You sound so gay, Hubert.
Oh, that reminds me. Send me the link on Discord. I haven't voted yet. Almost
I
forgot.
got you.
Oh, this is an honest question, okay? Don't get me wrong, okay? But tell me the truth. Do people send nudes on Discord?
They
With
can.
a godly
No.
tongue doth Numi profess his faith in his king. And
14
stuff
votes
about
could
sex
get
and
you
genitals and
elected
butts and
as an
stuff.
Islamic overlord in the state of New York.
What the fuck are you?
I don't know. I heard like everyone's on Discord these days and there's a lot of weird shit going on there.
I didn't tell you, Numi. Anywhere people can send nudes, they send nudes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's just a
Now
thing.
Numi's
people
going to
do.
ask you to send him a nude, sir.
You want to show me a little bit of your legs? You know what I mean?
You would like that?
No, I'm joking.
He's
That's
not
funny.
joking.
I guarantee.
All they do.
I guarantee you, Numi's in defeat.
Women are selling everything every
Oh,
day.
you want to show off a little ankle?
Okay, you
Oh,
did
you
it
guys
again,
crack me
Brandon. You did it again. You're totally taking what Serb said yesterday. He did not say that Moses didn't exist. He said evidence for Moses doesn't exist. He even explained it to you.
Oh, dude, I heard all this shit he was saying yesterday.
Yeah.
Explain to me how that means something different.
No,
Okay,
Saudi Arabia has the whole area quarantined off, man. They have guards with guns to keep you.
Leslie,
Oh, sorry,
here.
we bored you, big bad mama.
Hey, what are you eating, Brando?
Like, Saudi Arabia is one of the most open countries to archaeology in the Middle East.
Then you better Google the Rock of Horeb and the 12 wells. that
Oh,
they
I know.
are
You can go Google stuff, but I've literally been on the ground in
all
Saudi
fenced
Arabia.
off, and they
Okay,
have armies
Leslie,
everywhere.
stop freaking out for a second. Sir, would you explain the
ain't
thing that
freaking
Brandon
out.
asked? Oh, you just
I'm
can't
very
stop,
calm.
can you?
Oh, yeah. It's saying there's no
You met
evidence.
your match with Leslie.
Oh,
He's crazier than you are.
It's saying no evidence. It's saying that there's no
Leslie's
no
are mad
physical reason to
Christian.
believe
Okay, go ahead, Leslie. Fucking, if I want to let you have it, I'll unleash Leslie on you. Okay.
All right, Numi, if you keep on, I'm going to go in on you, and he's going to have to kick us all out. Okay.
All right, Leslie, let her rip. Go ahead, Leslie.
No, I'm mad at these people, man.
Yo, you guys fucked up so hard that Leslie has nothing to say to you. You know, that's how crazy you are.
Why do we care that Leslie's mad?
Man.
What kind of fucking
Because
argument is
Leslie
Leslie's
is
mad?
our Mad Hatter. Okay, he's the crazy guy of the Christian group, and if he gave up on you, dude, that's it, man.
Fucking mascot. Is that what you are?
No, he's that weird uncle that we don't talk about.
Okay, Serb was trying to explain to you that he didn't say that Moses didn't exist, and then Numi and Leslie had a bro session. So could Serb defend that point since you're going to slander him in the private chat there?
Yeah,
Brandon?
please go ahead, Serb.
Google the Rock of Horeb.
Yeah, saying there's no physical evidence of something in no way shows the thing isn't true. All it means is you can't prove it.
Start tomorrow's show with the Rock of Horeb, Brandon. And how
I mean, to me, it's like the same argument
as
as Jesus never existed. You can't prove it. It's like, what?
Well, I can't prove
Yeah,
Jesus.
just saying you can't prove it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Like we don't have evidence of Farmer Jacques in France from 1401. But there probably was a Farmer Jacques in France in 1401. See how that could be different?
Moses influenced their entire culture.
Yeah, just after the story was written.
After the story was written. What do you mean?
Post 700, but it's probably for Moses probably closer to 500.
Okay. I mean,
but I even told you yesterday that
just fucking argue with people pulling shit out of their ass all the time. I mean,
see, that's another spurious claim. You're saying he's pulling shit out of his ass.
These guys
Okay,
are pulling shit out.
you're
of
having an emotional reaction to him saying
I'm
something
not.
that you don't
I'm
agree
actually
with.
eating. Yeah.
So
I'm eating.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
what are
and
you
while you're
eating?
eating, it's emotional eating, I guess. But listen, when he says a thing like that, he's not being a bastard. He's saying, you know, because you're demonizing what he's doing. He's pulling it out of his ass. Are you sure he's pulling it out of his ass?
Yes.
Or are you saying that because you emotionally feel some kind of way about him not agreeing with the Bible?
Good, but prove it, sir. Pulls shit out of
Numi,
his ass.
eat something for God's sake.
I would love
Waste
to. What
of
are you
fucking
eating,
life.
Brandon? What are you having right now? Late night snack?
look, let's just put it this way. Most of biblical studies is Christian. Like 95% of them are Christian. Almost every single one of them believe Moses is written post 700.
Cerberix. We already had this talk.
My work isn't specifically in biblical studies, so I haven't been on the ground digging up biblical sites. I'm taking their word for it, being that they're the smartest Christians on the planet.
Do you need to wear the Duke hat and stand in the corner again?
The what cap?
The Duke.
The Duke cap.
Which means you're an idiot. Yeah.
I think we call that the dunce cap, but I'm sure you're more familiar with it than I am.
Holy fuck, bro! How do you fumble the word dunce and duke together?
Oh, for fuck's sakes! Am I gonna have to wear the hat now?
You have never not
No,
worn the
you're gonna
hat.
need to wear the special needs hat, bro. Jesus fucking Christ!
Who's
were
gonna
born
stand
with
in the
that hat
corner?
on.
Cerberix, I think you got to stand in there.
Well, technically, you're too big to fit in a corner.
So, Cerberix, you want to do the walk of shame for us?
I guarantee you have your own orbit.
No, I'm married.
It's because we had the talk already, Cerberix. You let me down, man. I already had the talk with you.
Why are you the way that you are, Numi? What happened?
I already had the talk with you too, but you don't want to listen. Okay.
Are your
You're
parents
like a
Somali?
stupid teenager.
Your
No,
parents are
have you ever
Somali,
been
aren't
to a
they?
Turkish barber? They like rub your chest and shit. Like it's Turkey. The Turkish people are some of the gayest non-gay people on the planet.
Do you want me to have the talk again with you, Cerberix, or are you
I
gonna
think
believe?
he's. Are you Iranian or Persian or something like that?
Yes,
What are you?
yes, I am. I'm a
Sir,
Persian king.
have
You're
you
not
ever
a king.
seen?
I'll see. Don't
you ever
make me
seen
have the talk with you.
Have you ever seen Turkish oil wrestling?
Yeah. I don't like fingers in my butthole.
Okay, if you guys want to understand me
I
better, do you guys know who?
prefer hairy Turkish men not to have their fingers anywhere near my
You
ass.
want to understand me better? You know the Iron Sheikh? You know the Iron Sheikh? That's me. Okay, he
No,
was
it's
from
not.
Iran. Yes, it is.
That's not you.
Well, that's the closest version of me.
Dude, you just dishonored the legacy of a great wrestler, and I'm not here for it.
Well, he was Persian. He was from Iran. You can look it up, dude.
Yeah, but you're not every Persian.
Turkish tradition, come on, bro.
Oh,
we about to Turkish
who did
oil
this?
wrestling in Turkey. Let's
Oh
go.
man,
Come on, man.
that black
Push it.
kid is gonna get a hand right up his butt.
Brandon.
I can't
He's
fucking
going in.
Let's go, Steve.
Aren't you eating? Look at that. Look at that.
I'm
Look at
talking
that.
about those
Oh,
guys in like the
genital
leather
spread. What
pants.
is that?
Look at that. Look how gay this is.
Oh, that is
No,
super gay.
there's way gayer.
Can we
than
stop?
this.
No,
Yeah,
Halsey.
this is the rated PG. They're right up his
Yeah,
butt crack.
if you want to watch something gayer, go watch the News Unit workout.
No, what are we doing? Oh my God. Why are we doing this?
No,
that guy
you
was
don't
just oiling
understand.
his junk.
You have to oil your junk because you're allowed to grab onto anything.
Yeah.
Yo,
I'm
that's
saying, but why are
sick.
we watching them do it? Because it's who's doing this to me? Who's
We're
doing
watching.
making-
We're making you watch this because you made me watch Dave work out in a Speedo. You bet.
Yo,
Okay,
but do you
that's
see those
fair.
tactics,
Oh,
man?
there. Yeah.
Oh, he's going in. He's going in. That's gross.
You guys even know how to wrestle? This is a serious question. I actually know how to wrestle.
I bet you do. Wrestle with a.
He knows how to
footlong from
wrestle
Subway.
as a 500.
You're not a real man if you can't wrestle another greasy man to the ground.
Why would I wrestle a man when I could just knock him out?
Dude, because you got to show your sheer strength, okay? In wrestling, there's no punches.
I don't. I can just solve the problem.
You don't understand, man. Wrestling is a true man sport, right?
I
There's
think
no
it's
punches.
is that what true men do? Stick their hands in each other's pants? Is that wrestling
Yeah,
manly?
it's pure strength, dude. I'll grab your
You
balls
are
if
the
you fuck
gayest.
around.
You are the gayest guy to ever be in the closet, I think.
All right, well, watch out. I might grab your balls, right?
I don't know. I mean, it's not like you'd be
Give
hard
your
to
nuts a tug, dick
outrun.
fucker.
He
Why
just
is it still
flipped
being on? Why
flipped
is it
him
still
upside
happening?
down. Dude, he
Who
just
is
flipped him
doing
upside down.
this? Is this Brandon? Is this you, sir?
Yeah.
This is so
That's not me. Brandon put it on and went to go get another sandwich or something.
Dude,
Yeah,
do you
Brandon.
understand?
This
Okay,
guy.
Brandon, keep making him watch it. Make him suffer like
I'd
I
rather
did.
watch the commercial than that.
yo, listen,
Dude,
have
do
you
you
ever
see a
been
pattern of-
flipped upside down?
Oh no.
Oh, you haven't. As a
I
man,
don't.
dude,
No,
when you
no.
get flipped,
Stop. You're gaying this room up too much. And I don't have
all right,
anything
you
against
want to
gays,
watch
but
this?
I don't want to imagine you gaying. I don't want to imagine that at all, ever.
Brandon, we really appreciate you, buddy. All right, go ahead.
This is more autism.
Oh, this is long too, Brandon.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stick around for this. I'm gonna go ahead and catch you later.
Is Brandon even here?
Sorry, I'm eating right now while I'm listening to you guys. I wasn't going to play anything.
He already left, Brandon.
Yo,
You
yo,
see?
Rob Reed. Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. He said that. He saw the timeline of the video was like,
He's like, well, if you're gonna play this, I'm not gonna stick around, you know. Dude, now you know how to get rid of the atheists.
Whatever, dude.
yeah, force the room to watch an hour-long video. You'll get rid of almost everybody.
Yeah, don't leave.
I tried to tell Brandon, he doesn't listen to me, man. He kept playing videos and I'm like, Brandon, and he's like, no, mate. He put me in the background. Now he's hearing it from everybody.
No, nobody minds when you get put in the background. That makes things go smoother.
You're an asshole. Just because you didn't play it, you came back. You're such a little child, dude.
No, it's not because he didn't play it. It's because I thought he was going to make me watch 47 minutes of Christian apologetics.
No.
Maybe you need that, dude. Honestly.
I have seen it all. I was a Christian. I watched more Frank Turek and
what
William
should I
Lane
do with
Craig.
you, man? We tried to have the talk with you.
Don't
We
need
gave
to
you
do
evidence.
anything with me. I keep asking you to have no contact with me, but you're gay as fuck.
Do I need to go in a private room with you and like one-on-one?
No, I am specifically telling you that will never happen.
You, me, a bottle of grease.
Numi,
Yeah.
I promise you, you don't want that.
Dude, I'll turn you straight for Jesus, man.
I think that I think Will's trying to tell you that he's fucking well endowed.
No, that's weird too. I'm just trying to say that I don't let men holding oil diddy me up.
If he's well endowed, Brandon, I'll turn
said
him out.
no,
you
that's
know?
weird too. No, that's
I'll turn him out for the Lord. If
I'm
he's
just saying you're
endowed.
safer. You're safer using that oil on your old Johnson by yourself the way you normally do, buddy.
I'll be right back.
It'll definitely
Well,
extend your life.
I'll go bareback on you until you preach the gospel.
You know what? I need to eat my 2
Yeah,
pounds of cottage cheese.
No, you need to throw that in the fucking trash right now. That's what you need to do. Go get rid of that
pounds?
shit.
Did you say 2 pounds?
Throw that
I'll be
in
right
the
back.
trash right the fuck now.
No,
Cerberus.
don't do it. Don't eat 2 pounds of cottage cheese. 2 pounds of anything is a bad idea, but cheese?
Jesus Christ, your toilet's gonna hate you.
That guy, he's so wild, man. Have you ever heard
Isn't
of
cottage
cheese?
cheese the disgusting cheese?
Why do you talk?
Or am I wrong? No, seriously, I tried cottage cheese once and I'm like, oh, gross. What is this?
Bro, you said, why do you talk?
Don't tell me you guys eat cottage cheese.
Oh fuck, Will
Numi,
got me. I'm not gonna
why are you making conversation? Like, do you want to make friends? Is that what you want?
No, I just woke up, man, but I feel like eating cottage cheese is a white pastime, you know, because
Yeah,
you never
that's-
see any immigrants eating cottage cheese.
They can't afford it.
Immigrants don't even know what is cottage cheese.
Yes, I understand. They like
And
bananas
why
and
is
rice,
it even
though, in your
called
house,
cottage
right?
cheese? Like, was it made in someone's cottage once and they called it cottage cheese? What the fuck is going on?
It's like
William,
I've been
what's up with
invited
the
into your.
hostility, brother?
I've been invited into Numi's thoughts, and I just have lost hope in humanity. And I hope he
Isn't
never
this better than
breathes.
45 minutes of YouTube Christianity?
Do you
It's a
want
lateral
Is
move.
there? Hey, just think about my bright future. It'll restore your faith in humanity, brother. There you go.
Well, Cubert, fuck me, man. Have you ever had cottage cheese?
Yes, and it's disgusting.
Yeah, so you agree
It's
with
not
me, you see?
disgusting. It's not.
Dude.
It's just that 2 pounds of anything seems like a bad idea, even though Cerberus is a
Oh, gross.
big
You
fella.
would eat cottage cheese. I knew it. That's gross.
I have eaten cottage cheese.
Oh
I've eaten a
my
lot worse
God.
things than that too.
Like what,
Like
blue
schmegma.
cheese? You're really fucked up, aren't you? You've had blue cheese.
Of course.
Oh, gross.
What?
Did you hear that, Cubert? Not only do they like cottage cheese, they like
You know
the
there's a-
rotting.
Do you know that there's a huge value to have fermented vegetables and stuff like that, fermented things to your body?
Fermented pickles, not fucking rotting cheese. You guys are gross.
Dave knows something about fermented stuff.
I don't believe that you understand cottage cheese well enough to call it rotted. See, there is an expiration on it, and if it
sir.
goes bad, then it'll be rotted.
No, I'm talking
Stupid.
about blue cheese, dummy. It's already rotted. That's why it's blue.
No, it's not rotted. It's mold. There's mold.
Oh,
Cerberus,
gross,
don't you
man.
dare eat 2 pounds of cottage cheese.
I have
you
to.
heard
I need like another
No.
1,000 calories.
Yeah, but
Okay,
that's
then
2 pounds of cheese, Serb.
Go get some fucking
Yeah,
Taco
fine.
Bell. Don't eat cottage cheese.
It's not you I'm worried about. It's your septic tank.
Yeah, dog. That shit. I feel bad for whoever you sleep next to because that's gonna fucking destroy
Dude,
you.
every time I've had Taco Bell, my washroom hated me, dude. I
have like 0 lactose intolerance. Like I don't get gas.
It doesn't matter. You're eating 2 pounds of cottage cheese.
Well, I'm jealous
whatever,
about
it's
that.
Calories and
healthier.
the protein.
Yo,
So-
if he's
so,
looking for
Serb-
calories, that's the healthiest way to get calories,
So,
to be
sir,
honest.
it's very rare for a person after a certain age, maturity, to be able to tolerate lactose.
Oh my
right?
God.
It's fairly rare. Isn't there some bloodline or something that typically has a predisposition to tolerating dairy better than others?
What?
I mean,
you're a black guy?
there's a few of them.
Is Cerberus black?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say he's
That's
black.
the opposite.
They pulled you right out of the. The
He's-
truth is out, sir.
He's blacker than the bottom of my
Bro,
shoe.
now I'm confused. He's a black guy eating cottage cheese?
Yeah. He
Interesting.
can't tell you about that. It's part of being in the Prince Hall Freemasons. He can't talk about it, but yeah, all black.
Dude, you
It's not
can't
gonna
bring
see
up
this now.
that
I
cottage
love
cheese.
black guys.
William,
so
you
I
can't
don't know
bring
how
up
I
that
feel
group.
about
Here
you
we
now.
go. Here we go.
William, you can't bring up that group, man. You're gonna get Serb kicked out. Shh.
Okay, are you guys ready for some crazy?
45
What do you
minutes?
think we've been doing? Oh my god!
Wait,
How
who
did
just
that
came in?
fucking happen?
so
Captain
confused.
Skeleton Man is here.
What's up? I was
Oh.
listening to you guys talk about cottage cheese.
He won't stay very long, I doubt. He doesn't like.
Hey, man.
Cerberus.
So, yo, Skeleton Man, I gotta ask you something, bro.
What do you got to ask?
The other day, I came into your chat and you started spurging the fuck out. What was that about?
Who were you in my chat?
Generation Q.
And what
I
did you
was just there-
what did you make a comment? What did
It's
you
not like
comment?
it's not like there's
I
many
just
people in your
said-
chat, dude. It's rare
I just
anybody
said,
watches.
"Hey, what's up?" And you're like, "You're all here to make fun of me," and then
I would never say you're all here to make fun of me. You must have said something in my chat that
literally
was
did not. I literally said, "Hey, what's up?"
Q, that was the same day that he spurred out on me. I think you just caught friendly fire.
Oh, okay.
Yo, Captain.
So what did he say? What did you say in the chat?
I have to remember. It was some flavor of how you're wrong about what you're saying.
You
I
were
don't
just
remember
being
the exact words.
being stupid in the comment section just because it's
Yeah,
fun
yeah,
to
that's what
write
you claimed.
stupid.
Yeah, you
It's
claimed
fun
that.
to write stupid things in a comment section. Is that what it is?
I get that's what you think.
Yo, Captain,
It's
what
hard
up?
for
Well, I
him
mean,
to
when
read
you
the
when
words
you when
you
you
use.
when you come to an actual channel that's educational, and then
Your
you
channel is
you know
not
right here you're talking
educational.
about cottage cheese, right? And then the gentleman
Don't you, like,
asked you
open
why
your
is
mail? You
it
open your
called
mail on
cottage
your channel.
cheese? He asked the
Hey,
question, why is it called
music.
cottage cheese, right?
I
Remember
mean,
he
bad
asked you?
AI music.
Did
I
you guys
wasn't
not
here. I was getting cottage cheese.
did you guys not answer his question when he asked you why is it called
lied to
cottage cheese?
us. You lied to us about your music, dude.
I make my own music. I play guitar. You watch all my other videos. You see me
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
create my
How much
music.
is AI and
Well,
how much
hang
is
on.
you?
I
That's
wanna.
pathetic.
AI.
That's pathetic of you to
the
accuse
answers.
me. That's pathetic of you to accuse me when I sit there and I play live on my
Oh, shit.
stream
He's starting to
the
spread out
guitar, the organ, my Yamaha keyboard.
Captain, I
I
believe
literally
you, buddy.
make
I
music,
believe
and you're
you.
going to sit there and deny it? That's
I believe you,
pathetic.
buddy.
All
Captain,
you
I
use
love
is
you.
AI. Jealousy. You know, a lot of men these days are nothing but jealous.
I know,
Why?
Captain. They're jealous of me.
No, I have a
I know.
program. I use
They're
a DAO
jealous of
program.
me. They're jealous
What
of
is your
Brandon.
program
They're jealous of
I don't
everybody.
give away my program.
Uh-huh. That
That's
is no,
education.
there's no
So
way
you're
that
not
you can do
educational.
production on that.
Yeah, that's actually
No way.
a
See?
musician will not tell
Nah,
you
musicians
how I
stare at
edit
snakes
and
all the time,
create.
dude.
Have you ever been to a studio, an actual studio where
Yeah,
music is recorded?
yeah.
Multiple
There's
times.
several musicians in this room,
So
friend.
tell us,
This is how
what
we
is the
know it's
system that
AI.
they use when they engineer and edit a music
Dude,
for
you are
an
so
actual
busted.
artist? Do you know
So
the
busted.
system that they
You
use,
tried to
ma'am?
lie and
No,
say it
you
was a
don't.
special
Because
microphone
you've
that made
never
you
been to
sound
a
like that.
studio.
But
You
you're
use
lyrical
AI,
genius.
right? You guys use AI or something? Is that the issue that you're having? Is
Have you? Wait, hang on,
you
time
use
out,
you
time out,
use
time out.
AI and you
No,
think
it's
everyone
'cause you-
else does?
It's
No,
because you
you
lied
do.
about
You
it.
definitely do.
Yo, so
No,
what music
actually,
of mine?
I have
What
things
music
I
of
use
mine have you
called
heard?
voice cards. I actually have voice cards
Yeah,
What
where
that's
music of mine have
sometimes
you
I will
heard?
use a voice card
Yeah,
and
that's
I
AI.
can sound like pretty
No,
much
it's the
anybody I feel
guitar.
like sounding
It's
like
the
when I speak.
guitar. It's the guitar and all. It's definitely AI. I know guitar, and that is AI.
You don't know
and
guitar.
you don't play guitar very well at all. I watched you.
Is that what you think?
Yes.
That's sad.
So you say
That's
I
sad.
want to know.
You think that hurts? You think that hurts me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It doesn't.
I don't care if it hurts
It doesn't
Your
hurt me.
ego-
Your
your
music,
ego
actually.
is so
Tell me a
attached.
song of yours that's on Spotify right now.
Oh shit, he got you there.
Well,
Stupid
if
ass.
I could, but I don't want to
You're
drop
such
my
a
name.
pathetic.
Fucking
You're
got
such
you
a
there.
pathetic. You know, I got songs on Spotify, and you know how many views they got?
Did you have to
every
pay?
bum in the
Did
street
you
You know how
has
many
a song
views
on
they got?
Spotify
Did
now.
you pay to
You
put
know how
something
much
on
money I
Spotify?
make? You know, listen to me.
You
You know how
haven't
much
made any
money I make?
Listen
Show
to
us.
this.
Show
And
us how much money.
I don't even have to be
It's a
famous,
secret.
like to have a name
$12.65
that's
last
famous. And I
Show
got
us.
more views on Spotify. You don't even have a
What's your
song on
Show
Spotify,
us.
I got
and you're
16
claiming to be a
views on
musician.
Spotify.
Show
Really?
Hey, yo,
us.
dog. What's the name of your Spotify?
That's funny.
Shut the
That's
fuck up. He's
funny.
got 16 views on Spotify. What the fuck do you know?
16 views.
What's your name? What's your name on Spotify?
I wouldn't tell you.
Captain
Oh,
Skelly, the
You
best
just like to
guitarist
be.
in the
You
world.
just like. You just like to be a keyboard gangster.
You're Corey Feldman, motherfucker. You
I
look like him, you
like
act
to
like
be-
him. You're Corey
Corey
Feldman.
Feldman. The
Wait,
joke.
wait,
Yeah,
wait.
the joke. The
Wait,
joke. Right. The
so
joke.
when I came,
It's crazy
I'm a
that you know
keyboard
that.
Hey,
warrior.
you know what? Corey Feldman's
keyboard
laughing his
warrior.
ass off to the bank, though, ain't he?
Yo, so I'm a
Not
keyboard
really.
warrior. But
Yeah,
when I
really,
engage you in
really.
conversation-
Oh,
That guy's got
sorry.
millions of
Go ahead,
dollars,
Q.
and you're whining. You're complaining.
So
He's
let
totally
He's
me
laughing
absurd.
at you. He's
let
laughing
me
at
get
you,
this straight.
complaining on his music.
Let me get this straight, right?
He
So
got
I
a view on his
This
music.
guy
You
is
had to go
better
listen
than
to it, ain't it?
Slash.
And he got a mute. He got a
So
view.
So you
You're
were
making
right.
him money.
I engage you in conversation about your music, yet I'm a keyboard warrior. That's interesting.
This
Well,
guy
you're
is Captain
you'd be.
Skelly.
That's what you'd be, because that's when. Remember when you came to my channel, and that's your comment.
And
You're
I
like
said
you're like a
hi.
keyboard warrior, and
Listen,
you just
man.
want to
So
say foul
I'm
things.
a keyboard
Hi.
warrior because I said hi.
You did more than
Will,
say
get one of
hi.
his
Captain.
links
I
up and
literally
play it.
No, he
didn't.
didn't.
I actually,
literally
you know,
didn't.
listen,
I was
listen,
the one that
listen.
upset you because you
Okay.
couldn't ban me.
I got all of those things. It's all recorded on my live stream.
All right,
Oh,
all right,
shit.
bet.
He's
Right
got
now,
evidence.
Every
hang on.
comment,
Everybody
it's
stop
all
for a
it all
second.
shows
One
up
second.
Every
as you
stream
watch
is
it.
recording.
Yo,
So
all
I
right,
hope
bet.
that you're not
All right.
lying to the
He's got
audience,
evidence.
because they could go to my
Okay,
channel and check it out
How about
and
this?
see
How about
what
That's
you've
right.
actually said,
How
right?
about
Let's
this?
go to the
How
channel
about
and
this?
check it out.
Tell
How
them
about
your
this?
handle. Tell them your
Since you
handle
have
and the video you were on.
Captain Skelly,
Gen-
the best guitarist in the
yo,
world.
since
I
you
never
want to
made
claim
that.
that
I never made
since
that
you
claim, did I? You're making that claim about me. Thank you. Thank you.
You
said
might as well be
that I
Slash,
didn't.
Thank
dude.
you.
You might as
You said
well
that
be
I.
Slash.
Oh my fucking god!
I'm
You
better than
said that I
Slash.
said. You said that
You
I
are
said
better
something
than
that was
Slash,
keyboard
dude.
warrior
Are you
esque.
fucking
If
kidding?
you
You
can
could have
prove
taught
that,
Slash
Slash a
is a
thing or two.
pathetic guitarist that played on Guns
Brandon,
N'
can you?
Roses.
Oh,
That made it
really?
Yeah.
famous for how many years was
Holy
Guns N'
fuck!
Roses?
I
Where's
can't
Guns
even
N'
get it.
Roses at right
That
now?
fucker just had a cigarette in his mouth, right? You're way better than
So
Slash.
hey,
Fuck Slash,
skeleton,
right?
hey skeleton
Slash
man,
played 3 chords. That's
hey
it.
skeleton man.
3 chords.
Are
That's
you
it.
here? Are you here to tell me why they called it
Do you
cottage
really?
cheese?
I know. Do you
Listen,
realize that? No, that's a
can't
known
reason with
fact amongst
skeleton
guitarist
worry about
that
Yeah.
in Guns N'
No, no,
Roses
no, no. Hang
songs,
on.
Slash
Guns N'
uses
Roses
3
played
chords. That's
three
it.
chords. That's
Hey,
it. And you
Skeleton,
know
That's
the
I have a
it.
answer
question.
about cottage cheese, apparently. So tell me,
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
why
Skeleton.
cottage
do they
cheese. The
call it?
reason it's called cottage cheese is because it was created in
In a
cottage
cottage?
homes. Yeah,
Oh
in the
wow,
homes.
I knew it. I
Cottage
knew it.
homes.
I had a feeling, dude. I
Back
knew
in the
it's
the Lord
helpful.
sent
1800s,
you
they
tonight.
called them
What
like
is that? What is Big
homesteader.
Bad Mama talking about?
Homesteaders and farmers in the country residents lived in these houses that they called cottages, and when they produced these
This on
cheeses,
video, Big
they
Bad
started calling it
Mama?
cottage
Share it
cheese.
in
And by
the
the way, it's
Yeah,
not rotten milk. It's not rotten milk like people think.
Hey, Skeleton. Since you said you have all the receipts of all the messages, I'll put $500 on the table right now for you to prove that I said anything mean to you in your comment section.
What was your handle and what was the video?
Generation Q.
Where can I
And what
find
was the video? What was the video? You know, I have lives every day. What live were you?
Yeah,
You
prove
think
that
I'm
he wasn't
supposed to?
mean to
I'm
you.
supposed to
Yeah, you
recognize you?
said I was a
You're the one
keyboard
who's
warrior and that I was saying
You
all
said
this
that I
mean
was
shit.
mean.
See how you recognized me when I came on, but I really can't recognize you. I don't know you.
I
Can you
literally
prove
asked
to
who the
him
fuck
that
you
he's been
were.
mean to you?
I don't care whether he's being mean or not. It doesn't
He said
affect
that
me.
I'm a keyboard. You literally said I was a keyboard warrior when I was trying to ask you about your music,
Well,
my
weren't
guy.
you a keyboard warrior? Like, how did you find my channel? Be honest.
It came up on my fucking feed.
Why would it come up on your feed?
That's crazy.
Why does anything come on my YouTube feed?
I would
Well,
question
usually
my own reality if,
algorithms work by your search, what
I
you
think it
search
was
for and
probably
stuff.
because
So
some of
that's
the
what algorithms, how they work, and that's how it usually ends
Yeah.
up on your
The
feed. So
algorithm knows how crazy you are.
What were you
I want proof
searching?
that I was. I just start typing musicians in my
Oh,
fucking
music.
YouTube.
Oh, so my music is up there. So of course it's going to
Well, I
pop up
guess
on
you're
your
a
newsfeed.
musician
Then
then, Skelly.
I type in
So,
music all the
again,
time, but
no,
I've never
we're not
heard
gonna-
you
we're not
or your
gonna-
music.
We're not going to wiggle away from you claiming that I was a keyboard warrior. So I would like you to pull up any mean comments that I've made, and I'll supply you $500
I
if you
asked
can.
you again. What was the name of the title of the video that I was live
I'll
in?
go find it. It's the
Go
same one
find
where
it,
you
right?
swerved
Because
out
there's
on
so
me.
many of them. I mean, my God, you expect me to keep track of the peanut gallery?
Well, didn't
in the
you say you
comment
kept
section?
track of all this
peanut
stuff?
gallery is inside your room.
Is this you guys?
I mean, you guys might care
don't play that.
about
Play that.
monetizing and stuff, but
copyright.
I don't need to monetize on YouTube, so I don't keep
play
track of
that.
my peanut gallery or my followers. I don't even care for followers.
No, that's not us. That's the song we covered.
But I mean,
What song did you cover?
No one's talking. Or I'm not talking to you right now, Skelly. I was talking to Brandon.
Well, what song did you cover?
If you have ghosts.
I have the
Brandon,
video for you.
You notice the upside down cross?
He doesn't even want to answer what song he covered. Are you
I
embarrassed?
Said it.
No, it's
This
if
one
you
right
have
here,
ghosts.
You have ghosts.
Ghosts.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
so
has
the live
no
stream
idea.
that I was talking
I've
about
never
was
heard of
called
that song.
Forensic Analysis of the Use of the Different Names of God.
Oh, did you learn anything when you were there?
Is this
I came in towards the end.
No, I'll let you
So
hear
you
something
came in,
of
so
mine
he
in a
didn't learn
minute or
anything.
something.
He's admitting he was just a keyboard gangster that day.
I got one
So,
of Skeleton
I
Man's
was,
videos
okay,
backstage
then-
if you want to see his
Yeah,
music.
I'd love to see where I was a keyboard warrior. I said I'd give you $500 if you can prove that.
Q, what are you trying to provoke with the crazy guy?
Let
That
him
he's a lying piece of shit.
If he's never going to admit it, you're
so
not
if
going
this
to
guy
get what you
finds,
want out of this.
let your friend find it and then pay your friend that money because I don't need money.
There's nothing you can do to make this guy ever see that he's
I mean, I
ever
own
been wrong about
houses and all
anything.
sorts of kinds of things. I don't need pathetic YouTube money or donations from people. My God.
Because I came to engage with someone that claims to be a musician, I'm a keyboard warrior. Let's narrow that down. Let's not wiggle away from my questions anymore.
Well, first of all, that was not even a video talking about music. Period.
Okay, I didn't know
So
what
you
you were
just
talking
jump on.
about.
You just jump on things that are like I jumped on because I was about to ask you until you knew who I was, what your subject was.
Captain, just pay the
When
guy
you joined,
$500.
I asked who it was.
I thought your
Keyboard,
subject
this guy
had
is the
something about
greatest musician in
when
the
I
history
read
of the world.
when I read the hosts. I believe when I jumped on, it had something to do with
Skeleton is
religion,
basically
some kind of
Jill.
religious thing.
Yeah, this guy's a sick version of me.
So you're
No,
just going to
Jill.
keep
He's a
wiggling
sick
past
version
my
of
question.
Jill.
That's what you're going to do,
Oh,
right?
Jill's really fucked up, dude.
So you're
What's
going to
that?
keep running away from my question.
Hold
Skeleton.
on, Brandon. What'd you say, Brandon?
He is stuck on his. He is stuck on it, man.
Yeah, because you're a coward and you're running away from my
Oh,
question.
you like that? There you go.
Is this you, Captain?
Yeah, that's me there. That's me too.
Wow, you are
That's an
nuts,
80s.
man.
That's a remake of an 80s song that I did.
That's hilarious. Me and you
Like
would be
I
best
took it
friends
back
in
in
real life,
time.
man.
I took it
Look
back
how
in
trippy
time.
this guy is.
You'll like that.
Yeah, you look like Jesus.
Wait for it.
Cost you is a quarter. Sun hits the window.
He's the musician. This is so funny, dude.
I'm glad it's entertaining. That's why I make them. Entertain you.
You're singing along to AI. You're singing along to a Suno song that you've made.
No.
You know, like those segments on American
that microphone that's in my hand. That
No, it's not
microphone
a
that's in my
special
hand.
microphone. No.
That microphone,
Hey,
I can put in a USB that has
No,
a
sir.
voice cards, and I can
the rest
change
of the
my
music.
voice. I mean, I can do it
Dude,
right
have
now
you,
if
have
you
you
want me
ever
to
seen
prove
that
it to
part of
you.
American
I
Idol
can
with
give
like
you
the
evidence, and
retard
all you gotta do is
rejects
say,
on?
prove that your microphone can change your voice.
Have you ever seen that part
I
of
mean,
American Idol?
I would do it for you. I mean, just
It's
instantly. I
not
mean,
the
you don't have to.
accusation.
You don't have to be all like making
The
false accusations against
The
me.
accusation is not about your singing. It's about the guitar and stuff like that in your other songs.
You should
and
check
that
out
being AI.
You should check out Walk in Time. Walk in Time is another 80s thing that I did that's really good as well.
Dude, have you ever seen that part in American Idol where they show all the contestants that
I
thought
think
they
the
were
female
amazing?
here would like my other song, Laser Lips.
You
It's
think
called
so?
Laser Lips. I think the girl there, you'd really like Laser Lips. It's a pretty cool song. Yeah, listen to it. I think you'd like it.
Why on
you're
earth do you think I would like it?
Just listen to it. You'll see.
Dude, next time I have a session, do you want to join me?
I got 14 sisters. Trust me.
Dude, you trip the fuck out of me, man.
Hey, William, can you do me a favor?
Why are you high?
Well,
Can you,
I could be
can you actually
next
pull
time
up
we
something
talk,
that you
and
played
I'd
on
trip
guitar?
the fuck out, dude. I want to do shrooms
Pull up
and
something
talk
I
to you.
played?
Yeah,
Why?
something you played.
Because, man, you're one of the
Laser
trippiest guys I've met on YouTube, man. I want to do like half quarter shrooms and talk to you. You want to trip me out?
Shut up, Numi. Fuck.
Is that his nickname, Doobie?
No, it's Numi.
Oh, I thought you said Doobie.
Words like violence break the silence and come crashing into my little world. Painful to me, pierce right through me.
Depeche Mode, baby.
Oh, my little girl, all I ever wanted, all I ever needed was here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary, they can only do harm.
That's been covered so many times by so many different people.
Depeche Mode was better.
It's been played out. It's been played and covered out. You know it?
Okay,
Do you have anything original?
That was 3 chords.
All my stuff is original. I'll play if you want something really good, play that you would like, that's right up your alley, and it's a funny video. I think you'd really get a
I
kick
just
out
don't
of
even
it.
know how we got into having this conversation. Somehow it's my fault, but why this has been entertained so long, I don't know.
This is not a dream. This is not a dream. Go find that song. Play that one. I'll guarantee you, you'll
good.
love that song. That'll make you really laugh. This is not a dream.
Will it make me laugh because it's dog shit awful?
No, it's actually a very good rock alternative. It's like Nine Inch Nails.
Rob actually
and
makes his own music.
It's like Nine Inch Nails,
Rob
but the video, I think you'll like it because I do a lot of acting in it.
Yeah, but the question is whether you have any musical talent like you brag about on your channel.
I absolutely have all the musical talent that will
So if
appease
you have all of this
and
music and talent and you're better than all these established artists, then why
I
aren't you
want to
making
see
as
what
much money as
happens
them?
to Halsey if we listen to Laser Lips.
Oh, Laser
She'll kill
Lips is
herself.
Laser Lips is so catchy. Laser Lips is so catchy.
No.
At
So,
the end of the
Skeleton.
song, you'll be singing the freaking hook.
Skeleton, why is it that you claim that you're better than all these well-established artists, but you're not making as much money as them?
Well, actually, you don't know how much money I make on my music, do you?
I guarantee you're not making more money than the residuals off of Guns N' Roses, brother. I guarantee that.
Guns N' Roses is now considered pretty pathetic as artists.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
You're
What are
listening
you
to a
talking
song.
about?
You're listening. The Appetite for Destruction came out when?
1987.
Oh,
Thank you
my
very much.
goodness.
And
Yeah.
that's
Skelly.
the only album. That's the
Skelly,
only
you are
album that
delusional.
anybody. Listen. That's the
not their
only
only
album that anybody even remembers, and there's like 4 songs on it that
No.
are even
whole album.
anybody's
Use Your
listening
Illusion,
to
the
anymore.
double set.
Use Your Illusion was great.
So, but the point is we know them and nobody knows you.
And he
You
won't
don't need
tell
to know
us.
me. You don't need to know me.
Are you
Well,
afraid?
your fans might
What do you
need to
mean
know
you
you.
just
Are you
know
Fans?
embarrassed?
Why do I
Are
care
you
about
embarrassed,
fans? I make
Skeleton?
music for fun.
Dude,
I
after
don't make
tonight,
music.
I'm
I don't
definitely a
make
fan.
music for money and stupid
Can I
shit
get your
like
autograph,
these
dude?
fake guys are.
Can you sign my
Hey,
tips?
let me ask you something about, you know who Eddie Van Halen is?
Yes.
He's my brother.
No, who's
Okay.
that?
So do you think do you think he's an absolutely awesome god on the guitar?
No,
he's
he's an
AI.
innovator. But
Yes.
he's not the
Okay,
greatest
well,
guitarist. He's an innovator.
let me tell you something about him, all right? You want me to tell you something about him?
Sure.
Eddie goes into a studio. He plays about 10 licks, solos, different things, whatever comes to him. What they'll do in the engineering process of it is they'll take bits and pieces from everything that might sound good, and then they mix it together. And guess what Eddie has to go do now? He has to go learn what the engineer mixed together, because it never was Eddie's to begin with, in the sense that that's how he played it.
So, since you're so great,
So
and you're
he's
such
not
this
such
amazing
an
artist,
awesome guitarist.
no, so you're such this great and amazing
Van
fucking
Halen's
artist.
Anybody can learn anything. He didn't invent his solos. Is what I'm trying to
Well,
explain to
no,
you. Is
since
his solos
since
were
you're such a
not
great
an
artist,
invention
since
of
you're
his.
such this
It was an
revolutionary
engineered
artist, this
thing.
generational talent, what have you contributed to the forward
All
progress of music?
music pretty much in the mainstream has been engineered. It's been engineered,
The
mixed
simple
together.
fact, you can walk into a room and without any preparation or writing, just lay out 10 tracks of just solos.
Yeah,
and
anybody
have
could
them
do
be, Have
that.
them be coherent. No,
Yeah,
no, not
yeah,
everyone can do it.
anybody can do that.
No, sir.
Oh, then do it.
Improvisation is the
Do it,
holy
You
sir.
can.
grail.
I could have you
Do it.
just play me
You have a
anything
guitar, pick it
random.
up. Pick
I
up
could
your
have
guitar
5
right now.
tracks of you playing
I'll
anything
take
random
that
that you
challenge.
want.
Hold on.
And
I'll make
then
a
I
challenge
can
with you right
engineer
now.
and mix that together,
No,
and then have you learn what I've done, and you will
No.
sound awesome.
I want to make a challenge to you right now.
But you have to learn it now, mind you. That's the hard
Choose
part.
a jam track and give
Listen
us
to what I'm
both an
saying.
hour.
The only hard part is you will have to now memorize how it was engineered.
Oh, come on.
That's the only hard part. You do know
Well,
that,
I
right?
get it. He doesn't understand talent.
But practice
are
makes
crazy,
perfect.
dude.
It's true. You know.
So are you afraid of Will's
the,
challenge?
You know the
Are you
lead singer
scared?
of Eddie Van
He's not
Halen. You
gonna
can
take
go
it.
do this.
Are you
Go
scared?
watch Joe. Go
He won't
watch
take
Joe
it.
Rogan.
He's
Go
scared.
watch Joe Rogan's
He's scared.
podcast
Look at him. He's
with the
scared.
Van Halen
do you
on
Yeah.
it, and
He's
he'll
running.
tell you all about Eddie and how
You got him
Eddie
on the rope,
He didn't
boys.
hear
had
my
to
challenge.
engineer
You said
his
you own
solos.
houses. How many
He
houses
told on
do
it.
you own? I'm
He's
interested
dead
to know.
now, so it doesn't matter. Nobody cares because he's dead.
How
but-
many houses does a crazy
Skeleton,
guy like you
will
own?
you accept my challenge or not?
What is your challenge?
There we
How
go.
many
Now he's
houses
paying
do you
attention.
own,
New
dude?
me, shut the fuck up.
I heard what you were saying earlier, man. I just didn't
so
really.
I'm challenging you to, like you said about improvising or whatever, choose a jam track. Or we'll let them choose a jam track, and then we'll each improvise for 30 minutes and come back. 30 minutes is a good amount of time for an 8-minute jam track. That gives you time to go through 3 times, right? You should be able to
Fuck that.
improvise. I can do it. Maybe if you want to shorten it to 15 minutes.
I don't think he understood what I said.
You were. It
I
sounded
know-
like you were
I know.
shit talking improv.
So right,
Yeah.
you got no.
Satisfied
Listen,
with him doing 60
what you
seconds.
do? Listen, Let's say the first track is 5 minutes long.
No, how about you listen?
And
Since
let's
you're
say
the one that's
only
claiming that you know everything
15
about
and only
improvisation.
15
Brandon, do
seconds
me a favor and mute
of
his
that
ass.
is what we're going to take off of that track.
He doesn't
Another
know what a
track may have
jam
another
track
15 seconds or 20 seconds.
How much
So
are
we're
you
going
gonna
to
add?
use.
All right, hold on. Fucking
All right, thank
everybody's
you.
talking over everybody. Go ahead, Q.
Thank you. No, so we understand what you were saying because you're full of shit. So either sack up and take the fucking challenge or shut the fuck up. You think you know everything about everything that comes to music,
Okay,
but I
explain what I
guarantee
just told you about
don't.
tracks. Let's see if you
Dude,
know
you were
what I'm
trying to
talking
say
about.
that you were a better improviser
I
than someone who
challenged
was
you to
well
cut heads.
established
I'm
and
glad
known.
you joined the discussion, Rob.
Improviser.
Yeah, this is great.
Hey, look,
Do you know what
challenged you to cut
improvisation?
heads.
Do you know what improvisation means?
Improvisation.
Improvisation, yeah, is the correct
No,
word.
no, it's
Improvisation? What's improvisation? Is that like when you
That's
get
the
to
act
try
of improvisation.
What up, bro?
When you're
Improvisation.
what?
Improvisation.
He doesn't know what a jam track is. Well,
Thank you
What
very
up, bro?
much. You finally said it right.
What's a jam track?
Just something that you just want to record and you just do
Rob,
whatever
you know
you
what
do.
a
No,
jam
that's not
track
what it
is.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
but I
It's a
think
jam
he's
track.
No,
just
it's not.
Is a
Robert's
jam
talking
track
about it.
something
That's
that
exactly
you,
what
like,
it is.
you put between pieces
That's
of bread
not
and
what he
add peanut
meant.
butter?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll show you a jam track. Jesus
All right,
Christ.
show me a jam track.
Robert?
real quick, I think we should
I
Just
would
hit
like
challenge.
jelly
record and
track.
start playing. There you
You
are.
think
There
what?
he is jamming. Look, he's just jamming.
No,
I
that's
think
not
we
what he
should
meant.
You're
we should
crazy. You
we should
don't
make
even
the
know what
challenge
jamming means.
simpler
Hey, let's get
for
together, guys, and let's
Captain.
jam.
Excuse
The
me.
challenge
That
should
means
be
you're just
is
Oh,
jamming.
see?
Captain should
No,
There's
it
no
pick up
doesn't.
structure
his
to it.
guitar
No, it's more like, what's your
and
favorite sandwich, Rob?
A
solo
jam
Yeah,
over
is
no,
the
no
come on,
music.
wait.
structure.
Sir, we
Drummer
can't hear
just
you.
does what he
Oh,
does.
shit. Here we
Guitarist
I
does
know.
what he does. He's just jamming.
I
Look
like
at
There's
him
no
this.
jamming.
structure.
Yeah.
That's somebody
This guy's
else's
only playing
song.
3 chords, though.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you play.
Slash
Anyway,
is
hey,
better.
Brandon, Serb had something to say.
Thanks for
So
not
he's
putting
just
Slash on, 'cause
jamming.
he
Is he
sucks.
just jamming? He's just playing somebody
No,
else's
you
stuff. That's not a
moron. He's
musician.
playing.
Yeah, that
That's
guy
not a
just...
musician. He's playing somebody else's shit.
Exactly.
Oh
He's
my
actually
Cerberus is
just
trying
playing
to
That's not
say
a
because
something.
musician.
he
I'm
should be playing
challenging
Post Malone.
you.
Let me ask you this: of
You
all
can't
the
play
You're a
the
songs,
guitar.
musician. We
of
all
all
know
the
you
songs
you
that
can
you've
play
heard
guitar.
from all the people that you're claiming are artists,
You're pretty
are
much
those
Celine
their
Dion.
songs or are they copying it from someone else?
You're pretty much
Serb
Celine
was
Dion.
All
trying
you're
to.
doing is
Yeah,
playing
I
someone
was
else's
trying to make a
song,
very simple
claiming
thing
you're a
here.
He doesn't
musician.
I want to
understand.
hear...
Not-
You're
Yeah,
not a
hold on a
He's not
sec.
musician
gonna listen
until you
or
invent your
understand.
That's
I
right.
want to hear...
hold
I
on.
want to hear one of Skeleton's
invent
originals.
your
Hang
own
on, no,
song.
Serb was trying to say something.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
wait.
get it.
You're gonna have to keep on muting him until he calms down a second.
There we go. Go ahead, Serb.
It's going to be way too complicated. Captain says he can play the guitar. All I want is a 15-second solo and have it be like coherent. That's the challenge. 15
I'm
seconds.
happy. Is there a particular key that you wanted in? You know.
Oh man, just pick up the guitar and play the guitar and have it sound like
add
a
a
song.
key. Add
Yeah,
a
I want to
key.
hear some free fret.
I
Yo,
think
doesn't this
adding a
guy
key is
remind you
important.
of Celine Dion?
No, I'm fine. That I don't want to give direct. It's a solo. You just pick up the car and go, "Hey, I'm going to do this," and you just do
You
it.
guys probably don't even know who Celine Dion
That's
is.
what Van Halen did when he got
My
into the
heart will
room and
go
recorded.
on.
He just
Yeah,
picked up
Honestly,
the
you know
guitar
who Celine
and started
Dion is?
playing.
I'll
No.
do
Of
that.
course, Numi.
I'll take that challenge.
Yeah, he looks
So
like
hang on,
Celine
hang on.
Dion.
Real
I
quick,
know.
Looks
before
like
you,
Corey Feldman.
no, Will, before you do that, Captain Skeleton, are you going to check that challenge or are you going to run from it?
I just died, Halsey.
No, he's probably still talking. He doesn't. You have to, Captain. You have to
Yo,
unmute yourself.
don't remind him, man. Stop.
We asked him a question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
I
still
get him to accept
talking
my
to him.
challenge.
I'm curious on if he's going to run from this challenge
Yeah,
like he ran
pretend
from
like
my
you're
questions.
talking. Captain
Well-
Scully, you know.
Well, when you said a jam track, he had a totally different interpretation of it. And when you
I can let him
actually-
hear it.
I know,
I
but
can let him
when you-
hear a
when you-
jam track with me
But when
playing
you
on
pulled it up, he like started insulting it right away, saying, "Oh, this guy's
Yeah.
not even a musician." Blah blah blah.
By the way, stop hugging Will Freeman because that's fucked, especially around me.
Shush.
What are you talking about?
Halsey knows.
I wouldn't play this, Brandon. You're going to get a
I'm gonna
copyright
just
strike.
blast just the intro, dude.
Can't touch this.
This sucks. This is only 3 chords.
Yeah, this is 3 chords.
Only 3 chords.
So anyway, Skeleton Man, are you there? Are you coherent? Are you with us?
He's probably still talking.
What you want to do is save hundreds with Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
What is happening?
Now, see, now he's pulling something up on YouTube.
Skeleton's fucking mic, and that's what was playing.
So he'll probably won't take the challenge because he's a coward. But go ahead and give us the good stuff.
You have no idea what's about to go down right now.
I would, if he can't do that, I would reduce it to 5 seconds.
No, you guys have me muted. That's what you were doing. You guys have me muted.
So are you going to take the challenge or not?
Yeah.
What do you want me to play?
Oh, what the fuck?
Well,
Don't do that.
You need to mute that shit.
You don't do that.
Is he in the toilet? Is he peeing? What's that?
No, Captain.
Yeah, come on, man.
That sounded like urination.
He's not going to accept. He's definitely not going to accept.
Yeah, but can you go ahead and give us it anyway? Well,
Yeah, I think he's intentionally just trying to shock Josh.
give us a solo.
Oh, I mean, okay. Well, I can do this.
Make
one for
our
the jam
panties
track.
moist.
Rob, he said
Our
slash.
collective panties.
Our collective panties.
Slash only plays 3 chords. He's
Yes,
talking
Rob,
about.
yes,
He's talking
yeah.
about like Izzy Stradlin or one of the other guitarists.
Because I said
Yeah,
you're
listen.
pretty much Slash, and he's like, I'm better than Slash.
Yeah,
Slash only plays
Yeah,
3
Slash
I'm gonna-
chords.
is a
like
very
pathetic
good
or something.
guitarist.
Real quick, I
Yeah.
just want to say this.
From
I
what
just
I,
want to
know,
say this.
Rob, right? That's why I mentioned Slash, but apparently he's better than Slash.
From what I heard so far, I would say Negator.
Dog, he wishes he was Slash. He's like fucking Slash Timu version, and he's not even that good.
Slash is like the most badass guitarist in the history of the world, and he's better
Dude,
than Slash.
the thing is, I was trying, like, I went over there to be nice to this guy because, like, Will and them, they get a little mean. So I was like, fuck it, this guy says he makes music, let me go check it out. And then he just started spurging the fuck out. And then he played some of his music, and you could definitely tell it was AI trash. This was the slop of AI.
It
It's
sounded
kinda
like a
Bro
Casio
from
preset,
Norway, you
what
know.
he was singing through the first time.
What?
It was like
Yeah,
a little
he was-
Casio keyboard preset.
Yeah,
It was.
He's also using a little microphone as a prop to say that's why it sounds like he's a robot.
I fucking love you guys, man.
Well, he's like, oh, and my mic can just change my voice into whatever I want it to sound like. Because I'm like, why do you want to change your voice? If you're such
Even
a
if
good
we-
singer, why do you need to change your voice? You know?
Yeah, I'm gonna say
enjoyed
this.
how he was like accusing you of being cowardly because you wouldn't tell him the song or something, and he wouldn't tell us.
No,
where
I
to
was
find his
asking him what,
music.
because he said, oh, I use a program. And I'm like, what
Yeah, a
program?
soundboard. He's
keep
like,
my
I use a
secrets.
soundboard to change my
Yeah, so-
voice.
Yeah, I would say I use Reason. I think it's amazing.
So,
Yeah,
listen,
I write all
I
my
don't-
songs myself, and I play all of the instruments and all my tunes.
But I use a soundboard and I change my voice.
Well, I mean,
Did
the
you-
soundboard is just a
Did you
mixing
kick him
board
out?
mostly, but
Did you kick him out, Brandon, or did he leave?
Yeah,
'Cause
he
he's
was
saying
playing
you kicked him out.
copywritten music.
Yeah, I put him in the back, and then I, let him back in, and then he left.
So here's the thing. I don't debate a lot of things. I'm not good at debating religion. I'm not good at debating politics. But I will tell you one thing. You want to fucking size me up in a debate, you don't want to fuck with me when it comes to music. I will destroy you, and I will make you cry. That is my one autistic superpower, music.
Wow.
So come fuck with me. I would love to tear your little fucking 60-year-old ass apart because you
Whoa.
don't know dick about
Ouch,
music.
he's talking about me.
the
Get
thing
Wow,
is,
you,
though,
Rob. I enjoy your music.
violent.
The thing is, I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
care
no.
if people use AI. Just admit it, though. You know?
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
admit
Yeah,
it.
totally. Don't even try to pawn it off like you're fucking doing all that.
So here's the thing, Skeleton. You can call us high school punk mentality, but why don't you get your little bitch ass in here and either sack the fuck up or shut the fuck up?
He doesn't even know what I asked him to do.
Oh, I know, because he's brain dead.
And he doesn't know what Will asked him for either, because what Will asked him for is to use a jam track as a backing track and to solo on top of it for however long, an 8-minute song. It doesn't
60
even probably have
seconds
to be like the whole 8 minutes, like a couple minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Serb
yeah.
said 60 seconds.
Yeah.
60 seconds. I reduce it to fucking, what did I say, 5 seconds?
Halsey, do you have like do you have a badass death metal voice? I feel like you do.
I hear that thing and it just makes my throat hurt. I don't want to sing like that.
Oh, really?
By the way, I'm
Yeah,
thinking
one
about.
time I sang when I was sick, like I had like a flu and I was kind of getting over it, and I did karaoke for like a couple hours and my voice was fucked for like 2 weeks, and it permanently fucked up my voice. Like it's changed from that night and like all
Oh my goodness! Seriously, you said
So,
you just have a
Skeleton Man, are
coffin
you gonna
voice?
come back in here? Are you gonna come in here, or are you gonna cry like a little keyboard
full.
warrior?
We're full in here. We don't want him back.
No, because I want to see him. No,
That's
listen,
actually funny.
listen. I'll tell
Halsey.
you why. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you
I
why.
took his place.
Because
Stop! I'm
no,
talking to Halsey.
I don't give a fuck what you're talking to, Numi.
Yeah,
You're a cuck in this fucking situation. Anyway, the reason why, William, is because again, anybody that claims that they are a better musician than well-established fucking musicians, either better
I love
prove
you,
it
Halsey.
or shut the fuck up. And I want to see him fail. I love watching people fail. You should know this by now.
I just
Right, but
want
I'm
to be
not that
alone.
good. I'm not that good. I just know that he's not.
But I want to be with someone. You know what I mean,
Okay,
Halsey?
but here's the thing.
Oh, Lord,
there's a difference between. There's a different. You are good. You're not perfect, and I never claimed that. But you
I'm
are
opening
good.
up to Halsey here.
Yeah, well, Halsey doesn't want that.
I want to be alone, but I want to be with someone, if you know what I mean.
Normally, I would be with you over Numi, but I don't even think Captain is still in the comments.
No, he's gonna go cry about keyboard warriors.
Yeah, he's gonna tomorrow. He'll probably post a song, a diss track.
Yo,
about
I'm
this little
I'm
excerpt.
thinking about starting like a GoFundMe for a new guitar.
Do you feel like
'cause
that
I need a
sometimes,
new guitar.
Halsey? Like you want to be alone, but like you feel lonely
I never feel lonely.
because you want to be alone?
No.
What kind of guitar do you have? Sorry.
Yeah, like,
what
Don't
kind of
tell
guitar
me
do you
you're
have?
together with this guy, okay?
Please
Because
stop,
I'm gonna be
please,
pissed
Numi.
off. Is this a thing?
Can you please stop?
Can you choose better in life? Honestly,
We're totally,
you don't need
we're
to
totally
date these
married.
losers.
Okay,
Seriously.
we're totally married. Sammy and I are married, and Halsey is married to me and Sammy. And
You don't
Cerberus
need
we've
to,
been
you don't
trying.
need to date these
Cerberus
losers, all right?
won't get involved. He's got a contract or something. I don't know.
And I'm their little trash panda that they
Numi,
adopted.
since when did you become like this Mac Daddy guy? When did that start? And
I'm a property owner and I'm in finance,
What time is
Halsey. Okay, you don't need to
In
deal with
finance.
these boys.
Halsey,
Okay,
he's very charming.
I'm 6 feet tall.
you can't even
I'm in
finance a fucking
finance.
Whopper
You know
Burger
that song
King.
that goes,
Oh, man.
"I'm looking for a man in finance, 6 feet tall." You know,
Is that a
me.
song?
Yeah, you can look it up.
Okay.
Well,
looking
he's
for a
6 foot
man
tall.
in
That makes him
finance.
rare, right? He's 6 foot, so that's a thing. He's
Got a
wealthy.
huge dong. I'm a homeowner,
Oh
so we can
my
do a
God.
chip reverse mortgage. Okay.
He
You're
spent a
also
lot of time
sort of,
building that tool shed.
You kind of
To answer your
stuff, man.
You could
to
literally
answer
retire
your question
with me,
about what
Halsey.
guitar I have, I don't
We
know
could
the name of the
literally
brand, but
retire
it's kind of a
together.
cheap guitar.
No,
You
no.
know?
I was asking you what you're looking for. You're looking for an electric, right?
If you're looking to
Yeah,
retire,
I'm looking for an electric
I'm your
that
man.
I can play.
How much are you
Numi,
looking
whatever
to
happened to
spend?
Marilyn? Why aren't you still going after her?
Nothing
I'm
over
dealing with a
300.
lot
That's
of
why I
women
wanted to
right
start the
now.
Yeah, you don't
GoFundMe.
need
Halsey.
that. You don't need that. You don't
I
need
want-
that.
I
I'm
don't
gonna put a
wanna
link
be
in the
just one of
chat.
your
You know
Okay.
what? Candace
to-
called
Wait a
me
second.
today, Halsey.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Numi goes to gas stations and girls check him out.
Yo, so
They
if
actually
I
do,
start,
dude. At McDonald's, I get checked out at
And at
McDonald's
McDonald's.
daily.
He gets
I'm
checked
gonna-
out by the
check him out.
McDonald's
And they're not
customers.
even fat chicks, okay, if that's what you think.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They have needles hanging out of their arms and
They're
there's pus
blind
coming out of
girls
their
on a
eyelids.
Okay,
field
don't
trip.
go into the details, all right?
All right,
They're
sorry.
just
What I'm
not
gonna
fat
do
chicks.
is I'm gonna start the GoFundMe, and
That's
when
all
that
that
kicks off,
matters.
I'm gonna start a Patreon for when I get my guitar.
As
That way
long as
people
they're
can
not
watch
fat
videos of
chicks.
you
I
actually
You know what I
don't
learning.
mean?
even think
So
it's
I'm a guitarist.
necessary, dude. When you see what
You
I'm
want to
gonna
hear
send
something
right
funny?
now.
I've never been with a fat chick in my life.
Here.
And I hear they're the best fuck, but I've
Check
never
the
experienced
private
it.
chat queue. Numi,
gotcha.
Numi, tonight is not going to be your night with the ladies, okay? You might
Yeah,
have
Numi-
luck with
Every
with,
night is my
Mr.
night with
Apples.
the ladies. Are you
Numi,
kidding me?
can you give me like 3 minutes of silence because I want to talk about this guitar stuff. I am a guitarist myself.
All right, go ahead, Sammy.
Oh, I remember this.
Know what this is, don't you, Will?
Yes, but you are definitely going to get a copyright strike.
Yeah,
if you
Tosh
do
Point
that.
is gonna get you copyrighted to fuck. No, I saw
Anyway,
that. Will.
So somebody was talking about guitar stuff.
I
I'm a
can vouch
guitarist.
for that one.
I know like everything about all guitar gear. I literally started playing guitar when I was like 9 years old. I'm 38.
Would you like
old.
to do a jam challenge with Captain Skeleton Man? He's a professional, so you could take him down.
I don't know what that means, but
I need to go get new strings, man. So,
No,
Yeah,
I was
go
making a joke that I was going to start a GoFundMe so I could get a new guitar.
That's why I put that in the chat right there.
do you have a job?
A lot of money.
I do, but all of the money that I'm currently making is going to bills and important things.
I get that, but are you familiar with? It's called Z Sounds or Z Sounds. It's a website. Okay, so if you have a job or a debit card, all you need is a debit card. Let's say you're dealing with a low income scenario and you want to buy an instrument. They'll let you do no credit check, which I have like a killer credit score. I mean, I got credit cards out the ass, but
it's $179, you know, or less.
So with the Z Sounds thing, there's no credit check, and they will space out your payments for 6 months on.
Dude, I feel like this is a weird infomercial.
No, I'm not.
I might check it out.
Check it out.
He said $300 is his range, and I mean, do you need you could finance anything off Amazon for that, you know.
The reason I said $300 was a guitar, a thing to plug in my computer for said guitar.
Okay.
And then a capo.
So there's $150 in the guitar right there, and there's different colors. An interface will run you $30 to $50. If you need to do that through Amazon, they have financing, but we're not talking about.
Hey, Numi, give me more silence, please.
I'm sorry, but I'm in finance, and this is a horrible idea. Okay.
Numi, give me more silence, please.
All right, go ahead.
With the Z Sounds thing, expect if you want a decent interface, actually expect to pay somewhere in the ballpark of $120 for just a basic interface to go in for a cheap one. And guitar wise, I mean, it don't really matter much unless you're looking to do like, you know, crazy professional stuff. I mean, all of my guitars are about, you know, $2,000 plus. But
the only reason I'm hesitant to buy a guitar on Amazon is the guitar that I have, the frets are a little spaced too far apart, so my fingers are kind of fat, and when I'm trying to play certain chords, it just doesn't allow me to. So I wanna find a guitar that I can play in shop that I like, and then go from there.
Well, you need to look,
dude. Craigslist.
You need to consider scale length. If you're worried about fret spacing, then you need to consider the actual scale length of whatever guitar. Do you want a guitar with a longer scale length that will give you more room? Do you want a guitar with a shorter scale length that will give you less room between the frets? And so where is your issue? Do you think the spacing is too far, or
I think it's a little too far.
Well, if you're thinking it's a little bit too far and you want to go for a full-size instrument.
He's playing an acoustic right now, and he wants to change over to electric. So almost everything's going to feel like an improvement. And he's a beginner, so he doesn't need an expensive guitar starting out. All right?
Okay, I
You
understand.
guys remember those Walkman? Like it was like a Walkman size little guitar pedal that you can put on.
And the amplifier?
It was like you wear headphones, but it also had like a distortion.
Rockman.
No, he's talking about a headphone amp.
Yeah, I had one.
The headphone amp, right?
One. Yeah.
You plug it right into your guitar and a headset.
If you're looking for a smaller,
my mom elected for one of those right away.
If you're looking for a smaller scale length and you're coming from an acoustic, I'm not a Gibson guy. I use longer scale lengths, but you can look into the Epiphone stuff and
you're paying
the scale
for the
lengths
name
on those.
brand. Don't Quentin. You'll be paying for the name brand, and it ain't worth it.
No, but
you're not.
The Epiphone stuff, you can get into the cheap Epiphones. I think you can get an Epiphone kit for probably under $200 out the door, but you're going to be working with a 24.75 scale length.
Okay, but we're dealing with someone that maybe he's been practicing, but doesn't hasn't played enough to even know the size that is best for him.
Yeah.
You're talking about stuff that's like 2 years from now. Right? We're not
Okay.
there yet.
Okay.
Because right now I've been practicing to learn how to play "Wake Me Up When September Ends" by Green Day.
I thought you were going to say "Wake Me Up Before You Go" by Wham.
No, I mean there is a Wham song that I'm looking to learn, but that's
Careless Whisper.
It is not
Yeah.
Careless Whisper, believe it or not.
What is it? You're wanting to learn a Wham song? I must know.
That is
Bad
for
Boys. Bad
that is a
Boys.
prize for
Get
future content.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're learning to play guitar. Do you have long-term goals? Is there something? Do you have a benchmark as far as where you'd want to go with it? Do you want to be a shredder? What do you?
Too, big
My goal is to be able to free fret with proficiency.
Okay. Do you want to be like a super shredder guy, or what do you want to do with it?
When you say free fret, you mean
he wants a solo.
Right, you mean improvise.
You want to rip?
I mean, I wouldn't mind it.
To rip.
Oh, if you want to rip, So I started when I was young, and I've got like instructional videos. And if you want to rip, consider checking out my instructional videos. And there are fundamental just habits that I think that you'd benefit a lot from if you just checked out.
Why don't you post your links, Sammy?
My biggest long-term goal is to be
I'm
able
just saying,
to play.
Post your links to your videos so we can subscribe, and then he can see your videos.
I don't. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know how to. I'd have to kick myself out to do it, and then try to. Come
You're
back
on your
in.
phone. Okay, my bad.
My biggest long-term goal with guitar is to learn how to play Spanish guitar on a 12-string.
Okay.
Well, then you don't want to go electric.
Flamenco.
That's the opposite direction of the electric.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I want to start
doesn't-
on electric.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're trying to do it, not well. What do you have right now? Do you have anything right now?
I have an acoustic.
Okay.
It's that first guitar thing, and then you play it, and your fingers hurt, and you're like, "There's got to be better than this." We're at that stage.
I also need to retune it because
you must have a tuner.
Well, see, my stupid ass decided I was going to try to drop tune my guitar, and
okay, but can you tune by ear? Like if you watch the video, use YouTube and then look up guitar tuning thing, and it'll as long as you can tune to that sound, you can do it by ear.
And you can fucking watch a tutorial on how to play any song fucking imaginable nowadays too.
Yeah, Brandon, we haven't talked much about. I know you said you play a little bit. We haven't talked much about that. I'm interested to hear what kind of styles you dig.
I always like playing, like, of course, Pink Floyd, Days of the New, Stone Temple Pilots, Alice.
Good band.
Okay.
Also good band.
All right. Great genre. Was that 90s and early 2000s?
Yeah.
Grunge.
Yeah. Of course, all of the Scorpions and Ozzy and
I can consider myself successful if I could play the Still of the Night fucking solo by Whitesnake.
How about Boston?
Yeah, I think so too.
You like
Boston?
Boston?
Love Song by Tesla is like one of the only songs that's just permanently ingrained in my memory.
How about the band Boston? You heard Boston?
Of course.
Who's Boston? What is that?
Oh, you don't know. Only real ones know Boston.
I mean, yeah, never mind. I won't explain.
You have no idea.
Right.
I like
never heard of Boston.
Journey Lights was always a fun one to play.
Oh, Journey, yeah. These kids these days, Brandon, man, they have no idea, man.
Numi, how old are you?
Yeah. He's younger than everybody here.
Yeah, he's talking about these kids these days.
Sammy, if you've had enough time, I want to chat with the ladies now.
Does the lady want to chat with you, though?
Hey,
Bruce,
Numi, I really,
we're full.
Numi, I really don't want to listen to any of that bullshit,
can
man.
leave.
I'm just,
I
I'm
know,
sick
man.
of the.
I've been
I
here a
don't.
long
I don't
time.
want to listen to. I don't
You
want to
don't have
listen to your
leave.
Mac Daddy bullshit. And
You got
I
to
love
talk
you,
more
but
to women than talk to
Sammy,
dudes
you just
online.
turn on your screen if you want back in. I'm gonna let Bruce in for a second.
Go ahead, dude.
No, other Sammy.
Yeah, the other Sammy.
Now we're talking. We got
He's
Bruce
been
here
quiet
talking
for a while.
guitars.
So. Yeah, Bruce heard guitars and wanted to chime in.
Yeah,
Bruce
Bruce got some licks.
I was trying to sleep and I heard this talk about guitars. I'm like, holy heck. I woke up.
I better get in there.
I did.
There you go, Q. You want to talk to somebody who can like guide you into purchasing guitars that you can't afford? Bruce will do it. He will give you guitar acquisition syndrome.
I buy guitars that I can't afford. Brandon, what are you playing for guitars? I didn't know you played. What do you have for guitars?
Well, the only thing I have is just a little acoustic Takamine.
Hey, Brandon, I pulled something up, if you don't mind.
What was that?
I
He's
pulled
saying he's
something
got a
up real quick.
video or something.
Do you know what? I was told that Freemasons can't play blues.
Yeah, they're not allowed.
They're just not sad enough. They're too happy a group. Chipper,
Yeah,
you know.
too happy. Yeah.
So I skipped forward.
So
No.
this record right here, it's Whitesnake. It's off from Slip of the Tongue. And that's Steve Vai. That's Steve Vai on guitar, and Steve Vai is a badass motherfucker.
I play a pretty mean.
Steve Vai can
Oh,
only
you're
play
loving
3
night on
chords.
So
He's got nothing on me.
I skipped to the
Copyright.
best part. I skipped to the best part of the song. Well, no, I'm not going to play very much of
I
it.
heard Brandon play guitar. Brandon can smoke on a guitar. He's good at it.
Well, I mean, if I'll get new strings and I'll play a little something.
Yeah, that guitar solo right there is my favorite guitar solo in any song I've ever heard.
That little
Rob
piece right
Reed's a
there.
guitar player too.
Yeah, that entire solo is my favorite solo. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the entire thing. Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were just talking about that specific part. You said
No,
you
no,
got
no.
to the good part. So that little staccato bit.
Like that entire solo is the best guitar solo I've ever heard in any song that I've ever heard.
Yep, Steve
And I
Vai's a
will
beast.
die on that hill.
Except for only plays 3
Sammy, are
chords.
you a guitar player? Yes, Sammy.
I don't know. Do you guys want to like look me up and like I did something. I did an economy picking exercise thing, which was like a demonstration. But as far as like technique, it's actually really significant. If you had like somebody that was just getting into playing, you know, you look back on stuff like if I were to do it again, and if I were to learn it right the first time. So that was the whole point of a video that I did not too long ago in my studio. If you guys want to check that out, you're welcome to.
What kind
If
of
I could
stuff
start
do you
over,
play?
I'd finger pick.
No, Sammy, what kind of stuff do you play?
Really, so I'm really like rudimentary and very rudimentary in classical music and waltz, but I am a metal motherfucker. So I try to blend waltz with metal. And
That's the trippiest combination, dude. Are you kidding me?
What kind of
well,
scales do you play?
you think it
Wait
sounds
a minute, I
crazy,
think
but
you're
you think it might sound crazy, but Metallica did quite a bit of that. They actually blended a lot of waltz and metal, and
that's because they're classically trained.
Wait a minute. What like do you do?
That's
4/4
so trippy,
time?
Cerberix.
No, I'm asking. Do you do like 4/4 time waltz?
So if I were to transcribe stuff in notation, yeah, a lot of it comes out to 4/4, but you know, if you're actually, you know, a lot of it's 7/8, a lot of it's 5, you know, whatever.
How about 2/2?
7/8. That sounds like a metric wrench that's like came to America or something.
Well, that's whatever.
Have you played the 2/2?
So you play 7/8. Well, wait, a waltz is normally what? Like What is the timing of a waltz?
Waltz is actually weird because your actual time on waltz, you're dealing with 60 to 70 beats per minute traditionally. So it's
Is it
the
going
actual
like
tempo.
5-4-3, 5-4-3, 5-4-3? Is that like how it works?
I think waltz is
the tempo
3-4, isn't it?
2-2.
The tempo is traditionally really slow. And the tempo is slow in waltz. It's between 60 and 70 beats per minute.
What up, Halsey?
But you can structure out 4/4 in waltz to where it'll often sound like it's in 7/8 or 5/8 because people will assume that it's in 120 to 140 beats per minute, but it's actually
Halsey, can you believe men these
60.
days?
It's in 60 to 70.
Halsey, you guys are cock blocking me, man. Fuck off.
Nobody.
Numi, I don't.
It was completely.
Numi, I don't want to listen to your Mac Daddy bullshit, man. You're not that guy.
I play a banjo. You guys know what a banjo is?
Yeah.
Robert, I listened to your band and I was like, wow, this is embarrassing. Not because of the sound, because of how ridiculous you look on stage.
Who, me?
Yeah, you look like a lesbian on stage, dude. Like
Really?
a dyke. Like, those butch dykes.
Well, you're right, probably, because I don't have girls checking me out at gas stations.
And you flip your hair. You flip your hair like in a spike.
Rarely.
You gel it.
No, when I had the same haircut I have now, that was around the same time I played that concert. I'm assuming.
I know, man.
I'm assuming you saw the
That's a
Shema
dyke
Yisrael.
haircut.
Rob. Hey, Rob. Rob, are you the guy that's the attorney?
Yeah.
So I have a question for you.
Is it about sovereign immunity or something?
No, I have a trial on Friday.
Okay.
And I'm running pro per, pro Q, pro se, whatever the fuck people want to call it. They call it pro per here. And so I'm drilling myself for my trial. And as far as where I'm at right now, I have my opening statement. I have a list of questions that I'm going to use to cross-examine the police officers that are considered witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a closing statement. Is there anything else off the top of your head that you think that I might need?
You should study objections. Do you know objections?
No.
Yeah, you should study that, and an attorney is likely to harass you with objections if you're not familiar with them.
Okay.
So I'm sure that you could AI it and say, provide me with a list of common courtroom objections, and prepare yourself to, at least have a cheat sheet where you could look it up in case somebody, and then you can see if you can try and get out of it.
Rob, you got to specify in the AI what kind of courtroom, right? Because it's different, obviously. Criminal, civil.
No. It's not a small claims case, right?
There's different rules of procedure.
Well, he's in federal court versus state, but if you were in federal court, I'd be surprised.
You know what I mean? So it's interesting that I would mention that. No, I know something.
I imagine you're in state court, right?
All I'm doing is I'm not claiming innocence. I'm not claiming anything. I'm dealing with a debacle pertaining to something to where they want to charge me with the state equivalent of a DUI. I'm claiming it's an open intox. I'm not claiming innocence.
Oh, dude, don't help him get out of this. No.
How come you didn't get a public defender, Sammy?
They said I make too much money and I don't qualify for one.
Yeah,
and then I started shopping out attorneys, and I'm like,
Rob, do you have any ethics? You said you're a defender, right? This is a perfect example. You're going to defend this guy?
I don't
Seriously?
do criminal law. I don't do
Yeah.
criminal.
And he's not in whatever state Sammy's in.
I'm in Michigan. Yeah.
But ethically, okay, I know about the law too. I would deny this case.
Well, what is your defense for? So you're just saying, why don't you? I think the prosecutor would be more interested. You said you're down for a wet and reckless.
Dude,
I don't
imagine. Just imagine. I honestly hope they get you, man.
Did they offer you something like a lesser charge? They don't want to take it to trial unless it's like is this your first deal? I mean, I don't know who you are, so it doesn't matter, and no one cares.
Dude, he's got a history.
No,
man.
I was initially arrested because I'd been stuck in a ditch. I had a electrical problem in my car, and I lost the ground somewhere and ended up in a ditch, and the car went, and the right side of the car went up a little tree and flipped over on its left side.
Nice. Okay. And then you blew 0.25.
I did not blow anything, so that's why I was initially arrested. I'd been stuck in the side of the road there for about 2 hours, and I had a broken back, and I had a case of beer that I just bought and started pounding down beers, and
they had front of the cops?
They had to, yeah, but they had to break me out of my car, and they're like,
dude, see,
you know, my whole car stunk like beer, and
before this guy told the story, I told you this guy's fucked.
Well, your story is that you didn't start drinking till after you crashed.
Yes.
And you crashed because of a ground. What did you say?
I lost the ground. I lost the ground in the electrical system in my car, and I was in the middle of nowhere in the country.
How'd you end
black.
up? How'd you end up in a ditch?
I lost my power steering. I lost my brakes. I lost my headlights. Ended up in a ditch really quick.
All right. When was the last time you had a safety certificate or checkup on the vehicle?
They don't have those here.
Where were you coming from?
I was coming from where I was babysitting my niece.
All right. And when did you get the beer that you were pounding?
15 minutes before I had the incident, but when the car tipped over, I couldn't find my phone. So,
are you calling your niece as a witness? Can your niece? How long after you left the babysitting did you get into the crash?
It's probably 20 minutes after.
All right, so she could testify that you were fine and didn't do any drinking.
Yeah, I mean, I can't drink when I'm watching my niece.
She'd be your star witness. And then, of course, you have a mechanic who can tell you need a witness mechanic who would say, yeah, his ground was disabled, and that would have
Robert Reed Jr.
lose control. Yeah, because they will have witnesses to that effect. That will testify. Did they impound your car?
Well, they towed it. And
I'll call with a 10-minute warning.
I handed the title over that because I had like $15,000 worth of tools in it. It was a service vehicle.
What kind of pills? Now the web is getting more tangled. What kind of pills?
I didn't say anything about pills.
Oh, I thought you said you had pills in the car.
No, I had $15,000 worth of tools in the car. It was a service vehicle.
Tools, and they never get. Oh, I remember I talked to you about that. I think. Aren't you the one that you wanted to get the tools back or something? Did you ever get them back?
Well, that wasn't a big deal. I went over there and I had to cover the actual wrecker bill on it, but we didn't talk about that. No.
Yeah, I would recommend that you plea bargain down something.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, it's but they haven't offered you a single thing.
They offered me 0 jail time on my third pretrial conference. They offered me 0 jail time and probation.
And why didn't you consider that? Because you didn't do nothing, and you're gonna fight for your freedom. Why didn't you take?
No,
that?
I'm just saying the charge was an open intox, and it was not a DUI. It was an open intox. And that's,
what were they gonna plea bargain you down to? Was it a wet and reckless?
No, it was a DUI. That's where they were at. on the third pretrial. They're like, no, we're going to charge you with a DUI on the third pretrial conference. And I'm like, it wasn't a DUI though. It was an open intox.
But why
And
would
I'm
you
like,
start drinking after the cops arrived, dude? You're asking for it.
He broke his back. He's hurting, and he intended to drink it all at home. But it's going to be tough. That could very well be the truth. It'll be tough to believe, particularly with the crash, unless you have a witness who's prepared to testify and looked at your car.
And it can't be a family member.
And this, exactly. And this is all the stuff that should have already been done, and it's probably too late because you probably had to declare witnesses already. I mean, I don't really know how that procedure goes in criminal.
Find a drunken mechanic?
No drunk mechanics. But you would need someone to testify that the claims, you can't just make a claim. I mean, as a defense, you can say that aliens came from outer space and shot you with lasers. So you can say whatever you want. It is the burden of proof on the prosecutors, but there will be these presumptions that are there.
It's not going to fly in court, right, Rob?
The conclusion, even if it's true with you being in a crash and having alcohol, where was the alcohol? Did the car flip over and the alcohol was preserved?
Oh, not in the trunk for sure, because he had access.
I had a 24 pack of Budweiser in my passenger seat.
There you go.
That was your first mistake.
There you go.
Yeah.
He's done. He's done.
It flipped when the car turned
yes.
over.
Rob, why are you defending this fucking guy?
Were they in cans?
Yes.
Okay, so you said that they smelled alcohol inside the vehicle or no?
Oh yeah, dude. They had to break me out of the car. They broke out my sunroof because the car was tipped on its side, and I was stranded over there for like 2 hours.
So you're stranded in the car. You've got the beer in the front seat still, and you reach over there as you're stranded with a broken back and start just pounding.
It was 6 degrees outside. I was stuck there for 2 hours, and I didn't know how long I was going to be there for, so I just started drinking my beer, and I numbed up my back.
Did they ever take a blood test or get a blood alcohol reading?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
All right, what was the reading?
It was like 0.2.
Oh shit! So take the deal, dude.
I can't take any deals, but I mean, I counted my cans. I had consumed 13 beers.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
This guy needs to learn his lesson, Rob. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I think
it's good to be a lawyer, but in some cases you need to let them fall because that's what the whole justice system is about, man.
Yeah, you could get. Have they given you any inkling of how much time you
gotta
can
let them fall?
Yes, because if you defend them, he's gonna redo it. He's gonna reoffend. He's gonna reoffend until he kills himself and somebody. This is fucking dangerous.
Yeah, please don't make a sovereign. Please don't make a sovereign immunity claim or do anything silly like that.
No,
dude,
but
it's dangerous, man.
Numi, can you please let Rob speak? I mean, I do need help. I need advice.
No, you need Alcoholics Anonymous.
I would tell you to revisit the charge they've given you. They probably haven't told you. I mean, it'd be nice if they did, of what you are potentially facing. But when you make them work, they're going to ask for max. And if you do something that's going to anger a judge, is it a jury trial or is it a bench?
I said it as a bench because I figured a jury would hang me.
Yeah, well, a judge could hang you too, and if he's the one who's deciding the result, and then he's going to do the sentencing as well, then if he starts hearing facts and just looks at you like you're just wasting his time, and you could end up ticking him off. I would highly recommend that you take a deal as a friend. I'm not giving you legal advice.
I can't at this point. I don't have the time to do so. But as far as when I execute my cross-examination, which there are 2 witnesses, there are police officers, they were great. As far as when I execute my cross-examination, is there anything that I should be worried about pertaining to actually just totally disrespecting the courtroom? I don't want to disrespect the courtroom, but do you have any suggestions on that pertaining to what I should avoid in my cross-examination.
I would actually. Do you have access to ChatGPT? Because it's probably your best friend at this point.
No, I don't use that stuff.
You don't want to, when you're asking questions, the tendency of someone that hasn't done it before is to ask leading questions, and you can't do that. Where the prosecutor is liable to try and kill you is every time you try and establish basic facts, they probably attack you on foundation, and then you get stuck with that. And foundation is basically the concept where you have to set the stage for the evidence that you're about to present. Do you have evidence that you're going to present, or it's just your testimony?
It'll be testimony.
Yeah, because I don't know if there's what is your plan to try and refute the point two?
Like I said, I'm not.
Because here's the deal why it's bad. Because point two, if you didn't take a breath, like the breathalyzer at the scene would have been probably less, because the longer that you wait, the deeper the stuff gets into your bloodstream. And how long was it between the time that you refused the breathalyzer? I'm assuming that's what it was. And then they probably took you to the station and took your blood, right?
Yeah.
And how long was that from the point of time of your last drink to the point where you were in the station?
It was probably an hour and 20 minutes or so.
And you were a 0.2. Dude, that's bad.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying you're not telling the truth, but like the way it's going to look. You know, if you were 0.2 after an hour or two, it's not good.
Yeah, you're like at the point where you're going to have to plead no contest and just beg the judge to believe you, essentially.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're not like pleading. He's going to trial. He's fighting it, but I would just. You have the phone number to the prosecutor, right? I mean, are you just dead set on doing this?
Well, I'm dead set on it being an open intox, not a DUI. That's where I'm at. I'm like,
and they're not offering it to you.
So far, the prosecutor has not done so. I have my discovery. I've gone through my discovery. I'm writing out my script. So I'm writing out the opening statement. I'm working on the cross-examination questions and the closing statement. And
but Sam, you can tell us the truth. Did this really happen? You drank after you crashed, or you crashed because you were drunk?
It was 6. So I crashed. It was 6 degrees outside. And that did not, I didn't even have any winter clothes. And my back was fucking killing me. And there was no way to get comfortable in the sideways car. So I'm like, fuck this shit, man. I couldn't find my phone. I didn't find my phone until after I went to the actual wrecker yard to pay them and get all my tools out of the fucking car.
How did they find you? Did somebody see you run off or the road?
No, I was digging through my tools. Eventually, I found a headlamp that was actually dead.
Rigged back up by MacGyver methods. And,
I found a headlamp that was actually dead, but like it would click on for like a second. I was able to use that headlamp to signal a car that was passing by.
Awesome. And somebody did pass by?
I flashed them and they stopped and saw me, and they called it in for me. But like,
yeah, so that's your claim. Yeah, your best claim is less is more in this kind of thing. And in fact, the truth of the matter is you don't have to say much. You know, I mean, I don't think you should say a lot. I think you should just simply say, I had the beer. I was going to drink at home. My car had a mechanical problem. I ended up going off the road. Do you have medical records that show you the fracture or the broken back?
My back had been broken 6 months prior. Yeah.
Oh, your back was broken from something else?
Yeah, I fell off my scaffolding at work and broke my back. So like I was just stuck on the side of the road. I was recovering from a broken back, and it was 6 degrees. I didn't have any winter clothes, and the arthritis thing kicked in, and I was having a hard time. And
I cracked open some beers.
Well, I couldn't call anybody. I couldn't find my phone, and I was just stuck on the side of the road in a ditch in a sideways car. It was really uncomfortable, and my back hurt, and I was like, "Fuck this shit, man!" I started pounding down beers. And
you want to hear the worst New Year's story ever?
Go ahead.
Back in let's see. I think that was actually 1999, and no, maybe no, yeah, maybe it was. Anyways, around there, and one of those New Years. So me and my cousin are in Salt Lake City, Utah. We got it's New Year's Eve. Nothing going on. We each got $20 in our pocket and a tank full of gas. So we're like, screw it. Let's jam out to Wendover, which is like a hour and a half, 2 hour drive from Salt Lake City. So right across the Nevada border, and they got casinos and everything. So anyhow, we get there, and he's like, "Okay, you play it here. Take my 20." So we got $40. I build it up over like 6-7 hours, up to $1,200.
Wow.
Yeah, off of $40. So, anyways,
That was quite a run. Blackjack?
Blackjack, dude.
Wow.
And I was just on fire. So, anyways, we're all pumped up. You know what I mean? Let's go grub out. You know what I mean? And as on my way to the cashier, I look over and the roulette table has hit red like 6 times in a row. So I'm like, oh man, it's going to go black. Watch this. I'll just grab us another quick $300 right now. So I slap down $300, and on black, it goes red again.
Oh shit!
I'm a bitch. So, anyways, I was like, all right, well, let me get my 300 back, and I put it on. Black goes red again. You got to be kidding me. Well, it for sure has got to go black this time. So I slap down the 600. Goes red again.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, dude. So now me and my cousin are totally bummed in like a matter of minutes.
I know that feeling far too well, my friend.
Dude. So now we got to drive home, and I'm so pissed off. And my cousin's like, dude, I'm drunk off my ass. so he's like, you got to drive. I'm like, no, I'm not driving. Because I'm too pissed off. So I couldn't believe I just fucking did that like a retard. You know what I mean? I'm sure the guys up in the cameras were laughing their asses off watching this.
Yeah, they probably were.
They were guaranteed.
The wheel was probably set up somehow too. I don't know. It seems a little.
That is some bullshit. I was fucking
Yeah.
pissed, dude. So, anyways, and then so we're driving home. Justin falls asleep while driving, and we roll off to the side of the road. We're in a Jeep, and he rolls off, and we just jump out, tip it back over, and drive off.
Oh my god! Thank
Not
you. You
think-
were lucky.
Yeah, we didn't think there was any problem. Then all of a sudden, we get fucking swarmed by the cops.
Yeah, we used to go when I went to school in Riverside, and we would go. It would usually be like 10:30 at night, and it'd be us, and it was just like a group of people going, "We're going to go to Vegas." And so we drive. It's 2.5 hours from Riverside, and there was one time, and we would just go with $20 like each. And this was in the early '90s, where they had dollar tables still, and you could play 6 hours with $20. And driving home, they had me drive home. I wasn't drunk. I didn't really drink that much, but I was tired. We didn't, sleep, and I fell asleep on a part of the road called the Cajon Pass. And it's a steep cliff. Ooh. And it's probably like 4:45. I've got 3 girls in the back and one of my best friends in the front. And thank God for a big semi truck who saw me swerve into his lane, and I was going right, which was not off the cliff, and he honked, and it woke me up. Or that could have been all she wrote, and I wouldn't be talking to you now.
Well, so check this out though. So we just jump out, roll the Jeep back over, and drive off, not thinking any big deal. All of a sudden we get pulled over and swarmed by the cops. And they're like, and so they arrest us for fleeing the scene of an accident.
And you were the only one.
And it was just me and Justin, no one. You know what I mean? You're out in the middle of nowhere.
So did they not identify that you were drunk?
Yeah, no, nobody was drunk. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they were just trying to throw something at you. So what happened with that?
So we spent the whole night in jail in Tooele, Utah, and they put me and Justin in a cell with this little Samoan dude with the stinkiest feet I've ever experienced in my life. And I'm just telling you, I have to say experience because this dude's feet smelled so bad, you can taste it.
Oh, I know that too. I've been on an LA subway. Yeah, there's a lot of homeless down there.
Dude, I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. I was sitting there like with my nose pressed up to a crack in the little crack in the door of the hinges. Like, you know what I mean?
That'll
Like
teach you, though.
trying to breathe. Going, dude.
So they never charge you with anything, probably. They just let you go after the one night.
No, we got charged a fine and everything.
Wow.
Salt Lake City is the most. It was so corrupt at that time. I went to jail for a ticket that I already paid twice, and they put me in jail because the computer said it hadn't been paid. So there was a warrant for my arrest. And I even showed the cop the fucking receipt on the spot. And he still said, sorry, that's what the computer says. They're out to make money there, dude. They don't give a fuck in Salt Lake. That's why another reason why I'll never move to Salt Lake ever again.
Well, my brother's in St. George. Well, he was in St. George. His wife is still there. My brother's moving to England. He's getting the hell out of Utah.
Yeah, Utah sucks, dude. Just because of the, I mean,
Brandon,
the Mormons ain't fucking around. They're in on it.
Brandon, if you didn't
You ain't a Mormon,
experience that,
you'll have cop problems for sure.
Yeah.
If you didn't experience the stinky feet and all that shit that you said, you'd still be fucking around. You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah, you'll never forget those stinky feet.
Oh, you did. Yeah, I'm telling. No, I'll never forget those stinky feet.
So then sometimes you need to get punished. You know, that's the whole point of justice. Sometimes punishment is necessary.
Well, if you're drunk and you pull into traffic and you get hit by a car, should you be able to get away with it, or should you be arrested?
If you're drunk and you get hit by a car?
Yeah, if you pull into traffic out in front of a car and the car, big car, hits your Chevette, let's say. And anyhow, then when the cops come and everything and you're hammered drunk, well, anyhow, life is really strange. That's all I know.
Yeah, you'd probably go to jail. My mom.
No, you could get away with it because suppose the car was filled with Canadians. No, I mean, no, I'm not gonna. No, never mind. I'm not.
Or Mexicans? You're like a coyote bringing them in from.
Yeah, it's even. Well, actually, it was. I think it was actually racial. To be honest, I think it really does seem unfair when I look back. You know, I couldn't even it was bad. It was really.
Well, think about it. If all that was true that Sammy said, right? He flipped his car because of mechanical issues, and then he's covered with beer. So already he knows it's hard to explain this when the cop comes, right?
Mm-hmm.
To be stupid enough to drink 13 beers before the cop comes, dude, he deserves everything he gets. You know what I mean?
That's not true. Not if that were the case, then you're charging somebody for something. It's not illegal to
be stupid.
Car, is
it's
it?
Not. It's not illegal to be stupid,
No,
right?
No. I mean, you can have an IQ of 40 and maybe lower. I don't know.
Dude, have you ever been to a
like
real
Isaac
courtroom?
level or what level?
Stupid people get their asses handed to them by the judge on a daily. If you've been to real court, you see it every day.
Well,
right,
they don't
Rob?
show a lot of mercy to pro ses or pro pers, and so
that's true.
Unless the
not,
unless the pro se actually knows what the fuck they're doing.
And I don't think I've ever met one that did.
So. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised by that.
Yeah. So.
Well, that's why I constantly tell everybody to take Dr. Graves' course. The best $250 you'll ever spend. His jurisdictionary.com course is fucking. He did a great job, dude. Straight up.
What to defend yourself in court?
Yep. so that you learn all of the procedures and all the shit.
And then you shout, "Your Honor,
I'm a sovereign citizen."
Yeah, exactly. Sovereign citizen. It's not that, is it? Because if
No,
it's
it's
that,
not. It's learning how to file the correct motions and
all right.
the stuff that you need to do to
Well,
move.
we're past
forward
that with
properly.
Sammy. We're past that. Motions have been done, and or should have.
Alcohol is a problem for driving, but like suppose somebody was sexting or something like that and they had an accident. Like,
yeah.
Do they take that into consideration, or
if they were sexting while driving?
and when if that's what Sammy did, and so let's just try and put it in that perspective. The cops find him trapped in his car with his pants down to his ankles.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Right. Maybe
would that be worse?
Maybe the pants
That would
got stuck in
probably
the brake pedal, and
that would probably be worse.
That
See,
would have happened. That would have happened in my early 20s, without a doubt. That definitely would have happened.
I think the only time that ever happened to me is someone else was in the front seat of the opposite sex. Not
Yeah, you have to make that clear, right? Opposite sex.
Well, because I realize the Cone Club cult watches these things, and I don't want them to get any ideas. Yeah. But anyway, so I don't think I've ever imagined, like, you know what, I can really just rub one out right now on the road. No, I don't think that ever.
Is that the lady that you had a sunroof and her feet were hanging out?
Did you just say nobody ever rubbed one out on the road?
No, I'm saying in my case, just in my, and I'm a pretty, my libido's been high always from a very young age. Maybe not as young as you, Brandon, but very young.
Right.
And so, yeah, that thought never crossed my mind.
In my early 20s, I'd run
off
one
while driving.
What's that?
I would. In my early 20s.
Wait a minute. There's a guy that was 11 years old. Anyhow,
that was pretty much when I was starting to. The problem is, the influence of older friends, and I had older friends.
but one thing led to another. I think was the best one I remember.
I wasn't thinking about that one, but for me, yeah. I mean, when I was 11, I was having those feelings, but I certainly wasn't, targeting toddlers.
Shit, man. When I was in my early 20s, I'd rub them out on the road. I'd be doing road trips. I'd rub one out, and I'd be on the end of a fishing pier, shark fishing, and I'd be all alone. I'd be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'd rub one out, get it out of my system,
Get it out. Well, I mean, it could attract fish, right? Like if you're looking for a certain type of fish.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a sperm whale, that's like, you can't do better than like attracting a sperm.
I'd have to chum the water,
I can't say that I've ever. I can't say that I ever like jerked off in public anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no.
Yeah, I can't.
That fear of getting caught more than anything else for me.
I mean, there might have been a couple of times in school. I mean,
at Sammy's trial, there's going to be, Your Honor, we'd like to introduce as evidence a video that was taken on a pier in 1995. And here's Sammy whacking it
on
in public.
I don't know what kind of shark bait this is.
You guys want to hear something really weird? I was yawning on the news unit, and he accused me of jerking off. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? They all think I blew
I'm
a load
wrapping
on
it up, fellas. You knew me cued it. So, anyways, yeah, I got to get to bed.
I joined specifically because you guys were talking about guitars.
I know, man. Well,
Did you see the crazy guy? I forget, Captain Spaceman.
Skeleton.
What's his name? Skeleton. Yeah, he was talking about Slash sucks and how good he is, and then he played a video of him covering Depeche Mode, and it was like pretty mediocre. And he's
who was this? Who was playing?
I think I don't know. You might have seen Captain Skeleton.
Yeah.
Wait, is it before I came in? Like I was sleeping.
That's where it started.
Up, and I just clicked on my phone, and then I was like, oh wow, I gotta like check this out. You guys are talking guitars.
That's the reason I came in. I was just fine. I was working and I was listening background noise, and then he started like bragging about how great he was, and then he showed the video, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta come in.
Really?
Here now.
Yeah, I've seen that. Man, I don't know. I was in the guitar community on YouTube. That's when I learned, wow, you know, there's a lot of really great guitar players out there, you know.
Yeah, but this guy said that Eddie he put down Eddie Van Halen. He said that he knows the producers. Eddie had to play. It was the producers that had the idea, and they would splice together stuff. And Eddie had to learn what the producers spliced.
How to play it live.
Wait, was he? You know that there was actually some things they said that did happen though for him, that they would do this thing like he'd lay all these solos down, then they'd start splicing stuff together, and then
Maybe was this when he was drunk though, or when he had like major problems recording? Or
no, well, I don't know that. I don't know, but what I had heard, and I don't know if it's true or not, but it seemed reputable. Things I had heard was that they were putting things together that was hard for him to reproduce when he was live. And the alcohol problem, I don't know how all that could have tied into that, if it's even true though. But I had heard that before.
Yeah, Eddie Van Halen was really like an alien that got dropped out of a freaking spaceship.
Yeah.
His guitars, like he didn't tune standard. He actually tuned. He was like somewhere between E and flat. Like he had really weird
pedals.
Yeah, he didn't use nothing. Pedals. I don't care if he tuned by ear, and he was like I don't know, so many semitones off. It doesn't mean squat shit if everybody else is in the same tune, does it?
No, but that's it. In 2 minutes, I'm fucking shutting it down.
It means nothing as far as playing, whether you're in tune or not.
His action was really high, and he had a
bullshit.
very unique.
No, he had very low action.
He had high fucking action, and he used like heavier strings.
No, he didn't, dude, because of all of his hammer-ons. So you're full of shit, like normal.
No, I'm not full of shit. I know quite a bit about the guy. I know quite a bit about the guy.
Excuse me, what gauge strings did he play?
That motherfucker was using 11s back in the fucking heyday, dude.
His name is not Stevie Ray Vaughan. It was Eddie Van Halen.
I know that, but he was doing it, and he was running high action.
No,
he was running.
Never mind.
His guitars were not.
You're not going to win your court case either, from the way it sounds.
Okay, well, fuck you then.
No, I feel bad for you, dude, but you're like, you just make shit up.
I don't make shit up. You can fact check me, and you can look at my guitar instructional videos and shit like that. I mean,
you have a link to your instructional videos for guitar?
I'm on my mobile phone, but I'm Sam Engardio. So if you want to look up Sam Engardio's economy picking exercise, that's the last one that I did.
Wait, okay. Tell me let me type it in. What's the spelling?
My last name is Engardio. E is in Eric, N is in Nancy, G is in Gary, A-R, D is in dog, I-O.
Like in Ronnie?
And Brandon, why aren't you pulling this video up so we can see this?
Like in Ronnie.
Yeah, Ronnie.
I actually have Dio.
Ronnie,
Brandon, why aren't you our little remote control bitch?
I'm Sicilian and actually have Dio in my last name.
What am I supposed to put in again? Sorry, I wasn't listening. I'm trying to go to bed.
Are you trying to watch? Oh, Brandon, are you trying to watch my economy picking exercise?
Yes.
So Sam Engardio. So Sam, my last name is E as in Eric, N as in Nancy, G as in Gary, A-R, D as in dog, I-O, and then economy picking.
Oh, I see it.
And that's just an economy picking drill in my studio, and you can pull that up.
Wow, what kind of guitar is that?
That is a BC Ridge Shredzilla 8-string Prophecy with Floyd Rose. It's an 8-string guitar.
This one?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Where is it?
I don't know. I can't see it.
Oh, okay. Do I not have it on the screen?
I don't see it.
I have it on the screen, yeah. Is this you?
No.
I got it. I'll put a link in the private that I'm watching.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
He looks just like Ronnie James.
Like a tall Ronnie James Dio.
He
Is that
doesn't.
the guy
He
with
doesn't.
the shirt that says heritage on it?
That's exactly That's the
Yeah,
one.
that's me. Yeah, Heritage Land Bank.
And you're playing with a capo because your fingers.
No.
Oh no, that's just a Floyd Rose nut or something.
Which one is it? Tell Brandon which one it is to click on it.
It's a Floyd Rose nut. It's not a capo.
I see now. Well, yeah, I've been drinking.
You guys help Brandon out here?
It is cool.
Brandon, I put the link in the private chat. You
There
just
we
click
go.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, yeah, you did your guitar playing, and then you did.
Guitar?
Oh, you did a thing on Rose Mods. I see that. Wow. What kind of guitar stuff do you like to play?
Really heavy metal type of, but it's like waltz. I like to try to go for like waltz and try to go for like classical piano style waltz stuff, but I bring in like heavy metal shit. So
What about like what do you think of like Malmsteen?
How many strings is that? That is a fucking wide ass neck.
Hey,
that's an 8 string.
I was gonna say that looks way up.
Huh.
It's not playing the sound, Brandon, though.
No. But Van Halen played with 11s, you say, and high action.
And he tuned his guitar flat, and it was
no
flat
kidding.
compared
I know he
to.
did.
It was flat
Yeah.
compared to E. He actually
Well,
tuned
a
it
lot
flat.
of people tune flat so they have less string tension, and they tune down a half or whole step. It's really common, isn't it?
Well, Dime did the same thing. Like Dime from Pantera, he actually tuned to Eddie's tuning, which was
There's no sound.
Yeah. I mean, Jimi Hendrix tuned down.
Be thankful.
A whole billion guitar players. Not a lot of them did.
Yeah. Because if he wants sound, he's got to reset his modem. You know, type for Adobe. He's already given the 2-minute warning.
So, Newbie, do you have a new boyfriend already?
Not yet, dude. Pray for me.
All right.
I broke up with Dave recently.
Did you really? That's a shame.
Yeah.
I hear he has a massive storage of Johnson and Johnson.
Dude, he's so into Jenny Lynn.
But you double pick it.
Oh wow, turn it up a little bit.
Where does it go?
Then you 3-step through that and double pick it. Then we run through a regular tryout through the 3 octaves, but you triple.
All right, I'm going to bed, dudes. I'm sorry.
No, that's good. I'm gonna do it too. Adios. Thank you for letting me come in.
Yeah, no, I wish we could have talked more about Moses not existing.
He
That's
never
what I-
said that. In fairness to Will, he just
Hey,
says
Brandon.
there's no evidence for it, and then that's it.
Brandon, I know that you don't give a shit, but I just wanted to let you know that earlier this evening, I caught the biggest channel catfish that I've caught all season, and I just wanted to celebrate that. And
I saw
you know,
that in the chat. I saw you.
thanks
say
for
it.
being so excited about it. You know,
I'd like to share one thing before I go though. As far as Moses, I jammed with that cat.
You jammed with Moses back in the day, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hell
that's
yeah.
how he definitely.
Hell yeah.
What do they?
Sam, I love you,
It's
buddy.
a lot of people don't know, but Bruce is a mythology of Alexander the Great.
Yeah, well, it was on one of my past.
What did you say, Rob? Sorry.
I'm just saying, Bruce is a mythology of Alexander the Great.
Totally.
Yeah, because Bruce can walk on water, and he's a great warrior, and Alexander the Great was just some nerd incel in the corner.
Can I quickly have my final words with Sam?
Oh, please.
If he gets if he loses the case and gets arrested tomorrow, I'm gonna miss you, buddy.
I'm gonna miss you.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what's going on. If you have court, and we all know you're gonna lose. Okay, let's be real. Are they gonna take you to jail?
Less is more. Consider the plea deal.
I will have a sentencing date, so that'll be, I'll probably have a sentencing date sometime in September if that's the case.
Okay, so I still have time.
Would you do jail time in exchange for the open container?
I don't want probation, dude. I
Then
travel
maybe you should
around the
throw that
country.
out. Yeah.
I travel around the country a lot, and that's very inconvenient in a scenario to where I would have to do probation.
It doesn't matter what you want at this point. You better save your ass and listen to Rob Reed. Take the plea deal and shut the fuck up. All right.
Cool. That's it. I'm done. Y'all
right,
have a
good night.
good night, fellas.
Adios.
Yeah.
Good
Thanks,
night.
Rob. Good night, everybody. Anyhow, let's see. What are you whining about?
Oh Christ, our immortality. We have no life except in thee. Thou art our resurrection breath, and without thee is endless death. Immortality, immortality is Jesus' gift to me. Life and light divine through the blood of mine and endless victory. No darkness can be found in thee, and into